Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Became Cardcaptor Hero? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It happens like this. Midoriya Izuku is born quirkless. This is a fact that he hates, detests, abhors for the majority of his adolescence. Kaken certainly doesn't help, and neither do the rest of his classmates. Luckily, Izuku accepts his quirklessness rather elegantly. He doesn't give up his goal of becoming a hero, mind you, but he does throw himself into his hero research with a newfound vigor. In another universe, Izuku begins his collection of hero notebooks, running to whatever villain fight he can. In another universe, Izuku stands on the sidelines and lives his life, quietly nursing his ambition. In another universe, Izuku unknowingly sets himself on the path that crosses with all mights. In this universe, that's not exactly how it goes. When Izuku turns 10, he makes a resolution to memorize every detail, every shop, every person, every hero in his neighborhood. It's a step down from becoming a hero, but it's a great feat nonetheless. The area around his apartment is one of the busiest areas in the entire city. Instead of simply watching on the sidelines, Izuku trails quietly after heroes and gets accustomed to his neighborhood. While other children his age are hanging out together at the mall or the park, Izuku explores every nook and cranny of the area around his home. He reinforces some knowledge, the shopping street, the library, the local park, the train station, and learns some new, the soup kitchen, a small hole-in-the-wall gem of a bakery, a group of stray cats that prowl around the alleys, searching for food. During this time, Izuku talks to many people. He's a nervous and awkward person by heart, but heroes are a common topic that everybody's capable of keeping a conversation about. When he asks about Puppet Master in a quiet cafe called Ms. Luna, the barista's more than happy to tell Izuku all about how Puppet Master is a very kind and quiet man who always takes his coffee with 3 milks and 2 sugars. By the end of the month, he's more or less figured out all the patrol patterns within a 7-block radius around his apartment and memorized Ms. Luna's menu. It is, admittedly, kind of creepy and maybe a bit obsessive, but it's more fun than anything else Izuku's ever done. It's also hard work, keeping track of so much about so many people. In fact, when Kaken tries to take the notes he's worked so hard on, Izuku decides that Kaken probably isn't the best friend he's ever had. He thinks this as he snatches his notebook back, punches Kaken in the jaw, and makes a wild sprint for home. Surprisingly enough, Kaken doesn't chase him or tell the teacher, but the look he gives Izuku the next day surpasses acerbic on so many levels. Still, he doesn't harass Izuku as much anymore, which is a welcome blessing. The rest of the class seems to have taken his jaw-punching to heart, because they start to lay off as well. Scuffles still happen, but when they do, Izuku doesn't hesitate to fight back. He isn't a fighter, but after years of being bullied, Izuku knows how to fall, how to crumple against blows, how to improvise weapons with what little he has. Most importantly, he knows everyone's quirk and he knows exactly how to fight against each and every one of them. He proves this when a group of bullies with minor ice quirks corners him. By the time 5 minutes is up, Izuku's bruised and battered, but the bullies are bawling over their scorched fingers and burnt skin. Izuku gets in trouble for throwing hot water on the bullies the next day. He doesn't really understand why the teachers are being so serious about it. After all, it's not like the water was boiling or anything. Midoriya Inko scolds her son for his reckless behavior, but is quietly thankful that her son is no longer the target of the horrible bullying he had experienced in the past. She approves of his newfound sense of adventure and buys him a used phone so she can always make sure he's safe. One Wednesday night, while Izuku's just finished wrapping up his scrawl session at Ms. Luna, a villain walks into the shop and asks where the nearest police station is. The situation itself is terrifying, but it's heightened by the villain's warped features and multitudinous limbs jutting out in every direction. He's dripping blood from a few of the many arms he has. The barista is paralyzed with fear. Her eyes gleam bright blue, which Izuku's noted to happen when she's scared, and her voice shakes as she tries to deliver a coherent sentence. "Sir," Izuku says, his voice coming out barely louder than a whisper. "Sir," he repeats, louder this time, holding his shaking hands behind him. The villain turns to face him, and Izuku feels a shiver down the entire length of his spine. "I know where the nearest station is," Izuku states, trying to keep his voice calm. A slight hitch catches onto the end of the sentence, but he powers on anyway. "If you leave the shop and go right, you'll be at an intersection. Take a right, continue straight for 2 blocks, and then turn left. Keep going down the street and you can't miss it." The villain gives him an awful smile, all sharp fangs and bloody gums. "You're useful, kid," is all he says before turning around and trudging out the door. Izuku feels nauseous, but the barista doesn't look much better than he does, so he tries to keep his anxiety under the wraps. After a minute's passed, the barista spins to meet Izuku's eyes. "Why'd you tell him where the station is?" She sounds somewhat angry but mostly hysterical. Who knows what'll happen if a villain walks into a police station and starts tearing it apart? You can't just dash. "It's okay, miss," Izuku replies. It really is okay, because Izuku's thought one step ahead. "I didn't give him directions to the station." The look the barista gives him is beyond hysterical. Izuku moves quickly to an explanation before the barista throttles him or starts crying. He really can't tell. Puppet Master patrols the neighborhood on Wednesdays between 4 and he usually walks the entire length of Willow Drive, which is why I told the villain to keep walking down the street. Nervously, Izuku fiddles with his mechanical pencil. I'm sure a pro hero would be able to take down a villain like him. The barista seems to look at him with a new sense of clarity, but demands that Izuku stays with her until she can call the police and tell them about the situation. With nothing else to do, Izuku sits quietly with a hot chocolate and a slice of banana bread. Across from him, the barista taps the counter nervously. The near-fluorescent blue of her eyes has dimmed down to a paler hue. The officers arrive soon after, questioning both Izuku and the barista individually. Izuku answers their questions to the best of their ability, ripping apart the banana bread anxiously. Surprisingly, the interrogation doesn't take very long. The officers commend him for his bravery and tell him that he'd make a wonderful police officer. Izuku blushes all the way to his toes. You know, kid, you're really something else, the barista mumbles after the officers leave. There's nothing he can say to that, so Izuku just nods quietly as he packs his notebooks away. It's clear that he's not welcome here any longer. That makes him sad, because Ms. Luna is the best cafe in the city to write in. Before Izuku steps out the door, he apologizes for the trouble he's caused and thanks the barista for the hot chocolate. The woman offers a small grin and a nod. Drop in sometime if you feel like it, is the last thing the barista says before she turns around to close up shop. Her tone is less dismissive and more tired, which Izuku counts as a major win. Maybe he'll even return one day, right after he changes his identity and never comes back as himself. After the villain incident, Izuku realizes that although he's quirkless, he's far from useless. For a PRD of time, he seriously considers becoming a police officer, or maybe a detective. It's appealing, but Izuku's never worked well with such enormous limitations officers have to work under, like the law. It's easier to do what he loves doing quietly. The notebooks begin to pile up on his table at home, so Izuku dedicates a shelf exclusively to his notes. The majority of them are in-depth analyses of pro-heroes, but some of them are about civilians with notable quirks. Kaken's is one of the most thorough profiles he has. It's only when Izuku walks into the same small stationery shop on Sunset Boulevard he's been frequenting for the past 3 months for the 3rd time in a week that he realizes something. He's spent more money on pencils and notebooks than he has on anything else in the past year. As Izuku approaches the register, the cashier gives him a friendly smile and pushes a paper cup with tea toward him. You're a very loyal customer, the cashier comments, quirking an eyebrow. Izuku freezes and tries to shrug nonchalantly. I write a lot, is his strained reply. He accepts the tea and waits for whatever conversational cue the cashier's planning to give. After he finishes bagging the mechanical pencils and notebooks Izuku has decided to purchase, the cashier says, I've been seeing you around the neighborhood a lot lately. What? I really like, mapping out places by hand. Also, I want to get more involved with my community. It's not the whole truth, but it's certainly not a lie. Either way, Anything's better than admitting that he's been stalking heroes for the past month and a half. The cashier's face brightens. That's great. In that case, I have an offer for you. Izuku hesitates. The cashier seems to catch this, because he continues on quickly. A few of my colleagues and I want to start up a weekly game night at the hospital, he explains. But a lot of the expected participants are going to be children, so we were hoping that someone could teach them how to play, have a good time in general. The idea sounds really fun. Despite that, Izuku fidgets. But why ask me, of all people? I'm sure there are others who are a lot better than I am. At that, the cashier laughs and points to the corkboard across the room. Izuku blushes. Scraps of paper cover the entirety of the board. Most of them are pinned up haphazardly with thumbtacks and have little decoration, while others are colorful, with hand-drawn pictures and neat writing. Underneath the corkboard is a jar with a slit cut into the plastic lid. A sign next to the jar is labeled, "Write your answer and your name for a chance to win a free item of your choice. 1,000 yen or less." Izuku has won many items from the shop. He feels kinda bad. "I've seen you crush every logic problem I've put up there for the past month," the cashier says with a wide grin. He takes the empty paper cup from Izuku and throws it in a small garbage can. "Plus, I walked past you in the park a few days back. I gotta say, you're really good at chess." Izuku's face is probably very red. He didn't expect anyone to be interested in the games the elderly folk at the park play, and he certainly didn't expect a situation like this. Nonetheless, he nods. "I'll have to talk to my mom," he replies. The answer seems to satisfy the cashier, who gives him a business card so they can keep in touch. Apparently Izuku has been recruited into some sort of hospital game night, which actually sounds pretty entertaining. At least the children at the hospital won't try to beat him up. Midoriya Inko is elated that her son has been given the opportunity to help out at the hospital and eagerly agrees to let Izuku stay out later than usual every Tuesday night. When Tuesday rolls around, Izuku jumps on a bus with saboteurs and exploding kittens. They're fun and an excellent way to ruin friendships. In other words, they're perfect games. When he arrives at the hospital, the cashier, Yudo, as Izuku's learned over the last week, ushers him into what appears to be the recreational area and sits him down in a large beanbag chair. Due to his small figure, Izuku's figure sinks into the chair and disappears. Yudo takes a moment to stifle his laughter before dropping off a box of games. "The kids should be coming in a few minutes," Yudo informs, dropping off another box. "We've got water, juice, and snacks in the kitchen, so feel free to take whatever you want." Izuku nods, though he's still being smothered by the beanbag. Wisely, he extracts himself and finds a much more solid chair to sit on. Yudo helps him set up a few games around the room, preparing boards, pieces, and papers. Following his lead, Izuku prepares some snacks and waits anxiously for the children to arrive. Yudo leaves before the children can arrive. "I have to go talk with the activity supervisor," he explains. "If anything happens, just treat the kids like you'd treat any of your friends. They'll all be around your age anyway." It doesn't take long for people to start streaming in. Before 10 minutes have passed, Izuku's already introduced himself to 4 different people, all around his age. Aki excitedly walks around the room, reading the instructions of every game she can. Following behind her is Riku, who gives a confused look every so often as he listens to Aki ramble. Mio and Takumi join sooner after, both eager to play. Soon enough, the room is busy with children starting to play their games. Izuku ends up in a group with the first 4 who came. They've all decided on saboteurs, so Izuku pulls out the instructions and begins to explain the game. The game starts innocently enough but soon spirals downward into chaos. By the time 20 minutes have passed, almost everybody knows each other's roles and is out for blood. Izuku and Mio are the good gnomes while Aki and Takumi are very obviously the bad gnomes. Riku has been very quiet the entire game, so nobody trusts him fully. Aki's playing style is unapologetically vicious and headstrong. She slaps down blocking cards and landslides like nobody's business, which would normally be a huge waste of reserves, but the damage she's causing the good gnomes makes up for it. Takumi acts as Aki's minion of sorts, keeping a safe hand of dead ends and blocking cards just in case. Mio is scarily intelligent, thinking ahead as far as possible. Cautious and calculating, she frowns whenever something gets in her way, but quickly manages to maneuver herself out of problematic situations. Izuku supports her as best as he possibly can, trying to follow whatever she's planning. The game reaches its climax when the path is one card away from the gold nugget. Tensions are high and nobody has any mercy to spare. All the landslides have been used and the only unblocked player is Riku, whose face is surprisingly blank. Riku puts down a dead end in the empty space. Aki and Takumi shriek happily, excitedly nudging their friend. Though upset, Mio valiantly declares the game to have been a good one and good-naturedly pats Izuku's back. She then goes on to mumble up a storm under her breath about the events of the game and what she could have done differently. Izuku likes Mio. People who talk to themselves must band together in their solidarity. To be completely honest, Izuku's just surprised that nobody accidentally used their quirk, which happened very often when he used to play with Kaken's group of friends. He likes the new atmosphere. Having children his age voluntarily approaching him and playing games together is something that Izuku would have never imagined happening. It's really cool. Eventually, some of the children start getting hungry. A small crowd separates from the games to venture off to the fridge, after which they return with juice boxes, fruit, and crackers. One of the kids manages to dig up 3 boxes of Pocky, thereby starting a war over who gets some and who doesn't. Because Izuku is a smart, logical boy, he does what every smart, logical person would do. He proposes that they all play one enormous game of Mafia to determine the Pocky Lords, as they've started calling it. Wisely, he places himself in the role of the storyteller and implied referee. If there's one thing that Izuku's learned from his time with Kaken, it's that children are vicious. This fact is apparently universally true, because the Mafia is going on an unrelenting killing spree while the townspeople and detectives carefully pick out members of the Mafia every round. The doctor, who coincidentally happens to be Mio, is so skilled in predicting the next townsperson to be killed that it terrifies Izuku. Ultimately, the combined forces of the detectives and the doctor overpower the Mafia, who reluctantly agree to bestow the title of Pocky Lord upon the winners. All is well until another argument breaks out within the winners, who are shockingly greedy. Izuku isn't fond of confrontation, so he kindly suggests that the Pocky Lords play a game of spoons to decide who the one true Pocky Lord is. Most of the winners agree happily, though some decide not to participate. The losing teams seem very interested and act as the hovering audience around the circle of players that has formed, peeking at the cards that have been dealt. Among them are Mio and Aki, both of whom Izuku is rightly scared of. The players agree on a simple set of elimination rounds, with the last round being a match between the 3 remaining players and 1 spoon. Just like the other games, the beginning is very tame, with the losers dropping out with a laugh or a huff of frustration. Mio and Aki are not among these people. As the rounds pass, Izuku watches as everything descends into chaos. The spectators begin cheering for their respective favorites and spoons are snatched so violently off the table that Izuku worries that they'll break or get thrown in someone's eye. The noise brings Yuto back into the room, whose eyebrows shoot upward when he sees the impromptu gambling ring they've created. "I can explain," Izuku says. Yuto smiles and crosses his arms, looking surprisingly amused for how terrible the situation is. "No need. It looks like everyone's having fun." That's one way to put it. Pocky is a very good motivator. It brings out the best and the worst in people. Izuku cringes as he watches Aki laugh maniacally. That it's usually the worst, though. Yuto's eyebrows shoot up again. Couldn't they just have shared? "Yes, but they're so scary," Izuku replies firmly. There's nothing Yuto can say to that, so he watches as Mio takes the crown of Ultimate Pocky Lord. Her first order is to split the Pocky evenly amongst all her subjects, which makes Izuku want to rip out all his hair. Eventually, Yuto claps his hands and tells everyone to clean up their games. The children scatter around the room, chattering excitedly about Mafia and spoons and how fun it was. Izuku feels very happy all of a sudden. As the children filter out of the room, Izuku packs his belongings and prepares to catch the bus home. Aki catches his arm as he's approaching the door. "You'll come back, right?" The question is phrased in a way that implies an expected answer. Izuku nods. Every Tuesday. Aki's face splits into a wide grin. Riku and Takumi approach Izuku and tell him to bring saboteurs again. It's a great game and there are so many unresolved conflicts to end. Mio doesn't say much, but she does fist bump him and repeat Aki's invitation. Izuku leaves feeling lighter than he's ever felt. As the weeks pass, Izuku becomes more and more confident in his ability to navigate his neighborhood. He knows every shortcut, every hidden alleyway shop, every stationery shop. Due to his constant excursions, the chefs and waiters in just about every restaurant down Sunset Boulevard recognize him. Some even know him by name. "Hey, Midoriya," Rin greets, pausing to wipe her hands on a towel before approaching Izuku. "What are you looking for today?" Izuku freezes. No. He should have figured out what he wanted before he came in. Luckily, the sign behind Rin boldly declares that the house special has a discount deal, which he accepts readily. Rin nods and moves to prepare the ramen. Rin and Izuku make small talk in the meantime. Izuku recounts his experience with the children at the hospital while Rin complains about the unseasonably warm weather and her pet dog. "Not only that, but we've been crazy busy lately," the chef huffs, arranging the toppings on the noodles. "I haven't had any time to look after Hiro, and I'm worried that he'll get heat stroke." "I can look after him for you," Izuku says immediately without having first processed the words that just left his mouth. Instantly, Rin brightens. "Really? That'd be great. I don't mind paying you to make sure Hiro gets fresh air and a cool bed." "Okay," Izuku replies, then freezes. Wait, what? He has no idea how to take care of animals. He's never even had a pet. Choosing not to share this detail, Izuku accepts the bowl of ramen and eats in silence. There's no way he can go back on his word, especially not after Rin looks happier than she's been all week. After Izuku finishes his meal, Rin gives him her number and promises to call whenever she needs some help with her dog. Izuku nods, then runs home and reads up on taking care of dogs on the internet for 2 hours. True to her word, Rin calls 2 days later, telling him that she's hosting some sort of party at her restaurant. The heat wave that's been passing by the city is miserable, and Hiro hasn't been enjoying it. Izuku meets Rin in front of her restaurant an hour before the usual opening time. A small Shiba sits next to Rin, a bright red collar around its neck. Upon seeing Izuku, Hiro perks up immediately. "This is my baby, Hiro," Rin declares, smiling widely. "Treat him nicely, okay?" 5 minutes later, Izuku leaves with Hiro's leash in his hands and a bag of Hiro's food and toys. He walks a block before stopping and questioning why he does the things that he shows us to do. The day goes surprisingly well. Hiro is friendly and active, which makes him a bit overwhelming at first, but he eventually tires himself out and curls up in a shady, cold corner of Izuku's room. By the afternoon, the pavement is burning hot, so Izuku has to wait until the sun goes down before he can walk Hiro. He decides to take care of 2 birds with 1 stone, so he walks Hiro down Sunset Boulevard. When he returns home, 6 people working in different shops have given him their contact information to look after their dogs. Izuku has not yet learned how to deny people. Maybe he should learn before he accidentally starts an impromptu dog-sitting service. Apparently he doesn't learn quickly enough, because the next time he's out walking the bookstore owner's dog, several people approach him and ask if he's willing to take care of their dogs for a price. Izuku says yes without even thinking. After that, he quickly retreats home so nobody can approach him again. Izuku's not sure how, but he's become the go-to person when someone on Sunset Boulevard needs a dog sitter. It's actually kind of nice. Not only is he getting paid, but he also gets to play with dogs and get fresh air at the same time. This is how the summer of Izuku's 10th birthday passes by. Tuesdays are game nights that get progressively more and more intense, peaking when Mio slams down Dungeons and Dragons with a straight face and says, "Let's begin." Izuku's attempts to find new games brings him to a store called Tall Tower, where he can reliably purchase as many weird-sounding games as he wants. The owner, a middle-aged woman named Sasha, always gives good recommendations and suggests some games from overseas. Dog-sitting is sporadic, with most calls coming in the day of the job, but Izuku takes advantage of it, walking around the lesser-known parts of his neighborhood while walking the dogs. Other dog walkers at the park are becoming familiar with his face, giving him waves and greetings as he passes by them. Some of the store owners give him discounts in exchange for taking care of their dogs, while others treat him to dinner. By the end of the summer, Izuku's done a pretty good job with his goal. Sunset Boulevard becomes a second home of sorts. He knows everyone there and everyone there knows him. School starts again without much excitement. Izuku is forced to change his dog-sitting services to exclusively the weekend and after school, which his clients can live with. The heat waves passed and summer vacation's over. The hot and busy season has passed. Izuku's classmates still tease him for his quirklessness, but Izuku realizes with a shocking revelation that he doesn't really care. Kaken glares whenever he passes by, snarling insults and stomping off angrily after every interaction. He doesn't make any attempt to harm him. And so he goes on with his school days, walking around town when he has the chance. One day, while Izuku's walking in the park, he passes a boy practicing with a baton. He is instantly awestruck, head bobbing up and down with the baton's motions. The boy notices after a moment, pausing to stare. "Can I help you?" he asks, an awkward lilt to his voice. Izuku stutters. "I thought what you were doing was super cool and you're really good at it." He bows quickly before retreating backward. "Sorry for staring. I'll leave." "Wait up," the boy calls, walking toward Izuku. He seems curious, scanning Izuku up and down. "You want to learn how to use a baton?" "Yes," Izuku replies. "No. Why'd he say that?" He does want to learn, but he doesn't even know the guy, so now it just seems weird. Surprisingly enough, the boy cracks a smile and hands Izuku a baton. "I've got nothing better to do. So, here's how you start." They too spend a good hour messing around with the batons before they depart for home. Izuku now has a new contact in his phone, Satoshi, and a new interest in batons. They just look so cool. The rest of the school year passes without anything out of the ordinary occurring. As always, Izuku expands his contacts and writes down everything he possibly can about the city in his notebooks. The D&D game has officially gone to hell, though one could argue that it started there. Apparently a bard, a warrior, a rogue, and a magician are the worst party. Izuku thinks it's more likely that the party's personality is the root of the issue. On the other hand, dog-sitting business goes well, with many loyal customers frequenting his services. Izuku's pretty sure he knows every single dog on Sunset Boulevard. In fact, his business is going so well that he decides to buy a new cell phone with the money he's saved up. Satoshi's been teaching Izuku progressively more difficult tricks, but what really makes Izuku cry is when Satoshi gives him his own personal baton. Both parties are shocked for different reasons and hurry home where they can't embarrass each other any longer. For Izuku's 11th birthday, his mother gives him a fancy new set of headphones. They must have been so expensive. Resolutely, Izuku keeps his tears in, although his expression makes him look like he's in constant pain. His mother makes katsudon for breakfast, which is just as much absurd as it is wonderful. Luckily enough, his birthday lands on a Saturday, so Izuku decides to go to Sunset Boulevard and spend some of the money he's saved up over the past year. His first stop, naturally, is the stationery shop. Yuta waits until Izuku's brought his items over to the counter before casually saying that they're free for the day. Izuku then proceeds to have his second almost crying session of the day as Yuta watches, confused and worried. They both calm down over some tea, after which Yuta gives Izuku a small bag of handmade cookies. "I can't vouch for the taste, but I had my sister help me decorate them, so they look great," he comments. Sasha all but hoards Izuku when he walks into Tall Tower, wishing him a happy birthday. Izuku is very confused as to how so many people know when his birthday is. Did he really tell so many people? Regardless, Sasha excitedly presents him with the heaviest board game he's seen to date. When she sees Izuku's confused expression, she explains that it's a custom-made game centering around the pro-hero industry that one of her friends just finished crowdfunding for. After a brief pause, Izuku's face scrunches up as he valiantly makes an attempt not to cry. Sasha laughs good-naturedly and pats his back, then gives him a special discount code for some sort of subscription loot crate. The rest of the day proceeds in more or less the same manner. Rin calls Izuku over when he pokes his head in the door to give him a free bowl of ramen and a small cake from a bakery a few shops down. Izuku thanks her profusely before kindly accepting the meal and making a quick trip back home to drop off his new luggage. Said bakery happens to be home to one of the kindest people Izuku's ever met in his life. The owner gives him a full-sized cake and 2 loaves of bread his mother loves. Another bakery across the street gives him a large fruit tart, spurring him to make another trip home. His party all but forces him to go visit them at the hospital, which he does after grabbing one of several cakes he now has. As usual, Aki greets him wide a slap on the back, though today's seems much firmer than usual. Myo gives him a fist bump, Takumi ruffles his hair, and Riku quietly wishes him happy birthday. The 5 of them share a cake while talking about the games they've played recently. Afterward, the 4 party members present him with a handmade scrapbook of all their best moments in their campaign. Izuku almost cries when he flips to the page with Aki killing the big baddie with a diss track. After his visit to the hospital, Izuku visits the mall and looks around for anything that catches his interest. Ultimately, the only things he ends up purchasing are the newest edition of Heroes Monthly, a lint roller, for dog hair, and this really soft blanket he's been eyeing for months. On the way home, Izuku receives a text message from Satoshi, who happens to be in Spain for vacation. The message simply reads, "Happy birthday. I bought a ton of souvenirs for you. You are such a good person." Izuku almost combusts then and there, but powers on and manages to keep his blush under control. By the end of the day, Izuku has a small collection of books, a pile of stationery, a fridge full of takeout and baked goods, and more coupons and discount codes he knows what to do with. He cries when his mother brings out the cake she made for him. Midoriya Inko, bless her soul, smiles and tells Izuku to make a wish. Every year, Izuku wishes to become a hero. This year, he wishes for something else. To be able to help everyone he possibly can, whether it be in small gestures, like walking dogs, or big ones, like secretly directing villains toward their capture. He isn't sure if his new wish is a step down or a step up, but he's determined to make it come true regardless. Another summer comes as goes as usual, with all its shenanigans and unexpected occurrences. The biggest change, however, happens on an otherwise normal day. Satoshi and Izuku train in the park every other day, trying out new tricks with different objects. Over the past year, Izuku has become rather proficient with a baton. He's also managed to pick up juggling, hacky sack, and simple card tricks as well. Sometimes he thinks Satoshi's secretly training him to become a magician. The 2 of them are sitting underneath a tree on a sunny Friday afternoon when Satoshi asks, "Hey, have you ever thought of trying gymnastics?" Izuku spits out a mouthful of water. Satoshi smacks him on the back hard. "I'm serious," Satoshi says when he sees Izuku's disbelieving expression. "You're crazy agile and you have great reflexes. I'm not saying you should compete or anything, but you should definitely give it a try. My aunt actually runs a gym in town. How about it?" As always, Izuku says yes. This is how he meets Satoshi's aunt, who he calls Zing. Zing looks Izuku up and down, much like how Satoshi did a year back. With a scrutinizing gaze, she says, "I can work with this." Satoshi smiles. Izuku shakes in his shoes. Unexpectedly, Midoriya Inko agrees to Izuku's new venture easily, completely willing to pay for the gym membership. The rest of the summer is normal for the most part, but now Izuku visits the gym 3 times a week to torture himself for 3 hours. Zing is an excellent but relentless teacher, bending Izuku into shape, sometimes literally. It's exhausting, but it's a challenge like nothing he's seen before, and Izuku never backs down from a challenge. When fall rolls around, the first thing Izuku does is sign up for a special ancient literature program the library has started. The program doesn't take up much time, only hosting meetings once every 2 weeks, and is based around examining writings from the time of the Romans and even before them. Kaken calls him a FANG nerd when he catches news of it but doesn't do anything else. "You're the first person I've met who's been able to figure out Latin this quickly," Professor Mickey comments as she spreads out the day's translation onto the table. The program is difficult, but Izuku appreciates a good challenge every now and then. Besides, Latin is a very structured language with easily decipherable patterns. The program has no definite end, allowing participants to sign up and come and go as they wish. Izuku is one of the participants that chooses to come every meeting, which has made him quite familiar with Professor Miki, the program coordinator. One day, Professor Miki waves him over to one of the library's storage rooms. Izuku follows behind curiously. The first thing Izuku does when he enters the room is sneeze. He can feel the dust lingering in the air. Professor Miki smiles, amused, and flicks on the lights. Welcome to the library's restricted section. The triumphant tone in Professor Miki's voice is the complete opposite of the overwhelming shock that passes over Izuku. Since when did the library even have a restricted section? Shelves line every wall of the room, which is much larger than Izuku first expected. One large, round table is placed in the center of the room. Crates, boxes, and display cases take up all the space on the shelves. All in all, the room looks like it's really important and highly confidential. Izuku tries not to faint. Professor Miki explains that she believes Izuku is near prodigious in his ability to translate ancient scripts. After some deliberation, the head of research at the university that the library's a part of has given special access to Izuku. Essentially, the head of research has allowed him to work with ancient scripts in hopes of being able to decipher them. He has also offered to pay Izuku what a co-op student would normally receive under one condition, that Izuku lends his brains to an active project twice a week. "Oh my god," is Izuku's response. "You'll be great," Professor Miki says confidently. Izuku chooses to accept the offer mainly out of shock and an inability to say no. Another birthday comes and goes, with just as many, if not more presents as last year. The big 12 that Aki draws on his arm with permanent marker washes off after a few days. When summer rolls around, Izuku switches back to his dog-sitting schedule, though he does cut it in half to make time to do research at the library. He's starting to think he might actually be sort of gifted in ancient texts, because a group of university students stared as he pieced together a rather complex hypothesis a week back over a Babylonian script. Izuku has never seen university students cry out of happiness. It's sort of scary. And so Izuku's last year of elementary school passes without much fanfare. His hospital visits are still chaotic as always. Dog-sitting is a fun and reliable way to get some pocket change, and ancient scripts rack at his brain every week. He visits the gym twice a week rather than 3 times because he doesn't hate himself. Speaking of scary, Izuku started to realize that his body is starting to look fit. Instead of being a stick with limp noodles for arms and legs, Izuku's starting to fill out, more lithe than muscular. It makes sense, given his constant dog walking, exploring, and training. It's a welcome yet terrifying change. A new school year means a new school. Junior high is different from elementary in terms of academic importance and homework load, but the people are pretty much the same. Kaken ends up in the same class as him, which is sort of annoying, but not unbearable. Izuku's quirklessness is a well-known fact, so the bullying that Izuku experiences is fully within his expectations. When a group of Kaken's lackeys, not including Kaken himself, corners him at the back of the school, Izuku doesn't hold back. If he wants people to stop targeting him, then he's got to prove that he's not someone who can easily be made into a target. The lackeys' quirks are much stronger than the quirks Izuku faced back in elementary school, but the people are all the same. They fall, bleed, and break the same. Izuku sends the 3 lackeys home bruised and bleeding without having suffered many injuries himself. Apparently the baton Satoshi gave to him for his 11th birthday is indestructible or something, because it isn't even remotely scratched up even after being smashed over the bullies' heads. The bullies stay away from him after that. Word starts to spread around the school that he's some sort of delinquent who beats people up with a baton. Normally, such a label would be insulting. Instead, Izuku finds himself taking advantage of the distance his classmates are giving him. He's never been one to make conversation with his bullies anyway. All in all, Izuku's first year of junior high consists of a lot of extracurricular activities, a larger workload than he'd like, and the typical bullshit that life likes to throw at him. His friendship with Kaken is more strained than ever, with both of them avoiding each other as much as possible. After several years, Izuku's gotten used to his increasingly busy schedule. He flip-flops between his school schedule, which he uses for most of the year, and his vacation schedule, which is a monster of a schedule. August, December, and March are by far the busiest months of the year, though August is particularly bad. Izuku's second year of junior high kicks off without anybody bothering or teasing him. In fact, people go out of their way to avoid him. It's sort of nice. There's always a nice, private corner of the library to take advantage of. When summer vacation rolls around, something feels different. It's difficult to put a finger on it, so Izuku lives his life normally. There's something about the air that hangs a bit differently than before, but the feeling is indescribable. Eventually, Izuku decides he's probably overthinking it. Everything's going well. His campaign is proceeding nicely, dog-sitting business is booming, translating scripts has been proceeding smoothly, and training is getting easier and easier. In fact, Izuku decides to put his knowledge of the city to use, volunteering everywhere he can. He gets a lot more smiles as he makes his way through the city from that point onward. It happens like this. One particularly heavy-feeling September night. Izuku makes his way to the university library to help the co-op students translate a passage found on a Roman tablet. The night begins normally. Izuku greets the students and Professor Mickey, setting his belongings down on a chair. All he does is hover around and answer questions while doing his homework. An hour into the session, the students tell him they'll be going on break. Izuku nods, returning to his English homework. It's hilariously easy compared to Latin. A glint out of the corner of his eye catches his attention. Izuku pauses, looking up. What was that? A moment passes before Izuku returns to his papers. Then, just as he looks down, the glint returns. This pattern repeats for a good 5 minutes before Izuku decides to investigate whatever piece of equipment has started malfunctioning. Strangely enough, everything seems to be working just fine. As he walks past a crate of books, something bright flashes. That's weird. Did someone put a camera in the crate? Izuku digs through the crate to find the source of the flashing. When he reaches the bottom of the crate, all he sees is a thick pink book with gold bindings. The quality is really good. A gold star with wings is emblazoned onto pink leather alongside a large sun sigil. The clasp is shaped like a wing. It looks really expensive and new, which begs the question, what's it doing in the restricted section? After a moment of indecision, Izuku decides to take the book to the front desk. Actually, there's a name on the book, Sakura. Maybe he can ask Professor Mickey if anyone named Sakura forgot their very nice and expensive book. Curiously, Izuku opens the clasp and flips the front over back. To his surprise, the book doesn't actually have any pages. Instead, it has a hollow compartment where a deck of cards lie in. The cards are longer than normal playing cards and seem to be decorated intricately with pictures and patterns. Izuku picks up the top card, reading the name underneath the picture. Windy. An enormous gust of wind starts inexplicably and rips past Izuku. With a yelp of surprise, he drops the books and backs away, covering his face. The gale blows violently past him, almost bringing him to his knees. What the hell? When he opens his eyes, the book lies on the floor in front of him, the compartment empty. The only card that remains is one in his hand, Windy. No. Man, what a rude awakening. A high-pitched voice laced with irritation breaks through Izuku's shock-induced silence. The scene is reminiscent of a horror movie. Izuku turns around very slowly. In front of him, a strange yellow bear creature with wings floats in front of him. It takes a moment for either of them to say anything. "Oh my God," Izuku says. The creature doesn't seem to understand the severity of the situation, quirking up an eyebrow in response. Izuku has just lost a probably very expensive deck of cards that belonged to someone else. Oh God. He can never return. He'll have to fake his death and live out the rest of his life in a remote village in Nepal. "Oh my God," Izuku repeats, his face in his hands. The plush creature seems to ignore him, giving him a little salute. "Hey newbie. Good morning to you too." So the thing can talk. That's pretty. Izuku has to take a few deep breaths before speaking. What's going on? For you? Why does this always happen to me? Despite his best efforts to keep his hysteria under control, his voice lilts up an octave. Typical. The creature huffs, dropping down onto the table. It crosses its arms, a slight frown on its hilariously toy-like features. No need to get so riled up, newbie. The creature then bounces up to Izuku. What's your name? He's talking to a toy. He's gone insane. I'm Midoriya Izuku, he says, because why not? The toy brightens after Izuku introduces himself. Pounding a tiny fist on its tiny chest, the toy puffs up with a triumphant expression. Nice to meet you, Izuku. I'm Kerberos, the beast of the seal. The beast of the seal. Normally, Izuku would break into hysterical laughter, and by God, he's this close, but the pieces then fall together in his head. So maybe the beast part is a little dramatic, but the seal part. The cards definitely aren't normal cards, maybe the result of a quirk? Nonetheless, they're a madman's creation, because apparently they can summon giant gusts of wind with a single verbal command. There had been a clamp on the book, right? But it popped open so easily. Izuku is in such a deep breath that it causes Kerberos to give him a strange look. The beast of the seal. You were sealing away those cards. The plush thinks it over for a second before replying with a shrug. Not really, but that's not too far from it, so yeah. No. Izuku wrings his hands together as best as he can with a card between his fingers. Then you should probably know that they're kind of all gone now. There's an almost comical moment of silence that passes by as the two stare each other down. For a moment, the only noise in the room is the soft whirring of computers. Then, bluntly, what? That's it. Izuku is dead. His soul has ascended to whatever otherworldly realm souls go to after death. He's definitely not overreacting, because the blank look Kerberos is giving him somehow conveys so much surprise and so much disappointment at the same time. Izuku opens his mouth to reply, but nothing comes out. He clears his throat violently before trying again. I opened the book and a really strong breeze blew them all away. He manages to stutter out, running his fingers over the edge of the card. Now that Izuku gets a better look at the card, he realizes that the details are much more intricate than a normal collectible. A golden star, moon, and sun are lined up on the equator on top of some sort of spell circle. The entire card is a light shade of pink, which is a pretty nice color. Yes, what a nice color. With a long-suffering sigh, Kerberos puts a palm to his face. You called out windy, didn't you? Yeah. Izuku raises the card in his hands for emphasis. Kerberos smacks himself on the forehead before angrily walking in small circles. He kicks a pencil out of his way as he paces. Note to self, stop putting windy on top of all the other cards. The panic, which had been held in place by a slowly collapsing dam, decides it's a good time to attack Izuku all at once. Spreading his hands helplessly, Izuku looks imploringly at Kerberos. Look, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to lose them. Without thinking, Izuku says, I'll get them back. Hang on, what? Clearly 3 years haven't taught Izuku anything about denying people. Then again, he did sort of lose every single one of somebody's expensive-looking cards but one, so he has a good reason this time. Probably. Kerberos laughs. Oh, I know you will. You're the new Cardcaptor, and you're starting off just like the old one. Intelligently, Izuku says, huh. Somehow, in the span of 10 minutes, Izuku's life has managed to flip itself on its head and march off in a completely different direction. A toy named Kerberos is calling him a Cardcaptor, and it sounds like he's just unknowingly sold his soul away. Later on, Izuku will look back on this encounter and laugh. Humble beginnings result in the greatest endings. Kerberos sighs, shaking his head. He motions to the book the Izuku dropped and floats back into the air, tail swaying behind his small body. Grab that book and that card, kid. We have a lot to talk about. So you're telling me that you live in a world where superpowers are the norm? Kerberos, who has repeatedly requested to be called Karo, hums, a thoughtful expression on his cartoonish features. Why is Karo the one that's confused? That's not fair. Izuku has no idea what's going on. And you're telling me that magic is real? Izuku laughs, a tone higher than he'd like. The card he apparently summoned, Windy, lies on top of the thick pink book. It's nothing short of a miracle that Izuku was able to clean up the room and smuggle out a giant book without being caught. Luckily, the students and Mickey trust him to an incredible extent. Izuku just took advantage his peers' trust in him to steal something extremely valuable off campus. Now, both Karo and himself are safely conversing in his room, where Izuku can have an internal meltdown without anyone asking if he needs help. The concept of quirks has stumped Karo, who mumbles something about a person called Clow in parallel dimensions. It makes Izuku's head hurt, so he decides to flip to a new page in his notebook and write off the nerves. As Izuku taps his mechanical pencil against his hand, Karo asks, "So these quirk things are biological?" With a small huff, the plush turns the page of one of Izuku's many hero notebooks. "They sure look like magic to me." Now this is territory Izuku's comfortable with. "There's nothing magical about it," he answers, trying to sketch out Windy as accurately as possible. The quirk factor is what allows quirks to function. It's basically all parts of the quirk, like bodily features or special receptor cells and things like that. Karo seems unimpressed, but decides to accept the new information anyway. Hopping over to Izuku's desk, Hiro slaps a hand on Windy. "Well, magic or not, you're the new Cardcaptor." The plush flashes Izuku a bright smile, as if it's something to celebrate. Izuku is very, very close to tearing his hair out. For the last time, what is a Cardcaptor? The explanation Karo offers answers his questions while simultaneously spawning twice as many. Apparently Izuku's the chosen Cardcaptor, master of the Sakura cards, which are magical cards that contain spirits with an incredible range of abilities. Since Windy blew them all away, it's now Izuku's job to seal them away before they can cause too much damage. After Karo's speech, Izuku feels faint. The pendant necklace that was in the book is apparently some sort of staff that Izuku's supposed to wave around and seal the cards with. Feebly, he picks up the necklace and pokes at the pendant. It's shaped somewhat like a parrot head with wings on both sides. The sheer absurdity of the situation makes Izuku want to laugh hysterically and then curl up into a ball and cry. At least the staff's green. Soon enough, Izuku decides that denying what's right in front of his eyes is a fruitless task. Long-sufferingly he asks, "How do I use the cards?" Karo grins. "It's real easy. All you gotta do is chant the magic phrase, tap the card with the wand, and bam! He makes an exploding effect with his tiny arms, flying up in the air a little. It's all good to go." Izuku jots down everything Karo's saying in his notebook, regardless of how weird it sounds. And what exactly is the magic phrase? There's a slight hesitation before Karo speaks. The toy puts a hand to his chin. "I dunno." Inhaling as deeply as possible, Izuku pauses. "Why?" is all he can manage to get out through gritted teeth. It's been some time since the last Cardcaptor was active, and besides, the chant changes with every Cardcaptor, Karo replies, yawning. The nonchalant tone is like a hammer to Izuku's head. How can Karo be so calm? Both of them are in situations they're very uncomfortable with, so how? Karo and Izuku sit in silence until the plush slams a fist into his other hand. "Oh wait, I know something that might help." Izuku sits up immediately. "What is it?" Looking around, Karo floats upward and starts circling around the room as if he's looking for something. Eventually, he turns around and asks, "Hey, do you have some sort of crystal on hand?" He does, actually. Izuku opens 3 drawers before finding a box full of random glass trinkets that people have gifted to him over the years. Choosing the plainest one possible, he lifts it up. "Is this okay?" Karo's brows furrow, but he nods. "It'll have to do. Bring it here." Izuku places the glass diamond on the desk gently before pulling up a chair and waiting for whatever conversation is in store next. It turns out that magic is really, really weird. The plush explains that there are 3 strands of magic, all astrology-based, for some reason: sun, moon, and star. Star magic is the neutral ground between sun and moon magic, with an even mastery over both of the other strands. The previous Cardcaptor, Sakura, had star magic, according to Karo. All the Sakura cards are aligned under either moon or sun magic, so having star magic seems like the best all-rounder way to go. "Let's test what type of magic you have." Karo gives Izuku's hand a nudge toward the crystal. "Cup your hands around the crystal and focus. We'll see what color pops up and judge from there." It's weird and sort of uncomfortable, but Izuku obeys nonetheless. Closing his eyes, he envisions the energy in his body flowing into the crystal like little tubes. It's only when he hears something crack that he opens his eyes. Surprisingly, Karo also seems a bit shocked. The crack came from the glass diamond, which unfortunately now has a large crevice running down the side. Inside the crystal, a silver cloud has formed. Moon magic, Karo confirms, poking at the cracked crystal with a small limb. But what's that mean for me? Karo sits down in front of the crystal, whose silver hue is fading. You see, all the Sakura cards are aligned under a certain magic type, either moon or sun. The last Cardcaptor used star magic, so her magic was spread pretty evenly over all the cards. That makes sense. A deck that's split in half between sun and moon, with star being the neutral ground over all of them. Izuku quickly scribbles down some more notes. Then I'll have the advantage of having some stronger cards and some weaker cards because of my moon alignment, he hypothesizes, peeking over at Karo. That's right. You catch on real quick. The plush nods happily, rolling the crystal out of the way. Hold on. If Izuku's alignment is moon magic, that means he has magic. It's not a quirk, but it's basically a substitute with very similar features. Should he treat his magic like a quirk? Then? What if he accidentally uses it and injures someone? Children who just receive their quirks tend to hurt themselves or others frequently during the first year and a half. If that's the case, then Izuku can't risk hurting anyone around him. Karo said that the Sakura cards were created by mixing Eastern and Western magic, so there ought to be some books or articles online he can read. The half-half split probably means that half of the deck will respond to Izuku more strongly than the other deck, which he's going to have to take into consideration. Also, does moon magic become stronger at night, or is it just a decorative name? Maybe. You're mumbling, kid, Karo says, an eyebrow quirked. Reddening, Izuku wrings his hands. Sorry, he apologizes. It's a bad habit. There's a moment of silence where Karo seems to look at Izuku with a new sense of clarity. Suddenly, the plush's head jerks up sharply and toward the window. There's a faint buzzing noise that sounds like a combination of static and wind chimes, which catches Izuku's attention. It's so faint that Izuku can barely hear it over the sound of traffic outside. Karo says, "Let's go capture a card." What? Is Izuku's intelligent response. Pointing at the window, Karo grins. You felt that, right? A sort of buzzing feeling. It was more of a sound than a feeling, but okay. Yes, Izuku replies hesitantly. Karo nods his small head, as if confirming his own thoughts. That's the feeling you get when a Sakura card's nearby. The plush then waves to the television. How about you check, just to make sure? The television turns on with a small click. The news channel that Izuku always watches, Hero Report, is currently screaming something about breaking news and a sudden villain appearance downtown. Some sort of giant bird creature is shown swooping down along the high-rise buildings downtown, shattering windows and throwing cars around. Screaming wind rips into anything that isn't firmly attached to the ground, creating a pseudo-tornado of sorts. Two pro-heroes are on the scene, Riding Hood and Gale, both relatively new to the field. It's sort of horrifying, watching Riding Hood get tossed up against a building so hard that the wall around her body crumbles. She doesn't get back up. Gale, a hero whose quirk is literally based on controlling wind currents, is knocked into an office building by an enormous blast of wind and doesn't reappear. The police are on the scene, driving the civilians back and calling for reinforcements. It's not a good scene. Oh, ouch, Karo winces as he watches the creature wreak havoc. I don't remember Fly being that aggressive. The heroes must have really done a number on it. Oh my god, Izuku says. He's been saying that a lot in the past couple of hours. Nudging Izuku's hand eagerly, Karo points at the television. That's what I mean by sealing them before they cause too much trouble. We're a bit late with this one, but we'll have to work with it. Get moving. Izuku looks at the screen, then looks at Karo. He looks back at the screen, and back to Karo again. There's a problem here. I don't want to be a vigilante. The laugh Karo gives him is infuriating and panic-inducing at the same time. Vigilante? No, you're a Cardcaptor. This is your job. My job as a civilian is to leave it to the pro heroes, Izuku insists, pressing down his pencil so hard that the graphite breaks. The most he's ever done is give small-time villains the wrong directions to walk them straight into a competent hero. There was that one time where Izuku taunted a villain and purposely ran straight into a hero, but he's never had to face something like this. Let me tell you something, newbie. Floating down and onto the desk, Karo picks up the windy card and throws it into the air. The card stays suspended, twirling around in slow circles. Magic isn't anything to mess around with. Only one person every generation can use the Sakura cards, and you're that person. You said earlier that quirks weren't magic, right? Quirks are effective on quirks. Magic is effective on magic. Just like how people can get hurt by quirks, they can also get hurt by magic. Here's where things differ. The Sakura cards are literal embodiments of magic. They're made so that they can only be sealed by magic. If someone else in the world was a mage, they probably could have put up a good fight. But here we are, in a world with non-magical quirks, and you're the only one who can use magic. So, Karo concludes, staring Izuku in the eye with a fire that Izuku's only noticing now. What's your choice? A choice? Does Izuku even have a choice? All the points Karo brought up make sense. Riding Hood and Gale are both skilled heroes in combat, albeit lacking experience. Even Gale, a hero known for incredible battle potential, was brought down with a single strike from, what was it? Fly. There were a lot of cards in that book. This card certainly won't be the last capture Izuku will have to perform. It's not fair. Izuku only learned to be a bit more confident in himself and his abilities recently, with his increased community involvement. He has people who he's proud to call friends that he'd say yes to without a second thought. He has friends who could be attacked by something like that. Ultimately, it's Izuku's lack of self-preservation, boundless self-sacrifice, and sheer panic that makes the decision for him. I have to do this, Izuku rasps out, his hands clenched firmly together. It feels like his tongue has swollen to twice the size and his heart is lodged in. Karo pats Izuku's arm with a soft expression. You're a good kid, he soothes. We'll make you into the best cardcaptor anyone's ever seen. Izuku says, okay. After a few minutes pass and Izuku can feel his fingers again, Karo picks up the pendant, struggling to do so with his tiny stature, and hobbles over to Izuku. Now, the plush says, clapping his hands together, let's go seal a card. It takes Izuku a few minutes to come up with an excuse as to why he's going out at such a late time of night. Eventually, he tells his mother that Miki wants to talk to him about an urgent matter regarding the university. Midoriya Inko, worried, sends her son on his way, but not without a promise to call if anything happens. Izuku slings a small backpack over his shoulder, with Karo sitting safely in a side pocket. Windy and the pendant are both held in his hands, a testament to how nervous he really is. The buses have been put on hold due to flies storming through downtown, so Izuku grabs the only method of transportation he has on hand, a skateboard that Satoshi gave to him, mostly as a joke. It became less of a joke after Izuku figured out how to whip down the streets with his impeccable balance. Karo instructs him to follow the buzzing feeling. If Izuku focuses hard enough, he can sort of tone out all noise except for the ringing, which is something he had no idea he could do. By the time Izuku and Karo make it to the scene, the damage has spread several blocks. A large blockade of police surrounds the area, making it difficult to get a good look on what's going on. 3 more heroes have been called on the scene, but none of them appear to be making any progress. A column of water assaults the creature, but the effectiveness of the attack is about equal to a squirt gun. Subsequent attacks do little damage, although they do keep Fly back and away from the civilians. It's impossible to analyze the situation at ground level. Luckily, Izuku knows his way around the district, so he slips into an alleyway between a clinic and a boutique. 2 minutes later, he's on top of one of the taller buildings in the neighborhood. Fly is much more intimidating up close. Karo pops out of the bag, choosing to float at Izuku's side. Even he seems shocked when he sees Fly. Wow, Karo whistles, hands on his hips. Fly's definitely more powerful than I remember it being. No kidding. The creature easily towers over every single one of the high-rise buildings. Despite its elegant, swan-like appearance, Fly is capable of swatting away any projectile attack like it's nothing but a bother. Physical attacks do little on such a large creature. It's clear why the heroes are getting desperate. Izuku only realizes he's shaking all over when the card almost slips out of his hand. Karo, noticing Izuku's reaction, lowers down to sit on his shoulder. Would a rundown make you feel better? There's a clear awkwardness in Karo's voice as he asks the question. It's the most considerate thing anyone's ever asked Izuku. Nodding, Izuku takes a deep breath. Yes, please. Relief passes over Karo's surprisingly expressive features. It looks like explaining things is something he's comfortable with. Then let's do this before 3 more heroes get smushed. First up, that's Fly, as I've already mentioned. Usually gentle, but gets real angry and vicious when you poke at it too hard. Both Karo and Izuku wince as one of the heroes gets an energy ball ricocheted back into her face. As you can see, there's nothing Izuku can really do except for wince and nod. You're gonna stop Windy's rampage, Karo says as if it's the absolute truth. His confidence is both flattering and nerve-wracking. Gripping the pendant with all his might, Izuku raises his head upward to face the disaster before him. An entire street's been swept into shambles by Fly's temper tantrum. The potential for more damage to be done is very, very high. Let's do this. The plush's face splits into a wide grin. Then hold out that pendant, and let's see what you've got. Relaxing his grip, Izuku lets the pendant dangle from the chain. The moment the pendant falls, it detaches from the chain and floats in the air, surrounded by a thin veil of silver dust. A bright flash emanates from the pendant, blinding even when compared to the thousands of lights from screens and boards. Something is knocked loose in Izuku's head. The moon, the sun, the stars, all in harmony with one another. What's your wish? What will you pay for it? A price, of course. You've paid your price. Your very fate is your price. Greatness for greatness. You're lucky I'm even accepting this offer. They don't call me the for nothing. You're willing to sponsor the boy? Are you sure? It appears that this power will never remain in one world for long. Do you see yourself in him, or you do just enjoy an underdog story? No, don't. Your price is paid, and the deal is made. This is it, child. This power is yours. Master of the cards, should you ever seek to call upon your rightful power, remember these words. As the bell-like voice resonates within the corridors of Izuku's mind, his lips echo the words in sync. Key that hides the power of the moon, show your true form before me. I, Deku, command you under our contract. Release. A brilliant light even brighter than the one preceding it blasts through the night sky. Even more luminous is the enormous spell circle that turns slowly beneath Izuku's feet. A large star accompanied by a crescent moon and the glowing sun are planted firmly in the center of the surrounding sigils. When Izuku's eyes snap open, he sees a new world. The night sky, once decorated with faint glimmers of stars millions of light years away, dances with bursts of color otherwise invisible to the naked eye. Galaxies and supernovas so unimaginably far away bloom in the dark emptiness, unfurling into glorious creations of ether and dust. Each and every source of light, artificial or natural, hums with a pulsating aura, creating a mosaic of electronic heartbeats as the countless billboards and signs hum with energy. Attached to each person are faint silver and gold strings that weave through the air and dance with every motion. Trees, water, nature sings in a way Izuku has never heard before, all chimes and calm echoes. This is magic, Izuku thinks to himself, eyes wide, taking in the new landscape around him. After a moment of quiet shock, he shakes himself out of his stupor. He has a job to do. In front of Izuku, the pendant has transformed into a staff of sorts, retaining the same features, but now roughly the size of a baton. Izuku isn't sure what spurs him on to snatch the staff out of the air and spin in between his hands. It's more to comfort himself than to look cool. Familiarity is good. Yes, familiarity is excellent. Karo stares at him with the brightest smile Izuku's ever seen. Now that kid is what I'm talking about. He then pauses. What's up with Deku, though? It takes a moment for Izuku to briefly explain the background of where his nickname came from, etc., etc. After he's done, Kero bursts into laughter. You took the name your childhood bully gave you and made it into your official bestowing name, Kero cackles, holding his stomach. If you can do that, you can face anything. Speaking of facing anything, it doesn't sound like the heroes are having a fun time dealing with Fly. Not only that, but the light show he just put on has probably attracted some attention. The circle, now much smaller, though still taking up the entirety of the rooftop, rotates around his feet. The bell-like voice has somewhat faded from his mind, but when Izuku focuses, he can hear the faintest of whispers, guiding his hand. Maybe he really has gone insane. Izuku raises the card into the air between his fingers. Windy, heed my call. Wind rips past Izuku's hand as the card dissolves into the figure of a slender woman with long, trailing hair. Her body is the wind itself, corporeal in perception only. With Izuku's new vision, he can see green, silk-like threads trailing off her fingertips only to disappear with the breeze. Standing on the edge of the building to get a better look at the situation, Izuku spots two more heroes down. Only one remains standing, and she's beginning to look very worn down, her costume in tatters, gold and silver strings hanging limp. Fly is at least 2 blocks down, though its incredible size means that it can easily travel several blocks in the span of a few seconds. Even the police appear to be on the verge of panic, understandable, given that the main residential area is only 7 blocks away. Izuku needs to move, and he needs to move fast. Windy, bring me to safety across the buildings. Immediately after giving the command, Izuku takes a running start and leaps off to the roof. Kero yelps, barely managing to snatch onto the back of the bag as a gust of wind springboards them above and across the street and onto the roof of the opposite building. So that's a thing that Izuku can do now. The pointing and yelling down below signals that Izuku has attracted quite a bit of attention now. By some miracle, Izuku is able to tune out the unwanted attention if he focuses enough. Izuku isn't sure when he became able to do that. It's incredibly helpful. Kero's voice rings out through Izuku's empty mindscape. You're really a natural kid. Not only have you figured out Windy, you can see now, can't you? Floating up to eye level, the plush stares into Izuku's pupils. Apparently he sees something that he likes because he beams, puffing his chest out. There it is, the tiny crescent moon in your eye. Congrats, kid. This is what the real world looks like. Well, the real world looks like it's going to be very flat if we don't stop Fly. Izuku snarks, tightening his grip on the staff. Windy hovers next to him, patiently awaiting orders. There's no time to waste. With another running start, Izuku leaps across the next street, then the next and the next. He stumbles halfway through a leap, but Windy catches him, supporting his next steps with bursts of wind to ensure he doesn't end up as a splatter on the pavement. Meanwhile, civilians point and call at him. Their voices are all surprise and anxiety, gold and silver strings tense, waiting to see what happens next. So, it's a hero they want? Izuku's the closest thing they've got. As Izuku approaches the towering creature, the buzzing in his head grows louder and louder. Surrounding Fly is an incredible cloud of wind and silver dust, though when Izuku blinks hard, he sees only wind. It's clear that Fly senses Izuku as well, because it turns around and narrows its beady red eyes. Jump! Kero's shout startles Izuku into commanding Windy to throw him up high, high into the air. One of Fly's wings swipes fiercely underneath him. The wind from the attack sends a few cars flying. Oh my god, Izuku screams internally, vaulting over Fly's gargantuan body to land on a particularly tall tower. A high-pitched curse draws Izuku's attention to Kero. We can't keep stalling like this, the plush comments grimly. Even now, Izuku can feel his energy dwindling. All creatures desire to be cradled, the bell-like voice in his head offers. Such is the nature of the moon. Cradle it. Izuku's voice comes out as little more than a whisper, but Kero's ears perk up anyway. Whoever that voice is, they're certainly very helpful. If you have an idea, do what you think is right, Kero supplies, tail swishing anxiously as he watches Fly bat away the last hero into a truck. It's not about what's right anymore. It's about making sure no one else gets hurt. Climbing onto the edge of the tower, Izuku faces Fly and stares it down. The creature screeches, preparing to bat its wings for another wind attack. Windy, heed my call, Izuku commands, raising his staff into the air, where it releases a blinding pulse of silver light. The bells whisper in his ear, providing him with the words he seeks. Under the name of your new master, Deku, become a binding chain. Windy shoots forward without a moment's hesitation, splitting into ribbon-like strands of wind. Dancing around Fly's body, the ribbons loop around its wings, torso, and deck. With a sudden snap, the ribbons pull taut, sealing Fly's movements. The creature makes a few feeble attempts to wiggle free, but is unable to escape Windy's bindings. Now's your chance. Karo dances eagerly in his spot, motioning vigorously at the incapacitated Fly. Go, go, go! Izuku nods and quickly makes his way down the building, leaping from window to window. The police, having spotted him, yell at him to stay back, but none of them make any attempts to approach Fly. Fly makes a few small noises, only audible when Izuku focuses his senses. Instead of the harsh screeching Fly had been making just a few moments ago, Izuku hears sad trilling, followed by a keening noise. It's just confused and hurt, Izuku realizes. An otherwise gentle card, pushed to the brink by heroes who thought they were doing good. Izuku takes a deep breath. That's why he's here, right? To put an end to this confusion and chaos. Fly, I command you return to your form confined. Once again, bells speak in Izuku's mind, providing him with what he needs. Twirling the staff between his hands, Izuku slams it down onto Fly. Seal! The magic circle bursts forth beneath Izuku as Fly sends out pulsating beats of magic. With one last blast of light, Fly's enormous form disappears, and a card floats into Izuku's hands. Silence reigns as civilians, police, and heroes stare. Then, noise overtakes everything. The police begin to make their way toward Izuku, telling him to stay where he is. Civilians are beginning to edge their way past the blockade while reporters eagerly swarm forward, cameras at the ready. Let's leave the congratulations for later, Karo suggests. For now, let's get out of here with that new card of yours. Izuku's all for getting out of this horrible, horrible situation. Holding up the newly obtained card, he shouts, Fly, heed my call. Under the name of your new master, Deku, get me out of here. Wings sprout from the top of Izuku's staff, tripping his feet out from underneath him. With a small yelp, Izuku snags the staff in both hands and pushes firmly off the ground, shooting straight up into the night sky. A trail of silver follows Izuku as he soars atop his staff above the buildings, but he knows that no one else will be able to see them. With the lights of the mess he's left behind him, Izuku feels a grin rise to his features. This is his power and his burden, but God, does it feel free? What do you think, Tsukachi? Massaging his temples, Tsukachi sighs as he tears his eyes away from the files in front of him. I think, he begins slowly, that last night was a disaster on levels unseen before. In front of him, an emaciated Toshinori Yagi frowns, pulling up a chair to sit across from Tsukachi's desk. The former offers the latter a cup of coffee, which Tsukachi accepts gratefully. It's been a very long day. Just yesterday, an unknown villain with no discernible profile, motives, or connections destroyed 4 blocks of the central downtown district and somehow managed to take down 5 professional heroes without any trouble. Then, out of nowhere, an unnamed vigilante subdued the villain within 5 minutes. It's a very surreal situation. Toshinori shakes his head, gripping his own coffee mug tightly. I am partially to blame for the widespread damage, he says as if he's gritting his teeth together. If only I hadn't used my time so liberally. Your liberal use of time is the reason why we were able to defuse a major hostage situation, Tsukachi offers. It's very like the Pillar of Peace, to take blame himself for things out of his control. Skimming through the files, he pulls out one very interesting piece of information and slides it across the desk. Besides, the damage is a variable that we can control. This new vigilante, however. For some reason, nobody on the scene was able to obtain a clear picture or description of the vigilante. Even live broadcasts of the incident show some sort of cloud or static around the vigilante's features, suggesting quirk usage. The best reference image the police were able to retrieve was of one of the vigilante's mid-air tumbles, demonstrating their physical prowess and surprisingly small stature. In that case, Tsukachi thinks, brows furrowing, what on earth was with that wind and those wings? Toshinori examines the files carefully, eyes passing over every word. After a brief moment of silence, he hands the files back with a frustrated expression. It's a reaction to be expected from the #1 hero. While so many professional heroes failed to even scratch the villain, one lone vigilante took hold of the situation in the span of a few short minutes. What do we know about this vigilante? Not much, Tsukachi admits. We were unable to trace a name or a face, much less any potential motives. The only information we've got to work off of is his quirk, which we assume to be some sort of very specific wind manipulation. Placing his mug on the table, Toshinori leans forward with a glint in his eye. That doesn't explain the light show or the obscuration, he comments, an underlying message in his voice. It's something Tsukachi considered, but disregarded. You think that the vigilante has more than one quirk? It's a possibility, Toshinori insists. Tsukachi can't tell if Toshinori's automatic assumption that the vigilante is working with all for one is helpful or detrimental. Organizing the files back into a neat pile, Tsukachi sighs. It's a possibility, but it's more likely that the vigilante was working with a group. Lifting the mug to his lips, Tsukachi spends a good 5 seconds chugging down the coffee. Don't worry about it too much. We're keeping a close eye on any activity that resembles the vigilantes, and I'll brief you whenever something new happens. Stretching his limbs, Tsukachi stands and yawns. All-nighters are a frequent occurrence in his line of work, which is a very irritating but a necessary evil. Last night had been a flurry of panic and activity, split between relocating civilians, closing off an entire block for investigation, and collecting as much intel as possible. Don't overthink it too much, Tsukachi offers in response to Toshinori's silence, packing his belongings. We'll handle it. As far as we know, this is an isolated event with no connections to any major underground groups. If we need pro-heroes on the case, we'll call it in. In the meantime, take it easy. Toshinori snorts. I could say the same to you. You look like death. Excuse you, I happen to be the very image of immaculacy. Tsukachi turns to look at himself in the mirror. Those eye bags are much more prominent than he expected. All-nighters truly are miserable. Most of the time. Laughing lightly, Toshinori slaps a hand on Tsukachi's back. If you need any help, call me in, he says, before heading off to do his duties as the pillar of peace. Villains are tough enough to deal with, but now vigilantes have been thrown into the equation. It's going to be an interesting ride. Oh my God, is the first thing Izuku says when he wakes up the next morning. Why is everything so sore? What did he do? Sprint a marathon up the tallest tower in the city and trip all the way down. He's sore in places that he didn't even know someone could be sore in. Luckily, it happens to be a Saturday, so Izuku gets to sleep in a little later than usual before. Going to train with Zing. Izuku's train of thought chugs casually off a cliff. No. He's going to die. A loud yawn from Izuku's bedside table alerts him to the fact that there is, in fact, someone else in his room. Turning to get a better view, Izuku watches as a small, winged, yellow stuffed animal crawls out of a drawer and sleepily floats onto the table. There's a moment of silence before Izuku speaks. I was banking on the fact that everything that happened last night was a very vivid dream. Karo snorts, closing the drawer with his tail. That's what the last Cardcaptor said too. It's a lot to take in at once, huh? That doesn't even begin to summarize things, but okay. Very slowly and painfully, Izuku drags himself out of his covers and over to his closet, where he takes about 5 minutes to put a shirt on due to the fact that he can't quite lift his arms right. Karo helps out in what ways he can, lifting small things into Izuku's bag as they prepare for the day. After Izuku gets dressed, he swings his backpack over his shoulder and hobbles into the kitchen. His mother probably won't react very well to a sentient toy, so Kero sits quietly inside the bag. Midoriya Inko smiles brightly when Izuku sits down at the kitchen table. Good morning, Izuku. She places breakfast on the table, untying her apron. How did your meeting with Professor Mickey go? I was so worried, thinking you'd get caught up in that mess downtown. The irony is depressing and hilarious at the same time. It was fine, Mom, Izuku replies, focusing intently on his food. God, why is he so bad at lying? She just wanted to talk about a breakthrough one of the university students made. The look Inko gives Izuku is easily identifiable as the I am your mother and I can read you like a book, so I know there are things you aren't telling me, but I can tell you're not comfortable, so I'm not going to pry look. Instead, Midoriya Inko makes light conversation about the latest heroes, Izuku's activities, and school. Izuku loves his mother. After finishing breakfast, Izuku snatches his bag and his skateboard to head off into town. Have a nice day, Izuku. His mother waves him off as Izuku makes his way down the stairs. Oh, this was a bad idea. Oh, this was such a bad idea. Kero floats out after a minute or so, hovering next to Izuku's shoulder. The look on his face clearly shows that he has no idea why Izuku's putting himself through the torture of walking down 9 flights of stairs when he can barely walk normally. Izuku explains that Zing said it was good casual training and ordered, that he take the stairs whenever possible. But I don't get why everything hurts so much, Izuku whines, grasping onto the railing for dear life. Every time he takes a step, his legs do this weird thing where they straighten out and try to collapse backward as if he's a newborn giraffe. It's been some time since Izuku's been so sore. The last time was when he first started training with Satoshi and Zing a few years back, but after training so frequently for 3 years, his body has gotten used to the physical exertion. It makes no sense that some skateboarding and jumping would make him sore when Zing throws him onto the bars and snaps orders. Magical backlash isn't fun, huh? Kero shakes his head, crossing his arms. This happens a lot with newbie magicians who unlock all their potential at one time. Izuku lets out a breath he's been holding. So, last night. The plush grins cheekily. That amazing display of light? That's what happens when you let out a bunch of magic at the same time. The reason you're sore all over is because your body couldn't handle it. Great. So now magic can make Izuku feel like he fell out of a very tall tree and hit every branch on the way down. How do I control it, then? Oh, don't worry about it, Kero says nonchalantly, waving a hand dismissively. Last night was an exception since it was your first time using magic. Usually, when you use too much magic, you'll pass out before your body starts breaking down. That's an interesting thought. Maybe magic is linked to endurance. In that case, if Izuku continues to overuse his magic safely, will he be able to train his body to have a higher upper limit for magic usage? Even if last night was an exception, if he isn't dead, that means that sort of insane output is physically possible. It's like an intense workout. As a civilian, Izuku really shouldn't be thinking about how he should increase his power as a pseudo-magician. But, plus ultra, right? Izuku sighs in relief as he reaches the bottom of the stairs. Maybe he should leave the possibility of a magical workout to after he doesn't feel like his limbs are useless noodles. Kero crawls back into Izuku's bag as the two exit the building. The buses have been detoured again, so Izuku makes his way downtown by skateboard. It's a pretty short trip, only 15 minutes, but Izuku gets held up by people greeting him and making conversation as he passes them. Unsurprisingly, the hot topic of the day is the villain attack from last night. Everybody's curious about how the villain was more or less invulnerable against attempts to bring it down. Izuku hears many different theories. A superpowered villain who's just made their debut, a large group of villains working together, a government experiment gone wrong, and even aliens. Even more interesting is the unnamed vigilante that saved the day and put all the heroes on the scene to shame. Apparently Izuku's gained some sort of fan following overnight, which is a very uncomfortable situation. It takes a few minutes for the reality of the situation to sink in. Izuku trips on his skateboard, narrowly avoiding falling straight into traffic. He gets a few strange looks, so he quickly ducks into a nearby bookstore. The cashier merely flicks her eyes up at him and returns to her phone. Oh my God, Izuku breathes when he's holed himself up in the quietest corner of the shop. Karo pops his head out of the bag. "You good?" is all he asks, keeping his voice low. Of course Izuku would be labeled as a vigilante. That's literally what he was doing, trying to protect people by acting outside of the law. Nobody except for himself and Karo know about magic, about Sakura cards, about Izuku's duty as a cardcaptor. "This is bad," Izuku manages to say, wringing his hands. The pendant around his neck feels much heavier than before. Karo shakes his head, jumping onto Izuku's shoulder. "You're doing the right thing," the plush insists. "You're the only one who can seal the cards. The cards won't obey anybody but you. Don't listen to what people say about you. You're the master of cards. This is your right." There are so many things that Izuku could say in response, but he chooses to keep quiet. In terms of magical knowledge, it's indisputable that Karo knows more than Izuku. It's clear from Karo's actions that he played some role in helping the previous cardcaptor, so the only thing Izuku can really do is put his trust in someone with the right kind of experience. "The police will never understand," Izuku whispers to Karo, picking up a book to make it look like he's talking to himself and not some unseen entity. Slipping back into the bag, Karo sighs. "There's nothing we can do about that," the plush says. "All we can do is get the Sakura cards back safe and sound, where they belong." Izuku's mind slips back to Fly's rampage from last night. All that damage and destruction due to confusion from both parties, Fly, confused and scared, and the pro-heroes, working to protect the peace. Then there's Izuku, the one stuck in between all this. His goal is to protect the people by protecting the cards. What a mess. Eventually, Izuku calms down enough to put the book down and exit the shop. The cashier nods at him with a blank expression, barely lifting her eyes from her phone. Izuku doesn't blame her. This isn't the first time he's had to make an emergency breakdown stop. As Izuku makes his way downtown, he hears Karo chirp out occasional comments about their surroundings and how interesting a quirk-based society is. Eventually, Izuku makes it to the gym, where Xing and Satoshi greet him. Xing raises an eyebrow when she appraises him. "You look pretty stiff." "I feel pretty stiff," is all Izuku can say. In typical fashion, Xing decides that Izuku is perfectly fine for training and all but chases him onto the bars. Satoshi stands to the side, tossing his baton into the air. A few others busy themselves with the mats, going about their routine training. Halfway into the session, Satoshi walks over as Izuku's flipping himself over the bars. "Hey," Satoshi begins casually. "You hear about Deku?" Izuku loses his grip and falls face-first into the mats below. Xing doesn't look surprised, but spares a glance before returning to help one of the younger girls. Sputtering, Izuku wipes his face with his arm. "W it." Satoshi adopts a confused expression, twirling his baton with one hand. "You know, the vigilante that everyone's been freaking out about." No, that is very, very, very bad news. Nobody else Izuku spoke to put a name to a face. It was all, the unnamed vigilante, or, that weird vigilante. It takes Izuku a few deep breaths before he can answer properly. "Oh, I didn't know them by name." Is that what they're calling them?" Satoshi gives him a scrutinizing look, but continues on nonetheless. "Yeah. It was revealed just this morning. Apparently a ton of people at the fight heard the vigilante say something along the lines of, 'I, Deku, command you,' or something." With a flip of his wrist, Satoshi catches the baton and snorts. "Pretty condescending, right?" "Well, shit." Izuku laughs awkwardly, trying to keep his hysteria under the wraps. A full-body shiver assaults him all of a sudden, like something pinching at the base of his neck, which probably looks very strange from an outsider's point of view. Luckily, Xing calls Satoshi just in time to miss Izuku's spontaneous convulsion. For the rest of the session, Izuku tries his hardest to talk about literally anything but the new vigilante, Deku. He's mostly successful since Satoshi can't talk about a subject for more than 5 minutes, and Xing's too busy snapping out orders to chat. After changing out of his gym clothes, Izuku snatches his bag as quickly as possible, giving Satoshi and Xing a hasty farewell, and proceeds to put as much distance between himself and them as possible. A few minutes later, Izuku finds himself sitting on a park bench. Karo peeks his head out of the bag. So, I heard what your friend, Satoshi, right? I heard what he told you. Despite everything, the plush grins. Who would have known one night would make you into such a phenomenon? It should come as no surprise that people heard him yelling. After all, it's not Izuku was trying to be subtle or anything. Regardless, it's still upsetting having a name that could be potentially used to trace back to him. Oh, Kaken. Kaken's going to be so sad. Izuku decides to leave that disastrous situation for later. Instead, he collects his thoughts with Karo blinking up at him. After 10 minutes have passed, Izuku feels better and decides to head home. Normally, he'd stay out to hang around the neighborhood, but things have changed. Izuku knows the city inside out. He knows almost nothing about magic. The two of them are sitting comfortably in Izuku's room when Izuku asks how much magic a person can use before passing out. It depends, Karo answers, a worried expression on his face. A stronger magician will have a higher upper limit, and vice versa. He trails off, staring suspiciously at Izuku. Why? There's a pause. Karo's brows furrow. Plus ultra. I'm going to use magic until I'm about to pass out, Izuku replies. Oh my god, is all Izuku hears before he closes his eyes and focuses every ounce of energy on his surroundings. Nothing happens. Izuku can hear Karo huff deeply and mumble something about irresponsible newbies and actually super dangerous. There's a moment of silence, with Karo staring and Izuku holding his breath. Relenting, Karo slaps a hand on his forehead. Fine, he eventually grumbles. Let's, I don't know, make you potentially go catatonic from magic overuse. Well, that certainly wasn't on the warning label. Then again, this still isn't the dumbest thing Izuku's chosen to do. There was that one time a few months ago that he volunteered to help out at the city stadium after the usual technician had a family emergency. Oh god, that was miserable. You're doing it wrong, Karo explains, returning Izuku's train of thought to the present. You're just trying to block out everything. There's no way you're gonna get anywhere doing that. Izuku flinches when he feels two plush hands tap his face. There's a sort of hum that you have to hear. It's sort of like a song but... Trailing off, Karo attempts to find the right words. It's like an underlying beat of the universe. If you want to hear it, you have to be aware of it. That's not the worst analogy. From what Izuku can remember, the sounds he heard were pretty much beats, pulsating through the air, some canceling each other out, others enhancing one another. Compared to the universe, we are all so small, something bell-like whispers in Izuku's ear, causing him to straighten up. If you'd like to try and comprehend even the tiniest speck of your world, lend me your ears. Hey, Izuku thinks back. Static begins to rise from the back of Izuku's mind, swarming around his ears. Then wind chimes and bells and a lady's voice, followed by what sounds like trumpets, waves, and howling wind. Each sound sings its own melody, its own verse, until the noise increases in volume to become one flat, awful ringing, then snaps out of existence. Confused, Izuku opens his eyes. He looks up at Karo, who returns a confused expression. The plush mouths words, but no sound comes out. Izuku realizes after a moment that Karo's speaking, but he can't hear it. Izuku hears nothing. Then he hears everything. Noise blinks into existence, one moment absent, the next all-encompassing. Karo's voice is audible again, but it comes out much deeper, almost like a snarl or a roar. The digital clock on Izuku's bedside table pulses faint beats and static, giving a little tick as the minute moves forward. Past the door, Izuku can hear his mother cutting. Parsley, it has to be parsley, what else would make that crisp snap? He can hear water boiling in a kettle, every hiss of steam that escapes, every faint bubble of foam that rises to the surface. So superficial, the bells chide, almost sighing. There's more. Listen deeper. And Izuku complies. How can he not? There's so much to hear, so much to feel, so much to understand. A wave of noise crashes into Izuku, lapping at his ears. He sits under a patch of moonlight, lulling him into its gentle embrace of songs of water and wind, of elegant victory, of proud to be yours. Underneath all the noise that feeble human ears can hear, magic croons a song, so ancient and delicate and mysterious that human ears couldn't possibly ever comprehend it. Every note is a brilliant star, every phrase is a galaxy, every rise and fall is light and darkness. Between pauses, supernovas burst into existence, all moonbeams and sunshine, brilliant in their births and in their deaths. The walls of the room fall away, so insignificant compared to the music of the universe around him. Silver and gold strings hum their unique songs, some screaming, some crying, others laughing. In each voice is a story of struggles, of victories, of life. Past every boundary that Izuku can't hear, can't understand, is a vast sea of darkness, singing a song so low and so indescribably old that Izuku can feel the cold growing on his bones. Twinkles jump out from the darkness, the faint strains of music that Izuku latches onto, hungry for more. That's enough, the bells declare, a command that Izuku knows to be absolute. But Izuku pushes forward. In the darkness, somebody, laughs, beckoning with strings taut and black, of inky darkness and empty echoes. There's so much Izuku could learn if he just took one more step off the edge. No, the bells demand, all but snatching Izuku away from the darkness and back under the quiet lull of moonlight. Snapping back into reality, Izuku startles so suddenly that he smacks the back of his head on the wall behind him. The stinging pain chases away the last remaining strands of silver and gold. It's only then that Izuku notices Karo's little arms beating down on his head. And by God, was he this tired before? Miming, Izuku lifts a hand up to his face. A splitting headache crashes down onto him, sending up fresh waves of nausea. At Izuku's reaction, Karo stops his assault. "You're okay?" The plush cries, relief evident in his voice. Karo pauses. After a moment, Karo renews his pounding. "You idiot!" He screeches, apparently determined to hammer through Izuku's skull. Izuku manages to keep Karo away with one hand while using the other to rub his temples. "Where did that god-awful headache come from? You were completely catatonic for half an hour." Karo yells, pushing himself away from Izuku's hand. "I told you this was a bad idea." "But it worked, right?" Izuku replies, trying out a grim smile. Karo, calmer now that Izuku's alive and well, huffs and crosses his arms. "You tell me. What happened? Usually you'd pass out after something that intense, but you just kept going." The plush throws his hands into the air with a frustrated shout. "I thought you'd gone insane." Insane doesn't even begin to explain what Izuku heard, saw, felt. It's complicated. Trying his best to explain his experience in words, Izuku recounts what he heard, saw, felt. Hesitantly, Izuku decides to leave out the bells and the laughing, choosing instead to emphasize the silver and gold strings. Thankfully, seeing silver and gold strings are apparently normal. "We don't really have one specific term for them," Karo explains, making himself comfortable on Izuku's digital clock. "Every magician sees them, but since everyone uses different names for them, they sort of just became background knowledge." "Life strings," Izuku suggests. Karo shrugs. "Sure, that's sort of a poor man's analogy, but you can't go wrong with it." Then, narrowing his eyes, the plush lowers his voice. "What else did you hear?" "No, that's not an area Izuku's comfortable with." Trying his best not to wring his hands, Izuku shakes his head. I didn't really hear anything else. It was like, I saw stuff and I felt stuff, but I wasn't even trying to." To that, Karo lets out a relieved sigh and nods. "That overlapping is normal. It's sort of like when you smell a really familiar food, you can sort of taste it. Take that and stockpile it super high. That's what you get with magically enhanced senses." Spotting an opening, Izuku snatches the opportunity and runs away with it. "Speaking of which, what's your favorite food?" It's out of place and incredibly random, but Karo perks immediately up at the mention of food. The next 15 minutes are composed of Izuku mentally jotting down notes as Karo rants on about how beautiful sweets and candy are and about how he'll eat anything if it tastes good. He's not picky, but he really does like desserts, especially strawberry shortcake, because strawberries are the best fruit because they're crispy and sweet and tingly all at once. Whoever put them in cake was a genius. And did you hear that? Frowning, Izuku looks where Karo's line of sight has suddenly snapped over to. Hear what? You just sat there for half an hour listening to the song of the universe, Karo replies blandly. You don't need to astral project yourself out there. Remember that buzzing feeling from last night? Buzzing sound, Izuku corrects internally, only to freeze immediately after. Oh wait, what? Karo's face splits into a wide grin. Geez, that toy really flip-flops emotionally. It's a Sakura card. You ready to make another trip? Izuku's face is already in his hands when Karo turns to face him. It takes a minute of breathing deeply and another minute of internal screaming to get his thoughts to form coherently, but sitting there isn't going to get him out of his job to seal away the cards. Fine, Izuku agrees through gritted teeth. It's literally been less than 24 hours since Izuku first became a cardcaptor, and he's on his second card. The capture is very anticlimactic. Izuku appreciates that greatly. As Izuku makes his way to the buzzing feeling, which turns out to be in the park, he prepares himself for anything. Dragons, aliens, more giant birds, they're magic cards, for God's sake. Unfortunately, at 2 in the afternoon, many people are out enjoying the nice fall weather. A few dog walkers and children greet him as he makes his way past them on his skateboard. What one particular child says catches his attention. Me and Yuki wanted to play by the pond and catch some frogs, but there's someone using their quirk and it's scaring all the frogs away. The child cries, stomping her foot angrily. But using quirks in public with no good reason is illegal. Izuku promises that he'll go chase away whoever it is that's scaring the frogs and makes his way down to the pond. Well, that is one way to scare frogs. A cloud floats over the edge of the pond, pouring heavy rain onto the water. It does look like the result of a quirk, except for the fact that there's a small girl sitting atop the cloud. She's dressed very strangely, clothes reminiscent of a jester's, complete with puffy pants and a large jester's hat. A large raindrop sits in the center of her forehead while smaller raindrops hang off her pointy collar and hat. She laughs as the rain fall onto the water, eyes tracing the path of the ripples. Karo suddenly pops his head out of Izuku's bag with a quiet hiss. That's rain. Sakura card. Confirmed, now let's seal it. Izuku tries to walk casually toward a very large bush. When no one's looking, he ducks into it, pulls the pendant out from underneath his shirt, and begins to chant quietly. Key that hides the power of the moon, show your true form before me. I, Deku, command you under our contract. Release. Thankfully, the magic circle is much smaller than last night and only flashes for a moment before disappearing. Izuku grabs the staff and bolts toward the pond when the coast is clear. Though Izuku approaches slowly, Rain notices him and turns around. Izuku freezes, his hand on Windy. Rain laughs and beckons for Izuku to come closer. Hesitating, he slowly approaches the water, prepared for any sudden movements. Karo pokes his head out again. Calm down. Rain's a friendly card. The only thing she can do is make it rain. Come on, go. The tension seeps away from Izuku's posture. He kneels next to the water, sticking a hand out underneath Rain's area of effect. Rain chirps gleefully, bouncing up and down on her cloud. Sorry to rain on your parade, but I think I have to seal you, Izuku says, after a minute or so's passed. He flicks his hand awkwardly above the water surface. And if you want to make it rain, I could always use your help at the community garden. You know, to water plants. Rain nods cheerfully, slapping her hands on the cloud as if to say, hurry up. Izuku nods back, twirling his staff in his hands. Rain, I command you return to your form confined, Izuku declares as the magic circle blossoms into existence underneath his feet. Seal. With a small flash of light, Rain's small form and cloud disappears, and a card floats into Izuku's hand. Izuku stands there for a moment, shocked. That was significantly less stressful than last night. Karo somehow manages to punch him through the bag. The sharp poke through the fabric startles Izuku, and he swings the bag around in front of him. Let's leave the scene before someone sees us, the plush whispers, swiveling his head around to check if they were spotted. Suddenly, Karo's eyes widen and he ducks back into the bag with a small yelp. Fumbling with the baton, Izuku wills it to transform back into a pendant just in time for the same little girl to pop up from behind the trees. "Did you take care of the bully?" she asks, looking around. Apparently she answers her own question because she grins, runs up to Izuku, and throws her arms around his legs. It's flattering and terrifying at the same time. Izuku's just happy he didn't blow his cover. After a good 15 seconds of vigorous hugging, the girl bounces away and thanks Izuku for his hard work. "You're just like a hero," she declares, throwing a fist up and mimicking All Might. For some reason, that really touches Izuku. "I'm sure the real heroes are a lot tougher than me," Izuku replies, laughing lightly, though his grip on the pendant tightens. With an angry expression on her face, the girl stomps up to Izuku and punches him in the arm. Izuku yelps, kind of offended but mostly shocked at how quickly the girl went through different emotions. "Dummy!" she shouts, sticking her tongue out. "Real heroes help anyone and everyone, whether or not they're in trouble." That one sentence strikes Izuku to the very core. That's right, isn't that why he started getting involved with the community in the first place? It's not just for fun, for hours, for favors, it's because being a hero doesn't mean you have to have a fancy costume, a shiny license, or a famous name. Being a hero is about being selfless, kind, and accepting. Being a hero isn't about having a powerful quirk. It's about having the will to make things better. "Thanks anyway, dumb bush boy," the girl shouts as she runs back to her friends. Karo pops his head out as soon as the girl's out of sight. "Dumb bush boy," he snickers, his entire frame shaking with laughter. "Dumb bush boy," Izuku repeats, still in shock. Did a 6-year-old just give him the best advice he's ever heard? Yes, that's exactly what happened. "Well, good job with Rain," Karo says happily. "Just so you know, a lot of the cards are actually really peaceful. Just, don't get caught when you seal them." Izuku nods numbly and slowly makes his way out of the park. Oh, that's right. He has to help out a group of students with their research at the library tonight. "Let's go get lunch," is all Izuku manages to say. All in all, his life is more or less the same. He's always busy and on the move, but now he's really busy and on the move. Sakura cards can pop out of nowhere and detour his entire day. The public thinks he's a vigilante, and he's the only one with the power to seal magical beings. In general, it's more or less as shocking as starting gymnastics was. Izuku breathes out, watching the scenery pass on his skateboard. "We've got a situation," is how Karo greets Izuku first thing in the morning. That's just great, because Izuku's currently nursing a headache from the pits of hell. All Izuku did was sit there for half an hour and astral project? What did he even do? And now it feels like he just took a jackhammer to the face. "What?" Izuku manages to grit out, gripping his bedside table firmly as he slides out of bed. The time reads 5. Izuku gets up at 6, but that's a whole 17 minutes of sleep that he just lost. Besides, it's Sunday. He's got things to do, places to be. Karo swings a squirt bottle in front of Izuku's face and proceeds to squeeze the trigger. Izuku lets out an undignified yelp at the unexpected assault, falling backward onto his bed. "Up you get!" Karo yells, dropping the squirt bottle onto the desk, proceeding to step on the power button of the television remote with one violent stomp. There's something in his tone of voice that sets Izuku on edge. This is bad. Wiping his face with his sleeve, Izuku turns to watch as the live broadcast shouts something about a villain using a water quirk to terrorize civilians near the beach. In the background, the water along the beach has risen into some sort of figure resembling a human, surrounded by tendrils of water and looming over the scattering civilians. The water thing screeches as it dives down into the crowd, grabbing beachgoers and dragging them into the water. They don't reappear. Apparently there haven't been any confirmed fatalities, but injuries are widespread, and officials are quickly making their way onto the scene. None of the civilians that have been pulled under have reappeared. The reporter on the scene shakes as she explains the situation. Izuku doesn't blame her. Izuku's face is in his hands by the time Karo turns the television off. "A card." Karo nods grimly. "That's watery. It really sucks that you have to face such a violent card so early, but there's nothing we can do about it." The plush kicks Izuku's bag open and begins throwing items in. Now, let's get going before something really bad happens. The fly, a usually gentle and passive card, could cause so much damage just by being confused, then Izuku doesn't even want to think of what a typically violent card could do. Izuku throws on some of his typical clothes before pausing. He's a vigilante in the public eye, so maybe he should be wearing something a bit more inconspicuous. 15 minutes later, Izuku bolts out of his apartment in gray sweatpants, a blue hoodie, and a very generic note bag. It takes him a few minutes to locate an empty alleyway with no risk of being spotted. Izuku takes a deep breath, pulling out his pendant and fly. It's pretty shocking how quickly he adapted to whatever this situation can be called. Hanging the pendant loose from his hand, Izuku closes his eyes and focuses on the faint buzz of magic that enveloped him entirely before. Key that hides the power of the moon, show your true form before me. I, Deku, command you under our contract. Release. If the bright light from the magic circle was spotted by anyone, they don't make any attempts to find the source. Still, Izuku carefully peeks his head out of both ends of the alleyway just in case. Karo's small head also pops out from the bag, comically in sync with Izuku's movements. After a minute of surveillance, Izuku lets out a deep breath and holds up Fly above his head. Fly, heed my call. Under the name of your master, Deku, grant me safe flight to the beach. Izuku bursts out of the alleyway atop his staff in a flurry of feathers and silver dust with Karo clinging tightly to the straps of the bag. You know the drill, Karo shouts over the wind. Follow the buzzing to get to Watery, then stay back, play it safe, and don't die or get arrested. It's good advice. No particularly spirit-lifting, but good nonetheless. Unsurprisingly, it takes much longer for Izuku to find the still foreign hum of magic due to his pounding headache. For a few minutes, all Izuku can feel is the faint aching. There's a very faint feeling of something tingly under his skin, but every time he tries to focus on it, it disappears. You're exceptional, and yet so sad, the bells scoff, catching Izuku off guard. Perhaps you need a little push. A little hum of energy rises from the back of Izuku's mind. He latches onto it immediately, steadily peeling back the layers of exhaustion that cloud his mind to crack into his suppressed magic. As Izuku focuses deeper and deeper into the buzzing sensation underneath his skin, silver and gold strings, life strings, begin to weave into existence around him, glimmering and waving gently. The landscape below him is of a city just waking up for the morning, with the faint smell of coffee and tea brushing past his nose. Over most of the city, a song of calm plays, all gentle bursts of energy and lethargic wakefulness. Izuku flies into the beachside district, and the song abruptly shifts to panic and confusion. The change is so sudden that Izuku visibly jolts, unbalancing himself and nearly falling off his staff. Karo shrieks something unintelligible, scrambling to grab onto Izuku's sleeve. Taking quick action, Fly quickly leans in the opposite direction to prevent his untimely death by falling off a flying stick. The wailing tones and ringing pain that wedges itself into a corner of Izuku's head is almost as painful as the headache itself. Heavy drum-like beats clash with a symphony high-pitched squealing, creating a truly awful combination of the worst noises in existence. Izuku holds his head with his free hand, trying to shake the ringing out of his ears. Do you hear that? The drums and the screeching and... If you mean the panic in the air, yeah, Karo replies shakily, slowly edging his way back into the note bag from where he's wrapped around Izuku's arm. Magic sounds different to everyone, so I don't really know what you're hearing. The plush quirks an eyebrow, an amused tone to his voice. But wow, you really have some incredible ears if you can hear something that specific. Nice on you, kid. Personally, Izuku thinks he could do without the jumble of noises running rampant in his already aching head, but he pushes on anyway. Within the pounding beats, there's a light chime that breaks through the otherwise ear-piercing sounds. It hums verses of clear water and moonlight reflecting off glass, of ancient rivers yet to be discovered by man, of streaming ribbons of magic, flowing throughout the universe, bringing life and death, acting as the sculptor of all land, the eternal overseer of all life. And yet the song is so angry, screaming of crashing waves and stormy seas, smashing ships into oblivion, drowning out all that it can trap within its deadly embrace. It's watery. There's no doubt about it. Good, the bells say. Now go and do your duty. Izuku directs Fly toward the shore, landing on the roof of an apartment building facing the beach to survey the scene. Once again, the police are warding civilians off and away from the sand, yelling over the chaos of the crowd. Only a few pro-heroes stand on the scene, most of them incapable of dealing any proper damage to the vicious mass of water that snarls at them. One hero attempts to use the water itself to overpower Watery, but is overpowered herself and sent barreling into the sand, where she slides a long way before coming to stop. The other heroes try their best to ward off the bombardment of water whips that threatens to drag in more innocent bystanders. Having pulled himself onto Izuku's shoulder, Kero surveys the situation grimly. There's no way Watery's happy with all the heroes trying to confront her. We've got to do something before somebody actually dies. Right? There are people underneath the water. What if they're hurt? What if they're dead? Maybe Watery's just keeping them hostage, not actually drowning them. There's no guarantee that the civilians are dead, but at the same time, there's no telling if they're alive. The best plan of action, Izuku needs a plan of action and he needs one fast, but he just can't think. He's always too slow, too useless, too quirkless. Izuku slaps his hands violently on his cheeks. Kero stares at him as if he's crazy. No. Panic won't get him anywhere. He needs to look at the hand he's been dealt. What cards does he have? Windy, Fly, and Rain, only 3, but already very versatile. Since he can only use one card at a time, there's no way he'll be able to fly around if he also wants to use Windy. Windy is a powerful card, but it's unlikely that Wind will be able to bind Watery. And Rain. Maybe not. There must be a way, something simple, something straightforward. Izuku's eyes freeze as he spots a pro-hero in a blue cloak with snowflake patterns. There it is. Occam's razor. Echoing in the ravines of Izuku's mind, the bells laugh. Holding up Windy's card, Izuku shouts, "Windy, heed my call. Under the name of your master, Deku, bring me safely to the beach." Streaming wind blows past Izuku's hand as Windy materializes in front of him, humming a gentle song of guidance and courage, of quiet determination and undying will. She looks back expectantly, fairy-like wings resting at her sides, ready to help in whatever way she can. It takes Izuku a moment to steel himself before he sprints off the roof, using Windy's gusts of wind to hop over the street, the crowd, and the blockade. He lands on the sand, rolling into a run. The crowd's already begun making a commotion about his sudden appearance, which isn't too surprising, given that it was only yesterday that he made headlines. Izuku blocks out the noise from the crowd. The attention's only going to distract him and make him anxious when what he needs is to focus on the crisis in front of him. Windy trails after Izuku as he makes his way toward the hero in the blue cloak. "Excuse me. Absolute Zero, miss." Both Absolute Zero and Izuku duck as a water whip swipes over their heads. With one gentle touch, Absolute Zero freezes the entirety of the whip. It shatters into sparkling shards under the early morning sun. Absolute Zero turns, eyes widening when she lays her eyes on Izuku. "A civilian? Wait, you're that vigilante. Please hear me out," Izuku begs. "I'm here to help. I don't mean any harm, I just saw the news, and it looks really bad right now, so I wanted to offer my services." Izuku really needs this to work. This is the only way. Absolute Zero narrows her eyes underneath her hood. "Vigilante or not, you're a civilian. It's too dangerous for someone like you." With an ear-piercing roar, Watery fires a blast of water in the form of a dragon out of its massive form. Cries of alarm ring out as the force of the attack blasts one hero into the water, while another is thrown off of the beach and into a building. Time seems to slow down as Izuku watches the water serpent turns toward them. It releases a bellowing roar, launching itself toward Absolute Zero. The pro-hero moves to block the attack, but her life strings, no, they're all tangled, all wrong, too many foreign colors in what's supposed to be a beautiful tapestry of silver and gold, There's no way she'll be able to take that head-on without serious injury, and that can't happen, because Izuku needs her help to save everyone. The bells ringing in Izuku's ears yell, "Danger!" A sudden shock of burning flames and freezing frost dances up his spine, jolting him into action. "Windy!" Izuku commands, throwing a hand forward. A blast of green-hued wind smashes into the blast of water, creating an impact so powerful that it knocks both Izuku and Absolute Zero back. The water serpent explodes backward into a shower of water against the barrier that Windy's put up, reflecting a very out-of-place rainbow from the sunlight and the water droplets. Izuku wipes off the water on his face, stumbling back onto his feet. For a supposedly gentle card, Windy can be very, very scary when it wants to. Windy can't hold her own against Watery, Karo warns, his head just sticking out of the bag. Windy's powerful, but Watery's way too strong here. Karo brings up an excellent point. It's very likely that Watery has its own body and therefore its own limitations, but the environment is doing nothing but acting as an infinite source of energy for Watery. Watery's just a Sakura card, not the entire seaside or anything. The form it's taking now must be the result of absorbing the surrounding water on the beach. If that's the case, then it's logical to assume that the only way to stop Watery is to return it to its original form. Izuku has a plan. Holy sheet, Absolute Zero gasps, lowering her arms. Frost flakes off her cloak and her breath comes out in icy pants. Not good, Izuku has to act quickly, before she exhausts herself. I have a plan, Izuku says to Absolute Zero, throwing up another hand as a water whip swings their way. He winces as Windy pulls up another barrier to stop the attack. Please, just listen to me. Absolute Zero pauses, looking between Watery and the civilians. Her brows furrow and she clenches her fists, but eventually relents. There's no other choice. The safety of the civilians is our top priority. Her ice-cold gaze chills Izuku down to his very core. Tell me what you have, Deku. The use of his nickname startles Izuku, despite the fact that he knows there's no way the hero knows anything about that name. Taking a deep breath, Izuku explains what he has planned. He makes it concise and simple, knowing that Windy won't be able to stall forever. After he's done, Absolute Zero nods. She looks better and significantly less frosted over after a minute of rest. It's the best we've got, the hero says, her cloak billowing behind her as cold air begins to circle around her body. Don't mess up, Deku. And isn't that a high order? Izuku dispels Windy, then jumps narrowly out of the way of a particularly vicious tendril of water that smashes down beside him. Absolute Zero takes off in the opposite direction, drawing as much attention to herself as possible. She does this by summoning round after round of ice shards, firing them off at Watery's form with a sharp sweep of the hand. Watery takes the taunting for what it is, turning to roar something incomprehensible. The verse it screams is nothing but whirlpools and tsunamis, raining devastation and destruction upon land, drowning all who oppose its mighty power within dark waves, sealing everything below a watery grave. The sheer hatred and call for destruction drown it all. It's all meaningless. It's such a change from Fly's panicked confusion and the general harmony of the universe that Izuku nearly trips over his own feet. Karo pokes his head out of the bag, a worried expression on his face. You good? Isn't that a question? I'm fine, Izuku says back, running to where Watery has turned its back. Just caught off guard. It's natural that Watery's song would be more violent than Fly's. It's to be expected, but it's shocking nonetheless. After Izuku has made his way directly behind Watery's giant body, he comes to a stop and holds the sealing staff horizontally in front of him. There's no guarantee that what he's planning will work, but if Absolute Zero is giving it her all, then Izuku has to try, too. If he doesn't, then all the civilians in the water, all the civilians watching anxiously, what if one of Izuku's friends is underneath the water, or in the crowd? Watery needs to be sealed, and it doesn't matter if Izuku can't muster up the ability to do it. He'll change the whole goddamn world, if it only means everyone can be safe. Your intuition and determination surpasses that of many others, the bells hum, impressed. For that, allow me to guide your hand. Something slots into place in Izuku's mind, clicking gears that Izuku never knew existed into position, wiring together different parts, sculpting something entirely new out of something entirely old. And then Izuku understands. The landscape before him transforms from sand and water to a plain of endless desert overlapping with a stretch of unending sea. Hazy heat folds into cold air, intertwining above a boundary of golden sands and deep blue waters. While the sands croon a song of survival and endurance, of eternal heat and illusions, the waters bellow out deep chords of life and darkness, echoing with ancient mystery. Both songs blend into a medley of life and death, archaic and impossible to appreciate fully. But Izuku understands. He sees, he hears, he knows all. The bells in his head are no longer just whispers. He and them are one resonating clear chimes that pierce through all that is placed before them. For some reason, the staff in Izuku's hands feels foreign. Why are his powers limited by such a feeble conduit? Why not a more powerful vessel, or even his bare hands? The body is the soul's most direct path, a container for all magic and a passageway for the universe. The guardian looks up at Izuku with concern, asking some meaningless question. Izuku smiles serenely in response, and the guardian falls silent. All questions will be answered with time. In front of him, the blue-cloaked girl yells something about acting quickly because she can't hold on for much longer. It's to be expected. Those who cannot feel the thrum of magic are limited to whatever constraints they choose to put themselves in, be it physical or mental. Watery is certainly a ferocious beast. Its creator was an unparalleled magician, and his eccentric nature birthed some very interesting creations. Their temper tantrums are rather irritating. Izuku twirls the staff with one hand. It's time to put rebellious children in their place. With a gentle exhale, Izuku stretches one hand in front of him. His magic circle flashes to life underneath his feet, overlapped by a layer of borrowed magic, not rightfully his yet. The silver wisps and stars that dance up from his own magic intertwine with the butterflies that the foreign magic births. Watery attempts to turn, but finds itself held in place by the not-magician's ice. Izuku must take the opportunity he's been given. Crescent moon of the night, obey me. I call upon that which I control and that which I do not. The magic which I cannot currently offer in trade will be supplemented by this which has been gifted to me. Izuku lifts Windy to his lips for a brief moment, then allows the card to drop from his hand. Before him, Windy explodes outward in a magnificent storm of green blades. The wind reorganizes itself into the shape of a crossbow, covered entirely by familiar yet unfamiliar runes that flicker in blazes of silver. An enormous arrow swirling with violent wind notches itself onto the crossbow, pulsating with magic. Izuku allows a smile to rise to his lips as he raises the staff. Windy, act out my will. Scatter the foe before me to the 9 winds. A blast of wind, no, a blast of concentrated magic, pierces through Watery's body in a beam of green. The attack blows Watery apart into droplets of water, floating in the early morning breeze. Something unhinges itself from Izuku's mind, dragging what borrowed power he had been loaned with it. Immediately, Izuku feels faint, using his staff as a crutch to support his suddenly limp body. That's all the help I'll give, the bells chuckle. You'll have to work it out on your own. That's right. Izuku has a plan. He has a duty to this world, not whatever was calling to him before. Despite the powerful attack it's been dealt, Watery begins reforming almost instantly, dragging the water droplets into a smaller, more compact form. Just underneath it, Izuku can see a dome in which the seawater has parted. There are people down there. Now! Izuku yells. Absolute Zero grins viciously. Good job. Now then. The hero throws both arms out, frost running up her limbs like spiderwebs. Freeze! The temperature in the vicinity drops to a near unbearable degree. Fortunately, Absolute Zero seems more or less alright, if not tired. Do what you have to do, she tries to shout, though it comes out through chattering teeth. Her next sentence cuts off prematurely due to her passing out onto the sand. Izuku nods, mostly to himself. Turning to face the frozen Watery, he raises his hand. Windy, Retrieve all those who've been held captive by Watery. The wind spirit complies, diving past Watery's frozen figure and wrapping itself around the unconscious civilians. Windy lifts them up and onto the beach, where Izuku quickly runs over and checks each and every pulse. They're alive. Thank God. A sudden roar jolts Izuku into action. Spinning around, he turns to face an enraged Watery, who has somehow broken free from the ice. Its form is clearer than ever, an adolescent figure with long hair and a mermaid-like tail, fins on the side of the head and a crown of scales. What? Kero cries. But how? There's no time to ask questions. Izuku needs to deal with this sudden change in plans, and he needs to do it quickly. How does he protect the rescued civilians while preventing any more potential casualties? The answer is the same as before. He needs to freeze Watery to immobilize and then capture it. But with Absolute Zero out of the game, there's nothing he can do. Is this it? Is this the extent of his ability? No, there must be something else, something he's not seeing. The life strings hanging limp above Absolute Zero's unconscious form hum louder than anything else Izuku can hear. It's the only choice he has. Izuku envisions grabbing onto the silver and gold strings sprouting from the hero's back, and pulls. Absolute Zero rises from her slumber, frost reforming on her cloak. Her glazed eyes signify that while she might be up, she's not there. Izuku's not sure what he just did, but now's not the time to ponder the moral implications of his actions. Absolute Zero, please freeze Watery with all the power you've got. There's no hesitation in the hero's movements as she swings her hands up in front of her. The temperature drops once more, this time to a seriously dangerous degree. Watery snarls, but can't do anything in response to Absolute Zero's overwhelming quirk. After releasing the attack, the hero's strings go limp once more, and she drops to the sand. It's more than enough. Izuku raises his staff and points it at Watery's frozen figure. Watery, I command you return to your form confined. Slamming the staff down onto the ice, Izuku forces himself through the exhaustion running rampant through his body. Seal! Watery's form disappears, leaving behind calm beach waters. A card floats gently into Izuku's palm. There's a scary moment where Izuku feels himself go weightless and collapse into the sand. Kero yells at him to get up quickly because he needs to leave before he gets arrested. Right? He just pulled another vigilante move. It's in his best interest to leave the scene as quickly as possible. And yet Izuku can't bring himself to move. He's just so tired. The songs of the universe have faded away, leaving only an empty ringing that echoes off the corridors of Izuku's mind. There's no helping it, Kero says, crawling out of the bag and placing both his hands on Izuku's forehead. I'm gonna give you a jumpstart with some of my own magic. It'll feel weird, but it's a lot better than getting arrested. A flash of burning hot fire flares into life at the base of Izuku's mind, dragging new energy into his body. The heat of the sun only feeds the flame, acting as a makeshift battery for Izuku to draw one last command from. Izuku raises Fly above his head, praying that he has enough magic to get him safely home. Fly, get me out of here. As wings sprout from his staff, Izuku grips on with what remaining energy he has left. Not the best way the day could have started. I'm going to miss so much, Izuku's from where he's lying on the bed. Kero mumbles something unintelligible into the shirt he's made into a nest of sorts, though it sounds like a series of sighs and grumbles. The weekend is Izuku's most productive part of the week. He goes to the gym, the library, the local garden, or whatever volunteering slot he's inadvertently signed himself up for. At the moment, Izuku's confined to his room, his head planted firmly in his pillow. If the headache earlier was bad, the pounding in his head now is a whole new layer of hell. Luckily, it seems that his unique brand of magical exhaustion glosses over the passing out part and jumps straight to the oh my god everything hurts part. He's not sure how to feel about that. 4 cards sit innocently on his bedside table, humming faintly with magical energy. Izuku should really wait longer before draining his reserves, especially if he wants to avoid eternal mental fatigue. How is this pain psychosomatic? Izuku demands, flipping his pillow over. Kero replies something along the lines of, that's just how it works, before rolling himself into even more of a shirt burrito than before. Izuku has so many questions. It's only his second full day on the job, and he's almost gotten himself killed twice. Why can't every card be nice and friendly like rain? A few minutes of silence pass. Kero pops his head out of his makeshift shelter. I gotta ask you something. What? You're not actually some closet mage, are you? Izuku blinks, then pushes himself up, turning to face Kero with the blankiest expression he can muster. What? The plush fights against the sleeves of the shirt, crawling his way out of his nest. You have great intuition, that's a given. The fact that you came up with a plan so quickly really says something about how good you are at thinking on the spot. That's flattering, but the original question is concerning. Thank you. But, Kero emphasizes, narrowing his eyes. That magic you used definitely wasn't your own. No magician has 2 magic circles. Izuku would love to say that he doesn't know anything, but the bells in his head say otherwise. Busted, they snicker, as if his predicament is something entertaining. This is why Izuku tries not to keep too many secrets. They end up backfiring against him in the long run, or, in this case, barely a day later. There's no helping it. I hear voices, he blurts out, wringing his hands. Kero's eyebrows shoot up. There's a horrible silence and Izuku sort of feels like jumping out the window. Surprisingly enough, Kero says, okay. That wasn't the reaction Izuku was expecting. Okay. Izuku repeats slowly, testing the word on his tongue. He can't tell if Kero's lack of surprise is a good or bad thing. The plush nods, dragging the entire shirt nest with him as he scooches closer to the edge of the desk. You inherited magic, so the voice you're hearing is probably the previous Cardcaptor. Sakura loved helping people, and I guess you're no exception. What Kero's saying makes sense, but for some reason, Izuku can't help but to feel that it's wrong. If the bells really are from the previous Cardcaptor, why would he have 2 magic circles? Wouldn't the same type of magic result in the same circle? Then again, Izuku was moved into a world of magic just 2 days ago, so his hypotheses are more than likely to be off. The bells stay strangely silent. How very helpful. Thankfully, Kero decides that the sudden burst of energy he gained has drained away, choosing to shuffle back into the folds of the shirt. Apparently the foreign magic circle will have to wait for another time. For the rest of the day, Izuku lies in bed, getting up every so often to attempt to do some homework. Unfortunately, he can't find the energy to stay upright for more than 10 minutes at a time, and eventually decides to set up camp in his bed under a stack of pillows. Most of them are handcrafted gifts from the old ladies whose dogs he walks frequently. Midoriya Inko walks into Izuku's room at lunch with a plate of hot food and some comforting words. Make sure you get lots of rest and sleep. His mother moves her hands around quickly, not quite sure what she should do. Oh, should I phone the school? It's okay, Izuku mumbles, scribbling his answers to the math questions he's been assigned. The response comes out slurred due to his resting his face on the very notebook he's writing in. I'm just feeling a bit dizzy. Probably just a bit of heat slide or something. After a bit of fussing and doting over her son, Midoriya Inko makes her leave, shutting the door gently behind her. Kero's head pokes out from the crumpled shirt. Your mom is really nice. Despite everything, Izuku smiles. That's a fact if he's ever heard one. She is. The rest of the day passes rather drearily. Confined to his bed, Izuku somehow manages to finish his homework. Every so often, his phone will blink with a new message from one of the many people he knows, asking where he is, if he's okay, if he needs anything. Kero reads out the messages as they appear. The plush frowns as he reads the contact name. Who's you spin me right round baby? That's Satoshi, Izuku replies. You know the Baton boy. Oh, Baton boy. Kero perks up, a wide smile on his features. Was he the one who taught you how to use a baton? That, among other things. Izuku hums a positive response, leaning over to grab the notebook labeled magic things off his shelf. If he can't do anything productive, he might as well figure out what's going on with the magic that's been thrown into his life. So far, Izuku has come to the conclusion that magic is some sort of dying art. He can't possibly be the only person who can use magic in the whole world, right? There's no way he's that unique. Quirks make matters more complicated. It's possible that there are people who can use magic, but they mistake them for quirks instead. Who can blame them? Nobody in their right mind would jump the shark and assume that there's some sort of magician. On a new page, Izuku scribbles down his thoughts. If there really is someone out there who can use magic, well, he'd appreciate a confidant. Or at least some sort of tutor, because he has no idea what he's doing. Eventually, Izuku begins dozing off on his notebooks, thoroughly drained from magical exhaustion. On his desk, Kero snores lightly, the shirt rising and falling with his breaths. Outside, the streets are just becoming alive with energy as people make their way out for dinner. The early evening light passes through Izuku's window, reflecting off the cracked glass diamond from 2 nights prior. The refracted light almost seems unnatural in a way that Izuku can't quite explain. Here, on the thin boundary between wakefulness and sleep, he floats, eyelids falling heavier as the seconds pass. Izuku's eyes snap open when he feels himself plummeting downward. Colors and lights spiral past him as he falls, all kaleidoscopic fragments of thousands of different pictures. Giant television screens that seem to be stills from videos flicker on the instant Izuku drops past them, while pages from thick tomes billow upward as Izuku continues to fall downward. Wait, what? How did he get here? Why is he falling, and where did the ground go? There's nothing he can do except flail his limbs and try to control his fall. With some difficulty, Izuku manages to flip himself over. He can't even tell what he's falling toward. Screens and pages turn into giant wooden doors that slam open to allow Izuku passage through them. Chains of gold and silver streak around him, creating sparkling helixes of light that trail behind him. For a short moment, Izuku is lost in the surreal surroundings. Every time he processes what he's falling past, the scenery changes, creating a beautiful, chaotic, and ephemeral fall that just doesn't seem to end. Just when Izuku starts to believe that he'll never stop falling, a voice echoes from within the corridors of the never-ending chamber he's flying past. Let me give you a hand. An unseen force propels Izuku forward. There's a split second where Izuku can feel his stomach drop out of his body. The stream of words that fly out of his mouth are obscene on every level, but, frankly, Izuku doesn't care. He's sure that anyone who overhears him will forgive him once they realize that he's sort of, plummeting into God knows what through what looks like a very, very vivid hallucination. And then Izuku stops falling. When he blinks, he finds himself seated in a white garden chair. In front of him is a small table on top of which a pastry stand lies, decorated with small cakes and cookies. 2 cups of floral-scented tea rest on flower-patterned saucers. All around Izuku are sakura trees in full bloom, painting a bright pink landscape with curtains of falling petals raining down from above. A light spring breeze gently blows by, bringing with it the fresh smell of nature and life. The change is jarring to hell and back, but it's certainly not unwelcome. Hello, Izuku. Izuku starts when he hears his name. Turning to the voice, he prepares himself for the worst. A young girl with short brown hair and bright green eyes stands to his side, smiling. Her pink dress moves gently with the wind, ruffles bouncing back and forth. A large red bow sits on her chest while an equally as ridiculously large pink hat sits on her head. Izuku's no fool. He can connect the dots when they're laid out in front of him. Are you Sakura? The girl's smile widens as she makes her way over to the table where Izuku's seated. That's right. I'm Kinomoto Sakura, the previous master of cards. It takes a few deep breaths for Izuku to speak a coherent response. That's good. I'm sorry for that plunge you took, Sakura apologizes, seating herself and moving a cup of tea toward herself. Normally, you'd be able to meet me without all that falling. But, due to complications, we'll have to make do. And isn't that a wonderful bundle of information to unpack? Sakura's words imply that Izuku can meet Sakura, the previous owner of the cards, through whatever the hell he's doing right now, and if he wants to speak with Sakura, he's going to have to plummet downward through the products of every fever dream he's had in his life. Because of course, what else could he expect from life? Izuku hesitates. What is he so supposed to say? He has so many questions. Sakura smiles kindly. You must be confused. But I have to say, you've been doing spectacularly. You're a naturally gifted magician. A blush rises to Izuku's cheeks, and he busies himself with his tea to avoid eye contact. I've just been doing what I can. To help. The look on Sakura's face is one that Izuku's become more familiar with over his years of community involvement. He recognizes the expression. It's the same look people give him when he explains that the reason he's willing to give so much of his life to the community is because it's the right thing to do. It's strange, seeing an emotion that's both sad and happy at the same time. He recognizes the expression, but he doesn't understand it. It's your kindness and selflessness that makes you my successor, Sakura explains, a wistful tone rising to her voice. When I first became a cardcaptor, I didn't know what to do with myself. My world wasn't filled with strife and conflict like yours. I was just a normal girl with extraordinary powers, but I had no destination in mind. Waving her hand in the air, Sakura reaches out to grab a pink staff somewhat resembling Izuku's. A gold star encompassed by a pink ring with small white wings sits at the top of a baton-length rod, radiating magic in the fitting form of Sakura petals. Sakura holds the staff horizontally in her palms, sighing. My only role was to capture the cards. Sure, they caused trouble and endangered people close to me, but outside of that, I played no role in the greater world. Gripping the staff, she smiles sadly. That's the worst thing about being a cardcaptor. Not the danger that comes with getting caught or getting injured, but how your role can make you feel so powerful and so small at the same time. Despite everything, Izuku sort of understands. When he first started helping people, there would be moments where Izuku would question if he was really helping people or not. So maybe walking dogs earned some money, translating scripts was fun, and volunteering at the hospital was a nice break, but were there any results to see from his efforts? At first, not really. But weeks passed, then months, and then years. Dog sitting evolved from just another fun activity to visiting the animal shelter, rescuing dogs off the streets, and assisting service dog trainers every so often. Watching the scared, lonely animals that had once struggled to stay alive transform into loving companions was a reward like none other. Scripps research started off as a personal interest but soon became a school-wide effort involving dozens of students in all sorts of programs. Classic students he helped would tell him about the amazing opportunities they received, citing him as the reason they were able to make it so far. Volunteering at the hospital and becoming friends with the patients and visitors is one thing that Izuku will never regret. What began as a weekly game night evolved into a deeper understanding of the lives of every person with connections to the hospital, be it due to personal affliction, family, or any other reason. Izuku throws himself into his community in every way possible, but he's never once come to the conclusion that his efforts are meaningless. To be a hero is to make one small action ripple outward and touch as many as possible. It doesn't seem like Sakura was able to find her place during her time as the master of cards. But you're different, Sakura says, jolting Izuku out of his thoughts. A cloud of pink dust dances around Sakura as she speaks. You have the will and the potential to do great things. Your world needs someone like you. That's something that Izuku never expected to hear. I'm just doing what I have to do, he replies, wringing his hands. There's no one but me who can seal the cards. If the cards are hurting people, I'll seal them. If people are hurting the cards, I'll stop them. I just want to help people. Taking a deep breath, Izuku continues. Isn't it normal for people to want to help others? A bright smile rises to Sakura's features. Raising her staff in the air, she twirls it in a small circle. Wind begins to gather around the tip, Sakura petals riding on the draft. Your kindness is a blessing to all, Sakura says, eyes glowing with a soft, old happiness that Izuku has only ever seen from his mother and the elderly he's helped. Though you've been ostracized by society, your will burns bright. That kind of determination and desire to be a hero to all is what I want to see in the next Master of Cards. With a bright flash, a pink glass flower floats from Sakura's staff down onto the table. If Izuku looks closely enough, he can faintly see a swirling mass of blues, greens, and purples that mesh together to create a tiny universe encapsulated in glass. It's stunning, the sort of tiny yet amazing things magic can create. Take this, Sakura offers, gesturing toward the flower. The burden of a cardcaptor is great, but the world in which you live will make it much greater. If you ever need help, crush that flower, and I'll do whatever's within my power. It's a thoughtful gift, but it leaves Izuku with a pool of foreboding in his gut. There will ultimately be a day where he'll crush that flower. He can only hope that it ends well. As Izuku goes to receive the flower, a resounding crack breaks the quiet of the surrounding scenery. Jerking violently, Izuku's fingers brush the flower, which disintegrates into pink dust and seeps into Izuku's skin. That's worrying, but there are more pressing concerns to give attention to. An enormous crack splits the beautiful scenery in half, cutting through the forest of sakura trees like a rusted knife, jagged and misshapen. Inky darkness fragmented with color bleeds in from the gash, reaching out with tendrils of shadow, crushing everything it touches into coarse sand. What's going on? Edging away from the tendrils, Izuku swallows down a wave of nausea. That darkness, it feels wrong, not in a malicious or evil manner, but more in a sense that he can't understand any of it. The sheer amount of information pouring in from the crack flows over Izuku in waves, a symphony of whispers tickling his ear, trying to tell him more about the universe, nature, magic, the unknown. Sakura lifts her staff in the air and slams it into the ground. Springing up from the ground, a gold sphere envelopes Izuku, lifting him up and into the air. He slips, letting out a yelp, and finds himself staring at Sakura on his hands and knees from inside the floating bubble. "Oh," Izuku whispers before his mind can properly catch up with his mouth. "Oh, don't worry about me." Grinning brightly, Sakura calmly pats down her dress and readjusts her bow. "I'm not in any sort of danger here. I've been long dead, so nothing can harm me anymore." Sakura bats a tendril away from her face, looking up at Izuku with an expression that's almost impossible to decipher. The weight of her expectations and the calming reassurance press down on Izuku's heart, gripping it firmly, filling him with both dread and hope. Dead or not, connecting dreams across dimensions if hard. It's to be expected that a rift would break it apart. The tendrils have almost completely swallowed the trees, reaching out toward Sakura next. In response to the dilemma, Sakura sighs, shrugs, then smiles again. "But I'll reach out to you again when I can, Izuku. You must remember that you're never alone in your fight." There's nothing Izuku can do except nod in response, watching Sakura's figure become smaller and smaller as he rises upward. As the shadows grab onto Sakura's ankles, she blinks, as if remembering something. "Oh, and another thing. Keep our meeting a secret from Kero, okay?" She winks cheekily. "I'm not someone he should be hung up about. You deserve his full guidance and attention, so don't hesitate to get that into that thick skull of his." Just when Sakura's about to fade from view completely, a thought rises to Izuku's mind. "Thank you for guiding me with my magic." Izuku yells downward, hoping his voice will reach Sakura. "It's good to put a name to the bells." To that, Sakura tilts her head in confusion. "Bells?" After a moment of contemplation, she laughs brightly. "Oh, I see. I'm sorry to say that your thanks is misplaced. You must be talking about Ms. Yuko." "Wait, what? Who the hell is Ms. Yuko?" Izuku shrieks as he flies upward and away from the encroaching darkness. "It's okay." Sakura's voice rings, her voice firm and unwavering. "Everything will surely be all right." A bright light envelopes Izuku, and he knows no more. The alarm jolts Izuku awake. In a flurry of limbs, he rolls off the bed, pulling the blankets off as he falls to the ground. Across the room, Kero yelps and rolls straight off the table. Is this real? He's no longer falling or speaking with Sakura or... I'm so sore. Kero cuts in, struggling to wrestle his way out of the cloth prison he's managed to get himself trapped within. "I know it's been some time since I used magic, but geez." Izuku holds his hands out in front of him. That dream was real, wasn't it? He really did speak with Sakura. He spoke with Sakura, the previous master of cards. It takes all of Izuku's energy not to burst into tears of hysterical laughter. Instead, he shakily pushes himself off the ground. Looking down at Karo, who has finally disentangled himself from heap of cloth, Izuku swallows. Sakura had told Izuku not to say a word to Karo, hadn't she? There's no way he can betray her trust like that. But Izuku's always been terrible at keeping secrets. He strives to be honest, mostly out of fear that if lies, he'll be found out and crush someone's trust. If he can't keep a secret from Karo for more than 2 days, how is he supposed to keep something so major under the wraps for an indefinite period of time? Izuku decides to take that bundle of anxiety and shove it deep down where he'll hopefully never have to deal with it. Besides, he has a full day ahead of him. Starting the day off with a breakdown isn't promising. A few minutes after Izuku has changed, his phone alerts him to a new text from the owner of nearby bakery, and oh wow, that's a lot of exclamation marks. Looks like he'll be making an emergency trip this morning. Packing his bag, Izuku makes sure to slip in his 4 Sakura cards. The pendant hangs around his neck, sitting underneath the fabric of his school uniform. Karo shimmies his way into the bag after Izuku has finished packing, shifting objects around to make it more comfortable to sit in. It sort of feels like Izuku's bringing a pet to school. During breakfast, Izuku makes sure to pass bits of food to Karo while his mother isn't looking. When Midoriya Inko spins around and asks if Izuku's alright, he flails a little before clearing his throat and telling his mother that he's perfectly fit to go to school. Really? His headache is completely gone, though he is physically fatigued from yesterday's capture. And so, Izuku grabs his bag and his baton, running down 9 flights of stairs. It takes no longer than 10 minutes to walk to Jug-Emu Sweets. When he enters, the owner looks like she's about to cry out of relief. "Thank you so much for coming, Izuku," the owner thanks profusely, motioning him in vigorously. "Some strange things have been happening and you know so much about the neighborhood, so I was wondering if you could help me figure out this mess." "I'll try my best," Izuku promises, following the owner into the back of the shop. It's easy to tell what the issue is just by the smell of the kitchen. Jug-Emu Sweets is a neighborhood favorite, selling some of the best macarons Izuku has ever had the pleasure of eating. The hot chocolate and tea blends that the shop offers is among the best all of Mizudafu. Izuku visits Jug-Emu Sweets on occasion, and he can vouch for the quality of the food and drink there. He can't say he remembers the assault of pure sweetness that assaults his nose when he enters the kitchen. The owner clearly sees Izuku's reaction, because she sighs and shakes her head. "I know, right? I don't know what happened. I haven't so much as altered my recipes even the tiniest bit, but now everything tastes like a hunk of sugar." Out of curiosity, Izuku grabs a macaron of a nearby plate and bites into it. "Okay, yep, there's definitely way too much sugar in that." The owner offers Izuku a glass of water to wash down the acrid sweetness of the macaron. "Do you think this is a prank? Who would do something like this?" It's not often that Izuku's the calm one in a situation. After a few minutes pass, he manages to convince the owner to leave the kitchen and focus on setting up shop. Promising to get to the bottom of whatever's going on, Izuku herds the owner out and shuts the door behind him. Karo pops out a few moments later, utterly exhausted. "How are the cards popping up so quickly?" Tian, dragging a palm down his face. "I swear, you're some sort of trouble magnet." That's a fact if Izuku's ever heard one. Apparently Karo disapproves of the ultra-sweet pastries as well, because he cringes violently after taking a bite out of a macaron. "Man, sweets always like this. Ruining perfectly good food, I swear." "But what? Sweet?" Izuku repeats hesitantly, not quite sure if he's mentally prepared to deal with more cards at the moment. The plush huffs. A harmless card for the most part, but seriously irritating if you're, running a bakery or something. Karo gestures around for emphasis. "It's a hassle to deal with, but it's our hassle." Izuku sort of wants to die this very instant. He quickly checks the time, a bit past 7. At the very least, he won't be late for class. Cracking the door open to check on the owner, Izuku pulls the pendant out from his shirt. Quietly, Izuku whispers, "Key that hides the power of the moon, show your true form before me. I, Deku, command you under our contract. Release." Thankfully, the burst of light is much more contained compared to before, briefly illuminating the nearby pastries with a silver glow. Colors begin to flicker to life as Izuku's senses open up to the flow of magic in the room, trailing across his vision in smooth lines of pink. A faint sweetness dances on Izuku's tongue. Is everything all right back there? The owner calls from the front. Oh yes. Stuttering, Izuku clamps his mouth shut before he can say anything he's not supposed to. Don't worry about me, you can prepare for the day. I'll have things fixed as quickly as possible. Humming, the owner pours coffee beans into the machine. Okay, but don't hurt yourself. He'll try not to. When Izuku looks back, he finds Karo glaring at a shockingly large cake. It's 5 layers tall and looks like a wedding cake that a preschooler designed, with random splotches of color and gaudy decorations. Well? Karo demands, tapping his foot impatiently. Are you gonna come out? A high-pitched laugh echoes through the room, reminiscent of wind chimes. With a soft poof, a yellow thing pops out of the cake. It looks like a tiny pink girl that's been used as a skewer for a giant, yellow, cotton ball. Everything about the fairy thing is poofy, its dress, its sleeves, even its hair. As it floats around the room, it waves a small blue staff topped with another cotton ball. Izuku's just happy it's small. Though, he has to say, seeing a wooden spoon turn into a small cake isn't something that he expected. What the F dash? Izuku says, staring at the small spoon-turned Charlotte cake. Hopping over, Karo watches in irritation as sweet circles the room. Other than making things sweet, it can also turn objects into sweets, he states, as if that's a normal thing. Turning inanimate objects into cake is not a normal thing. It takes a few deep breaths before Izuku gets his thoughts in order. Is sweet cooperative? Like rain? The expression Karo makes is a clear enough answer on its own. Oh geez no. It's a demon of a card. Sure, it won't blow anything up, but it's slippery. Wonderful. Izuku loves starting his days off by chasing a tiny fairy around a kitchen. Thankfully, the owner apparently trusts Izuku to an incredible extent, because she doesn't come check even when Karo knocks over a very large bowl onto the ground while chasing Sweet. The entire spectacle reminds Izuku of the time a fly got stuck in his room for 5 days. That elusive BSTRD. What did you do last time? Swinging his staff and narrowly avoiding smacking a new hole in the wall, Izuku grits his teeth. Karo doesn't look much happier. Sakura ran around throwing salt, he replies, which is just great, because Izuku sure as hell doesn't want to waste any of the bakery's ingredients. But if magic works the way Izuku thinks it works, by shaping miracles out of simple logic, then Izuku might have a plan. Lifting water above his head, Izuku calls, "Watery, heed my call. Under the name of your new master, Deku, enclose Sweet within a bubble of water." Izuku breathes out an audible sigh of relief when whips of water appear from the card instead of Watery's entire figure. He'd like to avoid flooding the kitchen. Tendrils of water snap outward and spring into a tight sphere of water around Sweet, who looks like it's been caught in the headlights. So, do I just? Izuku doesn't really know what to do from this point. All other captures he's performed have had some sort of closure, whereas Sweet just looks upset. Shaking his head, Karo floats beside Izuku's shoulder. You have to return Sweet to its original form. It doesn't look like it's given up yet. At Karo's statement, Sweet puffs its chest up and blows a raspberry. That's just immature. Let's make it easy for both of us, Izuku offers, spreading his hands as a gesture of goodwill. If you come peacefully, I'll let you help my friends bake next time I visit them. Sweet appears to ponder over the offer for a moment, but ends up shaking her head and crossing her arms. She blows another raspberry. Sighing, Izuku drags a palm across his face. If there's anything he's learned from the past few days, it's that life enjoys screwing him over whenever the opportunity arises. If you insist, Izuku says as he points the sealing staff at the trapped Sakura card. Watery, give Sweet a good whirl. Like, a really good whirl. Washing machine style. A mischievous giggle resonates through the calm lapping of waves that is Watery's magic. The sphere of water begins to spin and pick up speed at a shockingly fast rate, becoming a very respectable impression of a washing machine or a whirlpool. It's unclear. The rest of the capture goes smoothly. After a good minute or so, Watery releases its hold on Sweet. A small yellow puffball drops to the ground, twitching weakly. There's a silence where both Izuku and Kero stare at the tiny fairy. It's kind of pitiful. Sweet, I command you return to your form confined, Izuku declares, stifling a yawn as he taps his staff gently on Sweet. It's way too early for this kind of BS. Seal. With a small flash of light, Sweet's small figure dissolves into a card, floating onto Izuku's palm. The magic is all bubbly cheer and childhood innocence, leaving the tickling sweetness of maple syrup on his tongue. Picking up a macaron, Kero takes a bite, chewing slowly. A wide smile rises to his face and he gives Izuku a thumbs up. We're clear, the plush states cheerfully, inhaling the macaron unnaturally quickly for his body size. It appears that all of Sweet's magic disappears upon its capture, which is a relief, because it means there's no cleanup. That's the only good thing to come out of this. When Izuku goes to tell the owner that everything's fixed, she smothers him in a tight hug, thanking him profusely for all his help and leaving him with a large case of, now normal, macarons and a cup of the shop's homemade juice. Come back anytime. Watching Izuku head off to school, the owner waves happily. I'll give you great discounts. That's excellent, because the juice is something Izuku can most definitely live with. Kero nods vigorously from his hiding spot in the bag, gnawing on the macarons. With a new card on its pocket, Izuku heads off to school, praying that the rest of the day goes normally. That's right. Kaken. Over the years, Izuku has gotten used to being cornered and yelled at. It's something that comes with being the class scapegoat/school delinquent. While most students make sure to give him a wide berth, others grab him by the collar and spit in his face. Both groups are easy to handle. The former doesn't need any attention at all, whereas the latter might take a few good whacks with a baton to set straight. It doesn't really matter in the end, because everyone leaves him alone eventually. Kaken is an anomaly. What the F kind of sheet do you think you're pulling, fucking Deku? Slamming Izuku into a wall, Kaken growls, his palms releasing ominous sparks. There's a sort of fury in his eyes that Izuku doesn't like. He only sees it when he beats Kaken as best in the class, which happens frequently enough that Izuku no longer feels like a gnat under that burning gaze. It's still unnerving and upsetting. Hefting Izuku's collar up higher, Kaken snarls and slams a palm into the wall, close enough to Izuku's ear that he can feel the stinging heat of the explosions. For any other student, being in Izuku's place would be terrifying. But Izuku's taken the brunt of Kaken's unbridled rage for many years now. Sure, Kaken's intense, but compared to what Izuku's seen, especially in the past few days, it's nothing but an attempted show of dominance. I don't know what you're talking about, Izuku offers, keeping his face as straight as possible. He doesn't want to add any fuel to the fire, so it's best to try to avoid adding anything at all. He raises a hand to where Kaken's holding his collar hostage. Could you let me go? Apparently that's the wrong thing to say, but then again it's Kaken, is there ever a right thing to say, because he throws Izuku violently to the side. You're a vigilante now, huh? The blonde demands, explosions popping like fireworks above his palms. You little sheet. Who the F do you think you are? It's good that everyone's used to hearing Kaken yell out things that don't necessarily make sense, because otherwise Izuku would be thoroughly screwed. Picking himself off the ground, Izuku grips his baton tightly. If there's something he's learned over the years, it's that the only way to defend himself from people like Kaken is to fight back. Just because you know two Dekus doesn't mean they're the same person, Izuku answers. Kaken lunges. Izuku's mind automatically turns to overdrive. One of Kaken's bad habits is lunging too violently into his attacks, making them easy to predict. And, oh, those are life strings, aren't they? The silver and gold strings move a fraction of a second before Kaken's actual movements, which really helps. Izuku ducks into a sidestep, grabs Kaken's extended arm, swipes his feet out from underneath him, and plants a knee roughly on Kaken's back. Grasping with both hands, Izuku slips his baton underneath Kaken's chin, pulling up sharply. But Izuku's sort of impressed. He's never been able to pull off something this impressive. You of all people should know that I'm not fit for vigilantism, Izuku says. I'm just a useless Deku, right? So maybe he's feeling a little vindictive today. It's been a very long morning. Things have changed. What threat does Kaken pose when there are much more powerful entities that exist within the universe? What's one angry boy in the face of a murderous water spirit, or the burden of being the last known magician in the world? Pointing his baton at Kaken, Izuku sets his mouth into a firm line. "Don't bother me anymore with your stupid accusations," he says, voice monotone. "I have better things to be doing. If you want someone to submit to you, you'll have to look somewhere else, because I'm not dealing with you anymore." Deciding that his point has been made clear, Izuku slides open the nearest window and jumps out, making his way down by maneuvering off the ledges he can get a grip on. Izuku finds himself standing in front of the school a minute later, staring at his baton. He just very flatly ended his volatile relationship with Kaken, didn't he? It's obvious to anyone that Izuku and Kaken have never been good friends. But over the years, they've cultivated a sort of messed up, silent, mutual agreement not to bother each other as long as the other keeps their distance. Besides, Kaken stopped targeting Izuku. A trade goes both ways, so Izuku paid back the favor by choosing not to challenge Kaken. There's no reason Izuku should feel bad. By calling out Izuku in front of the school, Kaken broke the agreement. But now what? Will Kaken begin to attack him again, or pretend he doesn't exist? It doesn't matter, right? Because either way, nothing will really have changed. But no, wait, it'll have to change, because they had an agreement. Kaken's little temper tantrums didn't count as assaults. They were just exceptions because Izuku definitely challenged Kaken before. Hang on, no he didn't, because he only stood up to Kaken when he felt threatened, and... Kid! Izuku blinks out of his reverie, the familiar buzz of panic dimming ever so slightly. To his surprise, he feels tears trickle down his cheeks, dropping onto the back of his hand. Karo stares up at Izuku from the bag, an unfamiliarly grim expression on his features. "Let's get out of here," the plush says. "I think a walk and a good meal would do you real good right now." Yes, that does sound good. In half an hour, Izuku finds himself at the entrance of Oodle's Noodles. That's worrying, given that he can't recall anything that happened in the last 30 minutes. When Rin meets his eyes, she frowns deeply and gestures him in. Dazedly, Izuku shuffles into the shop, sliding into a seat in front of the counter. All the exhaustion and confusion sinks down at once on his body, pulling him downward into a very dangerous spiral. "Eat," Rin orders, sliding a bowl of tonkatsu ramen onto the counter. Before Izuku can open his mouth to object, Rin catches his gaze and locks him in place with the most no-nonsense look Izuku's ever seen in his life, and that's saying something, because Izuku knows a lot of no-nonsense people. Slowly, he reaches for the bowl, placing it gingerly in front of him. It looks good, really, it does, and Izuku knows he should really eat, given that he skipped breakfast, but he can't find the motivation to get any sustenance into his body. After a minute of staring at the bowl, Izuku jolts upward when Rin moves around the counter. She walks over to the door and flips the open sign to closed, then drags a chair over, keeping a respectable distance between herself and Izuku. "What happened?" Rin asks, her voice firm but soft. An underlying tone of worry coats her words. Izuku really feels like crying. And then he starts crying. Izuku feels pathetic, hiccuping in front of someone who's known him as a reliable neighborhood handyman for years. Digging the heels of his palms into his eyes, Izuku grits his teeth and takes several deep breaths. It takes a few minutes, but he manages to get his thoughts into something coherent enough to communicate. Through it all, Rin sits patiently, averting her eyes to the table. She tries to inconspicuously push a box of tissues toward Izuku with the back of her hand. It's so considerate that Izuku almost bursts into a wave of fresh tears. Grabbing a tissue, Izuku wipes his eyes and nose furiously. He trusts Rin. He's known her for 3 years now, and he can confidently say that they know each well. "I think I just destroyed one of my friendships today," Izuku says, his voice hoarse. "Did they deserve it?" Rin replies. And that's it. No shock, no hesitation, no invasive curiosity. Izuku clenches his fists. I don't know. We had a deal, and then Kaken broke it, but I think he's broken it before and it's just that I noticed this time. Izuku really can't lie in front of people he trusts. Exhaling deeply, Rin shuffles a bit closer. What was your agreement? It's uncomfortable. It's awkward. It makes Izuku want to die, but he recounts his friendship with Kaken, starting from when they were children up until the current day. Izuku tells Rin about how they used to play with each other in the nearby forest, catching insects with nets and hopping over small rivers. Living in the past offers a sense of safety, creating a haven where Izuku can remember a time when things weren't so complicated, when Kaken used to be, well, not kind, but kinder. When Izuku finally explains the details of their agreement, Rin's eyes narrow. And this was a verbal agreement, she says. No, Izuku replies, a bit surprised. Kaken's impossible to talk with. It's much easier to read his body language and act accordingly. Then why did you assume that it was mutual? There's nothing Izuku can say to that. It said that trust is a silent, mutual agreement. Izuku strongly believes that he and Kaken did have something resembling trust, though it degraded over the years as Izuku became more confident in himself. Somewhere, deep inside, Izuku knows that it isn't his fault. Kaken wanted to keep him under his thumb, to treat him as another stepping stone for whatever grand ambition he has. Kaken never trusted him. The only thing Kaken has ever given him are scars. I'm going to be very blunt about this, Rin says, her eyes flat. Her hands are clenched together. This Kaken is an asshole and he will die alone if he can't see the people around him as anything other than disposable. The statement is so monotone yet so cruel at the same time. A part of Izuku wants to argue, after all, Kaken wants to enter UA, he has incredible talent and people respect him, while another part nods silently, someone as cruel as him doesn't deserve anything until he learns to repent for all he's done. There are many things Izuku could say. He chooses to say nothing. Let me tell you something. Standing from her seat, Rin makes her way to the door, where she flips the sign to open before returning to her station behind the counter. Listen up, okay? We all have friends. Some are closer than others, some are just situational friends. Some are friends because you feel obligated to be their friend. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Here's what matters. I'm going to call someone my friend if I trust them. I'm going to call someone my friend if I know they've got my back. I'm going to call someone my friend if I know that they won't ever purposely bring me harm. And I'm sure as hell not going to call someone my friend if they ignore me, look at me like I'm below them, or only want me around to boost their self-esteem. I don't give a shit about your reasons why you did the things you did. If you start treating me like trash, then we're through. End of story. Rin's eyes are cold and firm. It took me a long time to learn that. So here's my advice. Learn it quickly, and save yourself the hurt and pain in the future. It's blunt. It's bitter. It's borderline arrogant. But it's the truth. Yes, Izuku and Kaken's relationship is complicated. But it's not complicated in the fact that Kaken has abused his power over Izuku for too long. Izuku doesn't want to be associated with Kaken anymore. Maybe the best way to do that is to cut him off entirely. I'll try, is Izuku's quiet reply. A small grin makes its way onto Rin's features. Reaching out, she holds her hand over Izuku's now cold ramen. In a few seconds, the bowl is steaming hot once more. You might be quirkless, but you've helped a lot of people, the chef says. And me? I got a dumb quirk that lets me reheat stuff, but I'm not going to let it bring me down. Rin holds her fist out, a crooked grin on her face. So let's make a real, mutual agreement. If I try my best, you have to try your best too, alright? Sniffling hideously, Izuku slowly bumps his fist against Rin's. Okay. After finishing his meal, Izuku doesn't even think about returning to school. After waving his thanks to Rin, he goes straight home, sprawling on top of his bed. The 5 cards in Izuku's pocket float out and circle above his head for a moment before collecting in a neat pile on the table. Karo pops out of the bag, which has been abandoned next to Izuku's desk. He looks unsure, his eyebrows furrowed. You okay, kid? Boy, isn't that a question? There are many things Izuku could say. He chooses to say, I will be. Karo lets out a small sigh, lifting himself out of the bag and floating over to Izuku's bedside table. That's good, the plush hums, arms crossed as he sits on top of the clock. Don't overthink it too much. What's done is done, but you did the right thing. There's a pause in which Karo looks as if he's waiting to see if Izuku wants to reply. Izuku stays resolutely silent. He's said enough. His doubts are his own and nobody else's. Let's take it easy for a while, Karo suggests. As long as we don't sense any Sakura cards, you're free to go about your normal life. That's right. Sakura let herself become too invested in what she was doing, and after everything had been said and done, there was nothing left for her. Izuku won't let that happen to himself. There are too many people counting on him. And so Izuku steels himself, shoves his internal conflict as far into the back of his mind as possible, and pulls out his homework. The least he can do is try to stay on top of his grades. With a grin, Karo hefts the half-empty box of macarons out of the bag and tosses it on the table. That's right, the plush says, an expression of approval on his features. Now, let's see what stupid homework you have today. There are two things that surprise Izuku about the following week. First, no Sakura cards make themselves known, which is an enormous change from the card-after-card hunting that took up the first few days of Izuku's new job as Cardcaptor. Second, Kaken is strangely calm. Calm wouldn't be the word to describe his behavior in comparison to everyone else, but Kaken doesn't actively hunt Izuku down or throw down any challenges. In comparison, most of the student body is giving Izuku a larger berth than usual, so it's clear that word of their most recent scuffle has traveled quickly. Even so, it's obvious that Kaken's behavior toward him has changed. He's moodier but less violent, which is almost uncomfortable in its strangeness. Izuku decides not to think about it too much. It's not his problem anymore. And because life loves screwing him over, the teacher assigns Izuku and Kaken to clean up the classroom after school. There's a storm of mumbling when the teacher announces this. Among the whispers, Izuku can hear, "They'll destroy the school," and "Who's gonna come out alive?" When Izuku looks up meekly at Kaken's seat, the blonde hasn't moved. Instead, he just looks tense. Very tense. From his bag, Karo whispers, "Oh yikes." Surprisingly, Izuku manages to make it through the day without collapsing in an anxious puddle of tears. Instead, he works blankly throughout the day, robotically scribbling down notes. He must look pretty catatonic, because even the students that don't follow Kaken avoid him like the plague. Karo has apparently picked up on the fact that Izuku hates confrontation more than anything that exists in this world, because he stays silent for most of the day, playing on the DS that Izuku keeps in his bag. Izuku doesn't blame him. Pokemon makes everything better. And so Izuku finds himself staring at the door to his classroom at the end of the day, and wow, did the door always look like the gates to hell? "You're more than capable of defending yourself against that bully," Karo says encouragingly. "How about we get this over with and go get some hot food once we're done?" Right. Izuku just has to think about the nice katsudon he'll treat himself to once he's finished. Inhaling deeply, he pulls the door open, steps in, and narrowly steps out of the way of an incoming blade. With a surprised yelp, Izuku raises his baton just in time to swat away another attack. "What? Who has a sword?" Kaken has a sword. In front of him, Kaken brandishes a rather elegant blade, his eyes worryingly blank. His stance is all wrong. He's never that proper, that composed. His fighting style is all explosions and brute force, with quick but flashy maneuvers. There's a foreign stillness in his posture that sets Izuku on edge almost immediately, making it obvious that whatever's in front of him isn't Kaken. The next move barely scrapes past Izuku's cheek, leaving a faint trail of blood in its wake. Swinging his baton forcefully to meet a slash, Izuku flinches as a loud ringing explodes to life in his head. It's unlike anything he's heard before, which is seriously saying something. The ringing scrapes along, like metal. Against metal, gritting harshly as sparks burst in quick snaps. The harsh, metallic scent wafts upward, but disappears a moment later, replaced by the smell of flowers? Karo lets out small yelps with every vigorous movement Izuku makes, his head peeking out the flap of the bag. "Oh no! What's going on?" Izuku demands, backing up slowly. Kaken's advance is surprisingly slow and steady, which makes things very unnerving. Watching as Kaken drags the tip of the blade against the floor, advancing ever so carefully, is a sight that Izuku never thought he'd see. Sakura card, Karo replies shortly, his voice tense. That sword? Super useful, super cool, but capturing it is never fun. So, essentially, a card has possessed Kaken. That's great, because Izuku loves having his day screwed over by bullshit like this. Izuku squeaks as Kaken advances his pace, raising his baton. There's no time to panic. If he doesn't want to lose an eye, he needs to take Kaken down quickly. What do I do? Separate sword from Kaken, Karo says quickly, then suddenly shrieks, oh no, duck. Stumbling backward, Izuku trips over and falls, just in time for the blade to come swinging over his head, leaving an arc of pink dust. And then the assault gets noticeably faster. Rolling out of the way of a downward jab, Izuku swipes a leg out. Instead of jumping out of the way, Kaken pulls something Izuku's never seen from him, elegant footwork. With a couple of well-timed steps, the blonde steps neatly away from Izuku's attack, striking back with an angled stab. Deflecting the blade with his baton, Izuku runs through the situation. It's pretty late after school, but there are bound to be students and teachers roaming around. That means that if Izuku tries to bring the fight to the courtyard, he'll definitely be spotted. With that in mind, Izuku turns on his heel and darts down the hall. Catch me if you can. The light, quick footsteps trailing behind him signal that Kaken's decided to take the bait. Possessed by sword or not, his personality seems mostly intact. That's good, because Izuku knows how to deal with things, or people, that want to kill him. Bolting up 2 flights of stairs, Izuku glances at the locked door, another flight of stairs above him, crosses his fingers, and prays that God have mercy on his soul. Unlock, Izuku calls, snapping his fingers. And lo and behold, the lock clicks open and the door swings outward. Izuku decides not to look a gift horse in the mouth, instead choosing to sprint up the last flight of stairs and onto the roof of the school. The teachers would have cleared out all the students out at the end of the day and locked the door, but apparently magic doesn't care about locked doors. Lock the door behind you, Karo shouts. Make sure nobody else can get up. Oh, that's smart. The instant Kaken steps out of the door, Izuku snaps his fingers again, and with a call of lock, the door slams shut and locks itself with another soft click. Jumping out of the bag, Karo floats cautiously by Izuku's shoulder, watching as Kaken surveys the roof. The blank expression in the blonde's typically furious eyes is somehow more terrifying. But there's a way to stop Kaken, and that's to get him away from sword. And the only way to do that is with magic. Key that hides the hidden power of the moon, show your true form before me. I, Deku, command you under our contract. Release. Taking advantage of the flash of light, Izuku dashes forward, keeping his body low, and swings the sealing staff with as much force as he can muster. Life strings weave into existence, acting out Kaken's movements before he himself actually goes about doing them. Izuku's thankful that he at least has some sort of leverage in this fight. As expected, Kaken blocks the attack with an easy parry. The clash of staff and sword brings about sparks of pink and silver magic, throwing up sakura petals and shining dust into the air. That's okay. Izuku wants to see if he can knock an opening loose without going the route of a broken wrist. Kaken, come on, Izuku goads. Is that all you've got? There's a short moment where Izuku can swear he sees Kaken tense and twitch. Unfortunately, his eyes stay blank, and he renews his assault shortly after. So he can get through to Kaken, despite sword's influence. All he has to do is make Kaken angry enough to hopefully break through sword's possession. If that doesn't work, then he needs to disarm Kaken, hopefully in a peaceful way, because it's unfair to use magic on someone who can't even fight back. Well, if someone who can't fight back consciously, that is. Karo hangs back, his eyes narrowed. Let's get him with windy or watery, he suggests. Then we can get sword off him and seal it. It's a good plan. It's a simple, short plan of attack. But Izuku's hand quivers as he reaches for his cards, and with a shaky exhalation he slips them back into his pocket. It's not right to use magic on Kaken. It's not fair. It's wrong. What are you doing? Karo demands as Izuku darts forward, staff clenched like a bat. Gritting his teeth, Izuku slams the staff down onto the blade with all his might. The force of the impact jolts up his arms, shaking him all the way to his shoulders. As Kaken swipes the blade out from under the staff, Izuku steps back, grips the staff firmly with one hand, and brings it down viciously on Kaken's open leg with a crescent sweep. From behind him, Kero whistles. "Nice shot, kid." Kaken grimaces and falls to one knee, sword still clenched firmly in his grasp. His eyes flicker between rage and pain and emptiness all at once, but his silence is still very unnerving. The Kaken Izuku knows would have easily dodged that attack. By Kaken's behavior under sword's influence, it's clear that sword grants the user the skills of a swordsman. Footwork, swordplay, a professional's fighting experience, that's what sword offers. Izuku can use sword's prim and proper fighting style to his advantage. After all, elegance and practice are composed of patterns, whereas street fighting is all about winning at all costs. And luckily enough, Izuku grew up having to defend himself from Kaken. He's learned every dirty trick in the book. Unfortunately, the injury seems to have made Kaken angrier. After pulling himself up, the blonde renews his assault, despite his obvious limp. Having thrown caution to the wind, Kaken attacks and attacks and attacks, leaving Izuku little time to even breathe. "Wait, Kaken," Izuku attempts. To get through to Kaken earn him a punch in the jaw, which sends him reeling back. "Kid!" Kero shrieks, flying over in a blur of yellow. Holding up a hand to keep Kero back, Izuku swings his staff with both hands and whacks it into Kaken's hand with as much force as possible. Taking advantage of Kaken's stumbling, Izuku drops his staff, lunges in with his bare hands, and somehow manages to twist Kaken so he's lying face-first on the ground. With the sword-grasped hand twisted behind his back, Kaken, in his current state, can't do anything but struggle. At this rate, Izuku's going to have to knock him out. He can think of one very obvious way to do it, hitting Kaken really, really hard over the head. But that's not very ethical, and above all, Izuku really doesn't want to inflict any permanent damage. And so Izuku lowers his head, focusing on the faint hum of Kaken's furious energy that sings in his ears. Below him, fire and anger and power scream a verse of blistering heat and endurance, however dampened it may be by sword's scraping shrieks. There it is, Kaken strings. Intertwining his fingers within the silver and gold strings that dance out from Kaken's back, Izuku tugs firmly, and Kaken falls limp underneath him. Sword clatters out of his hand. With a shaky exhale, Izuku taps the sealing staff onto sword. "Sword, I command you return to your form confined." "Seal." A flash of light erupts from sword's figure, transforming the blade into its card form. Circling up into the air, the card lands gently on Izuku's open palm. It takes a lot of willpower not to start crying or screaming right then and there. Thankfully, with a few minutes of staring at the sky and breathing deeply, Izuku's hysteria gradually fades. With a laugh, Kero smacks Izuku's shoulder, an enormous grin on his features. "That was amazing. You took out sword with your bare hands." The laugh Izuku gives is still borderline hysterical, so he stops. "You learn a lot from growing up with Kaken," is all Izuku can say. A slight frown makes its way onto the plush's face. Before Kero can say anything, Izuku bends down and hefts Kaken over one shoulder. Hopefully, Kaken will forget everything about his brawl with Izuku and go home thinking that he tripped down the stairs or something, because that's what Izuku's going to tell the nurse. After recounting Kaken's awful fall, really, he tripped and fell down, like, 2 flights of stairs to the exasperated nurse, Izuku power walks out of the school and to the bus stop. There, he encounters some busgoers who know him well from his strange antics. They ask him if he's alright, which means that he must have a very strange expression on his face. "Are you hungry?" Ms. Kino, a kind neighborhood lady who makes trips to the grocery store on Mondays, asks worriedly. "I'm alright," Izuku replies, mostly on instinct. 2 minutes later, Izuku's chewing slowly on a pork bun as Ms. Kino coddles him, recounting her junior high days of old with a nostalgic cheer. After a while, Izuku finds himself much calmer than before as he listens to Ms. Kino's tales of young heartbreak and friendship. When Izuku's bus arrives, he waves goodbye to Ms. Kino, who happily reminds Izuku to visit her at her house more often. The elderly are truly the most powerful people on Earth. The bus ride is quiet. Kero stays silent in the bag, tapping away on the DS. Izuku's thankful for the silent contract of silence that they've forged in the face of adversity. It's only when Izuku looks at himself in the reflection of the window does he realize he has a split lip. That's not surprising, given that Kaken socked him pretty good in the face. Other than that, he has a few cuts on his arms and a very obvious gash on his cheek. Considering the fact that he's very obviously been in a scuffle, the busgoers must be more familiar with his antics than Izuku expected. That's good, because any more attention would probably be detrimental to his health. In fact, Izuku feels sort of lightheaded. He can't tell if it's because of physical exhaustion or mental fatigue. Either way, the one thing he wants most is some hot katsudon. Firing off a quick text to tell his mother that he'll be eating out, Izuku wanders off the bus somewhere between downtown and his apartment, eventually trudging into a small but well-liked restaurant in an alleyway. When he walks in, the owner takes a look at him, frowns, and waves Izuku to the most secluded corner of the restaurant. The owner then turns around and heads into the kitchen, where Izuku knows he'll be preparing a katsudon. God bless his city. Izuku loves everyone. You can come out, Izuku tells Kero, who's been fidgeting in the bag vigorously for the past half hour. The plush's head pops out, his eyes narrowed. You sure? There are people here, you know? It's fine. They've seen a lot of weird stuff, so a talking doll isn't even going to faze them. The customers have seen many instances of Izuku sprinting into the restaurant to hide from gangsters he's set off. One time, he walked through the door without realizing that he was on fire. After a moment of contemplation, Kero shuffles out of the bag and plops himself onto the table. Congrats on your epic capture of Sword. Now, are you okay? Kero's been asking that question a lot recently. Izuku can't blame him. With a shaky sigh, Izuku drops his face in his hands. It's been a long day, he replies. Kero huffs, crossing his arms. Talk about it, he snorts. First you cut someone out of your life, then they came back brandishing a magic sword. Izuku laughs weakly. That's Kaken for you. The food comes shortly afterward. The owner raises an eyebrow when he sees Kero snatch up a spoon and dive in eagerly, but says nothing. For the first few minutes, they eat in silence, enjoying the meal. However, after Kero's eaten his fill, he drops the spoon and fixes Izuku with an unwavering stare. You still want to give Kaken a chance, the plush says. I do, Izuku replies. Surprisingly, Kero doesn't argue. Instead, he says, if you really want to give Kaken another chance, don't stick your neck out there and expect a change of heart. If he really sees the error in his ways, he'll come to you on his own volition. Kero's eyes burn with a sort of wisdom that only comes with age and experience. What is Kaken to you right now? What is Kaken really? A friend? No, of course not. That's been established. An enemy? Not quite. Kaken doesn't go out of his way to make Izuku miserable. And so Izuku goes. With his gut feeling and replies, an anomaly. Surprisingly, Kero nods. A person who doesn't fit in any category, he confirms, as if he expected Izuku to say that in the first place, did he? Hopefully, with time, you'll be able to put him into one category or another. Friend or foe, it doesn't really matter. Because by then, you won't be confused about Kaken anymore, because you'll either be fighting beside him or against him. Those words shake Izuku to the very core. It's true, isn't it? If Kaken really does become Izuku's friend, then maybe they can achieve something close enough to a friendship with mutual trust. On the other hand, if Kaken becomes Izuku's enemy, and at this rate, the likelihood is very high, Izuku will spend the rest of his days protecting himself from someone who doesn't know when to quit. Both prospects are terrifying in different ways. Clapping his hands, Kero snaps Izuku out of his thoughts. Either way, we'll be waiting for some time. The plush chirps, finishing off the last of Izuku's juice. There's no point getting hung up about it. There's nothing we can do, so let's focus our energy on capturing the cards. I'm not someone he should be hung up about. That's what Sakura had said, right? Suddenly, Kero's wise words seem sadder than ever. How long did he wait for a new Cardcaptor? When was the last time he saw Sakura? Did he ever get a chance to say goodbye? Pinching in his guilt-fueled tears, Izuku wipes his eyes. Between Sakura's trust in him, the situation with Kaken, and Cardcaptor duties, it's easy to say that he's overwhelmed. But he's always overwhelmed. His days are spent running around the city, throwing himself into making life better for everyone he can. So maybe 3 yikes-worthy situations have been moved upon him. It doesn't change the fact that he has responsibilities, and he plans to uphold them. "Let's go home," Izuku says. With a grin, Karo replies, "Yeah, let's." Izuku doesn't know why life has decided to spare him this once, and he's not going to question it. Returning to school and facing Kaken has been an incredible source of anxiety, but by some miracle, Kaken ignores him? It's weird. It's unnerving. It's uncomfortable to hell and back, watching Kaken's typically furious eyes burn at him with a cold fury that screams of hatred on a whole new level. Izuku isn't sure how much Kaken remembers of their scuffle. He isn't sure why Kaken isn't approaching him like before. There are too many unknown variables in the already impossibly complex formula that is his life, and Izuku doesn't want any of it. But it's not his problem, it's Kaken's. Izuku will wait. He's been waiting for Kaken to change his entire life. Waiting a bit longer won't do any harm. "I didn't know you started learning swordplay, Izuku." It takes Izuku an incredible amount of effort not to leap out the window right then and there. Izuku laughs awkwardly, trying to hold sword behind him inconspicuously as he turns to face his mother. "It looked cool, so I decided to give it a try." His mother beams. "Well, give it your all." "Oh, do be careful not to break anything though." "Yes, Mom." After his mother leaves, Karo peeks out from where he's hidden under the covers of the bed. "Maybe you should practice using sword somewhere else." Over the past few days, Izuku has been testing sword out in the confines of his room. So far, he hasn't broken anything, but using a sword is very different from swinging around a baton. "Maybe," Izuku replies, his mind flashing to a very convenient seaside park that's been turned into an unofficial dump site. Nobody will care if he hacks up some old cars and fridges, right? Strangely enough, the first person to catch Izuku during his hack-and-slash sessions is Sasha, the game shop owner. "I didn't take you for a swordsman." Sasha laughs good-naturedly, tracing the slashes that Izuku has just put into an old fridge. "You never cease to surprise me." "What can I say?" Izuku replies vacantly. "I'm a surprising person." Normally, Izuku wouldn't dare respond so forwardly, even to his friends. But with his heightened magical senses, it's hard not to stare at Sasha. Over the years, Izuku has learned that Sasha plows through life with the energy of 5 people. She gives everything she does her all, whether it be working out, running her shop, or catching young magicians practicing with magical swords on a trash beach. It seems that energy has gathered around her and become an aura of some sort, because Sasha glows with a gold hue that reminds Izuku of his own magic, just a different color. However, unlike the soft crooning of Izuku's moon magic, Sasha's glow is utterly silent. That's a thought for later. "So, what are you doing here?" Izuku tries to make normal conversation, hanging the tip of his blade just above the sand. Sasha gestures to the heaps of scrap around them, an enormous grin on her features. Behind her is an old red wagon with stacks of metal heaped into haphazard piles. "I'm grabbing scrap metal. I've been working on a project recently, and this place is a gold mine." At that, Izuku perks up. "A project?" Nonchalantly, Sasha nods, walking toward an old car. "Occasionally, pro heroes will commission me for equipment. It's hard, but it's fun." Oh, that makes sense because Sasha's quirk is changing the property of metals to her will and wait, what? Sputtering, Izuku almost trips over his own feet and impales himself on sword as he makes his way over to Sasha. "You do what?" As if that wasn't enough, Sasha shrugs, hefting old tires over her head with surprising strength. "I graduated from UA's support department a while ago. Never really liked the hero industry, so I decided to go my own way." The blue-haired woman tugs on the door with such force that it pops right off. So Sasha, whom Izuku has always thought to be an energetic but meek storekeeper, is a UA alumnus and also a freelance equipment designer for pro heroes. That and she can tear doors off cars. "Oh my god," Izuku says. "I know, right?" Sasha smiles, all teeth. For a moment, Izuku just stares as Sasha tears apart the car with her bare hands. Then, because he's a good citizen and a friend, he says, "I can cut up the pieces for you if you want." Looking over, Sasha wipes the sweat off her forehead, a hand on her hip. "Sure. That would be great." And thus, Izuku finds himself occasionally helping Sasha by slicing up scrap metal into neat squares with sword. To be honest, it's good practice. Compared to before, Izuku's control of sword has grown exponentially. He's still not sure if it's actually legal to go and smash up the trash, but nobody else seems to care, so they continue making their way through the mountains of trash that line the beachside. Besides, it's nice watching the sunset over the ocean while camping out on top of a pile of old scraps. After a while, they manage to carve out a little grotto in the center of a collection of old cars and trucks. On the days where their scrap hauling sessions drags on for longer than expected, Sasha pulls out sandwiches and Izuku meekly offers treats of Sweet's creation. They exchange stories as they eat, Sasha recounting her days at UA while Izuku narrates some interesting things that have happened to him during his years of running around the city. One day, when Izuku's visiting Sasha at her shop, he's waved over to the back of the store. There, Sasha stretches out measuring tape around Izuku's waist and legs. When Izuku asks what Sasha's doing, the woman replies, "I want to make you a utility belt or two. You always lug around this huge bag, right? Might as well stop killing your back and try out one of my gadgets." It takes a good 2 minutes for Izuku to stop sniffling. Sasha, already used to Izuku's feeble emotions, pats his shoulder supportively. "Think of it as thanks for helping so often," Sasha offers. "With your help, I've cut my work time in half. Even my niece thinks you're awesome, and that's really saying something." Eventually, Izuku leaves with a new pair of 16-sided dice to play with and a promise to return once the belts are finished. The next encounter with a Sakura card comes a few days later. "I'm not sure what to say," Miki admits, a deep frown on her features. "This isn't something we've seen before." "Sakura card," Kero whispers from where he's hidden in Izuku's hoodie. "I guessed," Izuku whispers back, trying to disguise it by following with a cough. Before them, an antique chest that Professor Mickey's been waiting on for months lies on a table, its wood faded and dry. Apparently, the professor gets credit because of complications that Izuku doesn't care too much for, and the only thing she really wanted was to be the first one to open it. That would be great and all, if there wasn't a giant winged lock on the stupid thing. By now, Izuku's gotten pretty good at guessing the names of Sakura cards, mainly because it's pretty obvious just by looking at them. If Izuku had to guess, this card would be called Lock. "Nothing we've tried has been able to crack the lock," Professor Miki explains, crossing her arms. She's clearly irritated, and Izuku doesn't blame her. "I'll try to read up on it," Izuku offers to Professor Miki, who nods and walks away, mumbling up a storm about magic locks. It's so spot on that Izuku freezes for a second, worried that he's been found out. But then the professor sighs and starts talking to herself about what she should have for dinner. Immediately, Izuku locks the door behind him with a flick of his hand. Silver dust forms into the shape of a key, which then slots into the lock, clicking it shut. With a deep sigh, Izuku drops his bag on the ground and frees Kero from the confines of his hoodie. The plush pops out, dropping onto the table to tap at the chest. "Cool chest," he comments contemplatively. "I wonder what's in it." It's nice to see that Kero's beginning to adopt Izuku's habit of avoiding the elephant in the room by awkwardly shimmying by it. At the same time, it's kind of dismaying, since Kero's supposed to be the expert in this sorts of things. With a mumble of his chant, Izuku's staff bursts into its full form, accompanied by a burst of silver dust. Spinning the staff between his fingers, Izuku stares at the chest. There's no way he's using watery or windy for the job. The chest looks very old and is probably very precious. He's not risking even putting a scratch on it. Prodding gently at the lock with his staff, Izuku frowns. "So, do I seal it like this, or?" Kero takes it up a notch and kicks the lock as hard as he can. It doesn't budge. You have to either unlock or break lock before you seal it. Since we don't have any way of unlocking it, don't look at me like that, your locking trick won't work, we'll have to break it. Wincing, Izuku begins tapping on lock with the head of his staff. That's what he was afraid of. He's not stupid. He knows very well that sword could slice through Locke like a hot knife through butter. The issue is that Locke is currently stuck on an antique, and Izuku doesn't know how to slash through things using sword without swinging his entire arm and possibly cleaving through the entire chest, thereby destroying Professor Mickey's trust in him forever. No. It's okay. He's been practicing with sword recently, so he can probably do this. As long as he focuses on what he wants to cut and not on what he doesn't want to cut, sword will obey him. Hesitantly, Izuku pulls the card out of his pocket and raises it in the air. Sword, lend me your power, please. Silver dust envelopes the sealing staff, transforming it into sword's sleek form in a flash of light. What exactly can Locke do? Running a thumb along the edge of the blade, Izuku eyes Locke. Karo huffs. It's pretty simple. But Locke stuff. Other than that, it can seal off areas by plugging up the exits with barriers as long as it can find something to lock. Once you capture it, it's crazy useful. Right now, it's just annoying. With a hum of confirmation, Izuku tries tapping the blade onto Locke's main body. As expected, it doesn't budge, though the contact does draw out wisps of pink, flower-scented magic. Unlike the other Sakura cards, Locke is very silent, droning out deep, bellowing vibrations that make the tips of Izuku's fingers tingle. It's not a violent card, not a gentle card, it's just a card that obeys orders to the best of its ability. It's strange, meeting a card that's so void of personality. Let's just hack at it with sword, Karo suggests, brushing some dirt off the chest with his tail. This should be pretty straightforward. Yeah, Izuku agrees, despite the fact that he's terrified of dicing up a perfectly good artifact. But the more he waits, the more anxious he'll get, and the more likely it'll be that he loses control of sword. And so, with a very loud and very audible inhalation of breath, Izuku lifts sword into the air and slashes downward onto Locke. It falls apart with a gentle clink, dropping onto the table in two clean halves. Izuku stares at the Locke. That was easier than I expected. Karo grins, something akin to familial pride in his eyes. You're steadily growing as a magician and cardcaptor. You've been using sword like crazy for the past 2 weeks, so it's no wonder that it's obeying you completely. Looking down at the winged blade, Izuku smiles a little. It's nice to know that his effort is paying off in more than one way. He can help Sasha and train at the same time. With a simple dismissal, sword's form shatters like glass, leaving behind the glossy green glow of the sealing staff. Once sword's card is tucked safely in Izuku's back pocket, he taps the head of the staff onto what's left of Locke. Locke, I command you return to your form confined. Seal. In a burst of silver light, Locke's card form floats gently into Izuku's grasp. Tucking it into his back pocket, Izuku looks at the chest and pauses. There's something off with it, but Izuku can't tell what. Hey, Karo, Izuku starts, only to be interrupted by knocking at the door. He flinches so hard that he almost drops the staff. Izuku! Professor Mickey's voice calls out from the other door as she knocks. I think the door locked by itself. Can you let me in? Hastily dismissing the staff back into its pendant form, Izuku snatches Karo out of the air and shoves him in the front pocket of his hoodie, ignoring Karo's yelp of surprise. Sorry, Izuku says, though it comes out as more of a squeak. Oh, that was close. That was very close. Professor Mickey blinks when she lays eyes on the chest. The lock's gone. Yes, Izuku replies. How? The professor asks, turning her head curiously. Just had to pick it the right way, Izuku lies. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Mickey shrugs and tugs on gloves. Well, thank you for your help. Now, let's see what's inside this bad boy. As the professor goes to grab some papers, the chest shakes. Violently. Izuku takes a very, very deep breath. That was buzzing he heard just now, wasn't it? Watching the professor walk back casually and examine the chest is very similar to watching someone attempt to defuse a bomb. Up we go, Professor Mickey says, lifting the lid up gently and peering inside. A roaring blackness erupts from the chest, throwing the lid back. Tendrils of shadow sink into the ground, painting a web of darkness onto the marble floor. Without his magically enhanced senses, Izuku can't tell what's going on, But one thing is abundantly clear, Sakura cards are unpredictable and absolutely evil. Evil. As quickly as it appeared, the shadows slither under the gap of the door, disappearing. Both Izuku and Professor Mickey stand there in silence for a solid minute and a half. Then, Professor Mickey, I'm not sure what just happened. Me neither, Izuku answers, feeling a rush of guilt for lying for the second time in 2 minutes. I think I should tell someone about this. Oh, hold on. Nope, no, definitely not. Time for damage control. Maybe just tell the higher-ups, Izuku suggests quickly, trying not to sound like he's pleading. He's mostly successful. Because other people could get worried, and it would affect the work environment. Shockingly enough, Professor Mickey nods in agreement, gathering her materials. She's incredibly composed for someone who just had a spectral mass of magic shadows rammed straight up her face. With a sigh, she closes the chest and brushes a few loose strands of hair out of her face. You're right. I'll go tell the headmaster and see what he says. And there it is, the elusive headmaster who somehow agreed to allow a 10-year-old Izuku, also C, disaster, to work at a university research center. Even after 3 years of running around the university's library and research facilities, Izuku has never once heard anyone mention the headmaster's name. Maybe he's just a private guy. Go on home, Professor Mickey says. Thank you for your work today. I'll call you in when we need you again, okay? Nodding numbly, Izuku grabs his bag and shuffles out the door as quickly as possible. There's a lot to discuss. Karo wrestles his way out of the pocket, spitting out a good deal of lint. Do you ever use a lint roller? Slowing down to allow the plush to settle himself in the hood, Izuku blinks. That was a card. Yeah, Karo confirms. One of my friends had a first-hand experience with a card, Izuku says. She did, Karo replies. My life is in shambles, Izuku says, bordering hysteria. Karo pats Izuku's back, a sympathetic tone in his voice. For all it's worth, she took it really well. I guess things like this happen, especially when you live in a superpowered society. Maybe Karo's right. Maybe the professor's used to random things exploding in her face, or shadows popping out of locked chests and running off to who knows where. Shoving all his hysteria into the back of his mind, Izuku takes a deep breath. What was that? Shadow. Karo answers immediately, adjusting his seating in Izuku's hood. A very versatile card, especially at night. I'd say we should go catch it, but I can't feel anything. You. Karo's right. No matter how hard Izuku tries to listen, he can't hear anything. There's the constant, faint buzzing of the magic of the universe around him, but for every capture, Izuku has always been able to hear and track a card down solely by the unique hum of magic each individual card has. It's worrying but also a relief. The fact that Shadow isn't immediately causing trouble is nice, and it also gives Izuku a heads up in case Shadow does try anything. On the other hand, the faint feeling of anxiety in his throat will only grow with time, and Izuku really doesn't like that. I think we should look for Shadow, he eventually decides. We really should, Karo responds as they leave the library. So, how do you want to do this? Fly around the city, or run around? If there's one thing Izuku knows he's good at, it's running around the city. I'll get my skateboard. Might as well change while you're doing in, the plush suggests, keeping his voice to a murmur as pedestrians walk past. Let's stay as inconspicuous as possible. After making a quick trip home, Izuku sets out wearing a plain blue jacket and sweatpants. His baton sticks out of his bag a little while Karo sits comfortably in his backpack, keeping a bit of the zipper open to poke his head out every so often. There's really no easy way to go about tracking Shadow down. Aside from asking, "Hello, have you seen a large shadow creature crawling up the side of a building?" Izuku's not sure how to proceed. And so he makes his way to Stationery Stop, where Yuto perks up immediately upon seeing him. Izuku! The owner laughs, standing from where he's lounging behind the counter. Nice to see you. How can I help? This is going to sound very weird, Izuku says. But have you seen a large shadow creature crawling up the side of a building? Even without looking, Izuku knows that Karo's face palming inside the bag. Thankfully, All of the people within his closer circles of friends are used to Izuku barging into their shops with strange questions and requests. Yuto raises an eyebrow. Can't say I have, but I gotta say, I'm pretty curious as to why you're asking. Izuku that he's a horrible liar, so he chooses to say, there was an incident at the university and I'm trying to fix it. Apparently Yuto accepts that as an answer, because he laughs and hands a slip of paper to Izuku. I won't ask about your shadow creature problem, but I might be able to help you find people who can get you where you need to go, Yuto says, as if that's not vague and creepy. Go to this address, and you should find someone there who can help. It's not quite the lead Izuku was looking for, but it's the best he's got. The location happens to be in an old part of Mizudafu, where the streets are narrow and alleyways connect from every place to everywhere. There are some great restaurants and shops within the dark streets, so Izuku knows the area fairly well. It turns out the designated location is an abandoned warehouse on the very edge of the city. Izuku's not sure why the warehouse hasn't been torn down, but he doesn't really care. He just really doesn't want to get murdered by a serial killer. Yuto wouldn't trick him, right? Yuto's a fun, respectable guy. This looks real sketchy, Karo murmurs, head poking out. He looks worried and scared at the same time, which Izuku fully understands. The walls of the warehouse are undeniably old, worn out and flaking in some parts. The entrance seems like it's been boarded up several times, with different planks of wood hanging from rusty bolts. It looks straight out of The Last of Us, which really doesn't bode too well. As Izuku steps through the door, he holds his baton at the ready, prepared to it down onto someone's head if need be. And wow, that's a lot of graffiti. Izuku's no stranger to graffiti. In big cities like Mizudafu, graffiti is an underappreciated art that often decorates the barren gray walls of older districts. Here, in the amazing emptiness of the warehouse, bright colors are sprayed across every wall, creating a chaotic yet uniform gallery of art like nothing Izuku's ever seen before. Even Karo seems shocked. The two of them gape as the sunlight trickles in through patches of missing roof, taking in the urban artwork around them. When Izuku hears a snap behind him, he spins around and swings his baton as hard as he can. The figure is small and hooded, suspicious-looking but unarmed. It's only after the baton makes contact that he realizes that he may have just attacked a civilian. Oh my god, Izuku panics, dropping his baton and kneeling down to help whoever he just attacked. I'm so sorry I got scared, are you alright? You're a jumpy one, the strange man grumbles, batting away Izuku's hand. Pulling down his hood with one hand, he fixes Izuku with an irritated glare. That's bad enough, but the blood that trickles down the man's head makes Izuku want to throw himself into traffic. Bleeding, Izuku manages to wheeze out, not quite sure what to do with his hands. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Let me help. The man bats his hands away again. Don't bother. Izuku's about to say something along the lines of blood loss Esicus and you will die very quickly if I just broke your head, but that train of thought chugs to a slow stop as the blood on the man's head trickles back into his body? A quirk. Of course. That's great, because Izuku's not sure if he can handle the thought of having accidentally murdered someone. Yuto wasn't kidding, the man sighs, rubbing the fading bruise that Izuku so generously gave him. You really do hit hard. Wait, what? How does Yuto know about Izuku's baton-swinging habits? Shaking himself out of his thoughts, Izuku picks up his dropped baton. Sorry? Yuto sent you, right? The man pulls himself off the ground, patting the dust off of his pants. If he trusts you enough to send you to us, then he must trust you a lot. Wait a moment, Izuku interrupts, thoroughly confused. Who's this? The man blinks. He has red eyes, like Aki from the hospital. He didn't tell you? No. He just sent me here and said that I could get some answers from whoever I'm supposed to get answers from. Next time, he'll ask more questions before blindly taking off. With a sigh, the red-eyed man beckons Izuku into a side room. When he turns, Izuku notices that he has several feather plume chains hanging off a belt. There's some sort of logo emblazoned on the back of his hoodie, but Izuku doesn't recognize it. Think of us as your neighborhood information brokers, the man says, breaking the echoing silence of the warehouse. We'll give you the information you seek, and we'll get it if we don't already have it. That sounds slightly illegal, but it's not really vigilantism, right? Izuku decides to power on. He needs to find Shadow before Shadow finds trouble. Besides, he's already made himself into a vigilante, as accidental as it was. It can't get much worse. What's your price? Snorting, the man pushes open the door to another enormous area. Like the rest of the warehouse, the walls are splattered with explosive colors. Around the room, boxes, shelves, crates, and other abandoned pieces of equipment are strewn around haphazardly, creating a sort of hazardous jungle gym. Don't think so little of us, the man says, his voice flat. As if money could pay back all the time and effort we put into our work. Izuku knows he's not the most socially receptive person, but he has no idea if there's anything to say that won't offend the man. Then how should I repay you? Coming to a stop in front of the Daredevil's jungle gym, the man turns around. Favors. We're doing you one, so you'll pay us back likewise. With a raised eyebrow, he puts on a sardonic smile. Call me Plume and I'll call you Deku. That's great. That's great, except for the fact that hold on, did he just say Deku? Keeping his breathing as even as possible, Izuku responds, I don't know what you're talking about. We saw your fight with the green monster and the water thing firsthand, Plume says, a bored tone to his voice. The way you wield that baton is exactly identical to how Deku handles his staff. We're very observant, you know. We know everything that goes on in this city. At this point, Izuku's trying very hard not to implode or cry. What should he do? What do you want? He manages to grit out, grip tight against his baton. This is bad. This is really bad. Plume spreads his arms in a mocking display of goodwill. We'll help you find the shadow monster, and later on, you'll help us out if we ever need you. There's definitely an ulterior motive in Plume's words, but Izuku can't discern what it is. What if these people are affiliated with villains? Does that mean Yudo's part of this group, since he sent Izuku here to begin with? What if Izuku can't pay them back correctly, and they expose his identity? Do they even know who he is? What should he do? Calm down, the bells say, faintly echoing in the ravines of Izuku's mind. You hold more power over him in this situation. Izuku clamps down on his jaw to keep down a bubble of hysterical laughter. There's silence for a moment. Then, you're still inexperienced in the art of negotiation. Let me take control and watch closely. For what seems like both an eternity and no time at all, Izuku floats upon nothingness. His body is not his own. Rather, he's a spectator, watching, learning. Pulling the pendant out of his shirt, Izuku tries on a calm smile. It feels foreign yet familiar, a motion that is both muscle memory and completely new. Regardless, one thing is clear. He's the one in charge here. Silver dust and purple butterflies dance around the pendant as it extends into its full length. The magic that does not belong to him yet is rightfully his ripples through the very fabric of space-time, hugging his bones in a song both ancient and new, crooning silver, whispering notes all while bellowing deep, echoing beats. Don't get ahead of yourself, he says, an eternal calm in his voice. To demand so much with such little information is foolish. Twirling the staff lazily with one hand, Izuku smiles at the boy. You know this. The surprise on Plume's features is a sight that Izuku finds amusing. Nobody understands the art of the trade more than he does, and the naive boy before him is no exception. Crossing his arms, the boy's confident play wavers. You're the one who came to us. Of course, Izuku smiles, tilting his head. But you want this deal very much, don't you? The boy's wince is a clear answer in and of itself. No sane information broker would actively put themselves in danger and meet with a new client on such short notice. The boy must be desperate for Izuku's assistance. Locating Shadow is necessary, yes, but the card will show itself eventually. What about Yuto? Plume asks, a new hesitance in his voice. How cute. The boy's trying to cover up his weaknesses by drawing on Izuku's. Displays of might are crude, but effective. Raising Sword's card to his lips, Izuku commands, Sword, heed my call. Silver and purple wisps of magic curl around the ceiling staff, transforming the staff into a sleek blade decorated with glowing sigils and curling patterns resembling butterflies' wings. He's certainly not a swordsman, but he'll make do with whatever he has. Casually leaning on the blade, Izuku blinks innocently. What about him? And just like that, Plume's leverage is lost. It's not a bluff, either. Yudo is a trusted friend, though that might have to be reevaluated after this entire experience. Information brokers in this world are very much vigilantes who work freelance jobs, and the police don't take well to vigilantes. Plume's discomfort is clear now, his eyes shifting around the room. Occasionally his red eyes will land on Sword and he'll twitch, but for the most part, he's avoiding eye contact. Allow me to be very clear, Izuku says, voice serenely flat. With a flick of his wrist, he rests the tip of Sword's blade underneath Plume's chin. The fear in those red eyes goes to show how young the boy really is. You hold no power over me, and I won't listen to your foolish qualms. I am, however, willing to come to a fair agreement on whose terms we can both agree with. Relief and anger flicker over the boy's face. What are your terms? Tipping the blade upward, Izuku offers a grin as Plume twitches his head up. Speak to anyone about me, and you'll find yourself arrested faster than you can turn tail and run. I know what you're going to say. And no, it's not the same for me. It's my word against yours, and frankly, between an innocent child and a small-time broker, I believe the police will be more partial to me. After a moment of deliberation, Plume grits his teeth and nods curtly. Fine. In one smooth movement, Izuku dismisses Sword and flips on the ceiling staff, leaning his weight on the unfamiliar yet familiar staff. Help me locate the shadow thing with all the energy you can muster, and I swear by the moon that I'll return the favor in its exact form, nothing less, nothing more. Plume's showing much more emotion now that his bravado has been torn down. With an expression between confusion and irritation, he says, "That's not any more specific than my terms." To a young broker, of course it wouldn't sound different. Sighing, Izuku gathers a small ball of magic in his hands, watching it turn with the chaos of the universe. I told you, I'll pay you back in the exact form of however you should help me. Time, effort, energy, it'll all be paid back exactly. Crushing the orb in his hand, Izuku glances at Plume. These are my conditions. Red eyes trail over the silver dust that surrounds Izuku's fist. Eventually, the boy relents, holding his head high. I'll work within those conditions. Excellent, Izuku smiles, all teeth. He reaches out a hand. A calloused hand meets his. With a firm shake, the deal is made. That's enough for today, isn't it? Something unhinges itself from Izuku's mind, dragging all of the foreign knowledge and experience with it. Like before, Izuku barely manages to catch himself on his staff, using it as a crutch to support his weight. His breath comes faster than usual. That was the bells. What did Sakura say? Don't pull that act on me, Plume hisses, red eyes tinged with anger. He turns and flips himself onto the top of the scrap jungle gym with surprising dexterity and elegance, looking down on Izuku from above. If you betray our trust, you'll regret it. Izuku puts on a shaky grin. He's been given a lesson, and he's not just going to forget it. Do try your best, he offers, somehow managing to keep his voice from wavering. Plume gives him one more hateful look, then scales up and onto the roof through a hole. And just like that, it's done. With a burst of nervous laughter, Izuku drops to the ground. Karo bursts out of the bag, his eyes blown wide. You're crazy, the plush yells, strangely focused on Izuku's eyes. I can't believe you managed to talk down someone who knows who you are. Izuku knows how Karo feels. He's still processing it himself. I have occasional bursts of bravery, he half lies. Right, the bells? Sakura said something about a Ms. Yuko, hadn't she? Spot on, the bells confirm with an ethereal laugh. But now's not the time. You've much to learn, and so much to see. If the time ever comes for you to meet me, then we'll talk. Considering Izuku's habit of getting screwed over by life, he's fairly sure that it's going to be inevitable. Another soft laugh echoes within Izuku's mind before the bells fall silent, leaving only the sounds of the city around him and Karo's ranting. At least we have some help now, Izuku offers. With a huff, Kero crosses his arms. We'll see how far those gangsters can take us. I'm guessing not far, since they're not magicians. Izuku's tempted to point out that quirks are a lot more versatile than Kero might assume, but decides to drop it. Now that they have somebody, or is it some people, Izuku's not sure, working on the case, he can direct his attention to other tasks with less anxiety pounding at his head. He really hopes everything goes mesh. Izuku isn't dumb enough to assume that everything will go well, because it never does. Getting called over to Sasha's place for fitting is exciting. It's also a great way to pry Izuku away from the spiral of doom he slowly feels himself slipping into. Tada! With a grand flourish, Sasha holds up the new utility belt, pride written all over her face. The best utility belt I've ever made, heroes included. The belt is a compact thing, black all around with silver linings and crescent moons stitched onto the pockets. Pockets line the length of the entire belt, accompanied by strange buttons that Izuku is only slightly wary of. It even has a holster for his baton. Izuku thinks he's going to cry. Sasha laughs good-naturedly as she pats Izuku's back, eyes glittering with fond amusement. Well, don't leave me hanging. Try it on, and we'll tell you everything about it. Izuku perks up. With a slight pause, Sasha nods excitedly. That's right, you haven't met my niece yet. She's your age, so I'm sure you guys will get along just fine. Izuku's not good with people his own age. Wait, he says meekly, only to be overshadowed by Sasha's bellowing call. Hey May! She yells, poking her head into the back of the shop. Your guinea pig's here. There's an enormous clatter of something falling, followed by some more loud noises and a yelp. A few seconds later, a girl with pink hair and the most piercing eyes Izuku's ever seen slams the door open. Sasha steps out of the way with a practiced motion. Guinea pig! Approaching much quicker than Izuku's comfortable with, the girl proceeds to throw her hands all over his body. That's an approach far more tactile than he's ever experienced before, and that includes Zing, who picked him up and threw him into a pit of foam blocks the first time they met. May, stop that. Batting the girl's hands away, Sasha steps in between the two of them, exasperated. Izuku here doesn't like it when strangers feel him up. It's hard to find someone who actually likes that, is what Izuku wants to say. Instead, he stays resolutely silent, recalibrating his thoughts. The muffled snickering from his bag isn't helping. With a laugh, the girl leans forward, her eyes skimming over Izuku's figure. You're so boring. How else am I supposed to get a feel for his body shape? Looking directly into Izuku's eyes, she says, You're very fit, by the way. Very solid. Her eyes are scopes of some sort, coloring her pupils yellow. Either way, it's much easier to focus on the May's eyes than the words that come out of her mouth. Come on, try the belt on, May insists, hands fidgeting eagerly. A diabolical sort of aura radiates off her as she grins, eyes wide with anticipation. It's kind of disturbing. Sasha pushes May further back with one hand, offering the utility belt to Izuku with the other. Ignore her, the woman sighs. Let's see how it fits. The two sets of eyes staring at him is unnerving, but Izuku goes ahead anyway. Wrapping the belt around his waist, he pats himself down, jumping from side to side. It's incredibly light despite how it looks, and there are so many pockets. It's a blessing. Izuku loves his friends. May darts forward, ducking under Sasha's outstretched arm. Ah, excellent. It fits well. Now, what else do you need? Izuku blinks. What? One utility belt isn't going to get you far, May insists, a fire burning in her eyes. Come on, what is it you need? Gloves? Bracers? A helmet? Leaning in closely, she puts her hands on Izuku's shoulders. An entire outfit? Stop badgering him, Sasha scolds, placing herself between them once more. She pauses, processing May's words, then turns to Izuku. But seriously, if you need any more equipment, we're more than willing to make something, well, as long as you help us out. Izuku nods. It's hard to do anything but, when two very enthusiastic inventors have found interest in him. For a brief moment, Izuku wonders if there's any way to make a sort of disc-like contraption like the ones from a very specific show involving magic cards. That would be very cool. Actually, considering the fact that he's a pseudo-vigilante, a costume might be a good investment. Wringing his hands, Izuku says quietly, a full outfit doesn't sound too bad really. Both Sasha and Mei look like Christmas has just come early. Details, Sasha demands immediately, scribbling on a notepad furiously. In similar fashion, Mei slams her intricate goggles over her eyes, snatching up a stray pencil from off the floor in a very practiced and fluid motion. Izuku takes a few steps back, raising his hands in front of him. I don't have anything concrete, but something with lots of mobility would be nice. And inconspicuous. And maybe green. Thankfully, the two don't question his design choices. Instead, Mei begins wrapping measuring tape all around Izuku and mumbling numbers to herself. Sasha's pulled out a drawing board from God knows where and is already beginning to sketch something. I think a magical girl design would be pretty accurate, Sasha comments, and Izuku's heart almost lurches straight out of his chest. With a wheeze, he demands, "What?" Mei hums an affirmative response as she measures Izuku's chest. There's nothing more iconic than a costume that screams your name to the world. It seems Sasha and Mei have completely disregarded the inconspicuous part of Izuku's pitch. Also, this conversation is implying all sorts of horrible things. So, does that mean Izuku can't bring himself to finish the sentence? Sasha takes it onto herself to finish it for him. "We know that you're Deku. It wasn't hard to figure out, especially since I know you so well." That makes 3 people that have figured out his not-so-secret identity, 2 of whom Izuku barely knows. Wonderful. Izuku wonders when the ground will open up beneath him and swallow him up. "Don't be so tense," Mei comments, her smile bright as ever. "We wouldn't be so stupid as to tell the entire world who made the extraordinary equipment Deku carries around with him." Sasha nods, only half listening as she draws furiously. The speed at which she's sketching is incredible. After a few minutes, Mei bolts to the back of the shop with a clutter of noise. This leaves Izuku time to slowly piece together what's left of his sanity. "How's this design look?" Sasha flips the board up, a proud smile on her features. "It's practical and cute. A total win-win." The outfit Sasha's design consists of a green jumpsuit, puffy pants, a shawl of some sort, a hood with what looks like bunny ears, and a whole lot of frills, wing pins, and crescent moons. Next to the design, green is scrawled in large font and circled several times. "Maybe a visor too," Izuku says, then claps a hand over his mouth. Sasha nods energetically, adding on a simple visor. Mei stumbles back into the room, looking more ragged than before. "By the way, I'm adding on a wireless communication device." "Wing or moon?" "Moon." Izuku replies, finally realizing that he's inadvertently contracted himself to the brilliant and terrifying girl before him. Mei gives a quick nod. "The space aesthetic is powerful," she states very seriously, then drops a large crate of small gadgets onto the table. It appears as if she's had a revelation of some kind, because her smile grows even larger, which is borderline disturbing. "Moon rabbit," Mei exclaims with a tone of reverence, launching herself over to Sasha's side, chattering rapid-fire about jetpacks and grappling hooks. Izuku should probably intervene before he gets turned into a green Batman. But, despite the fact that they're discussing Deku's vigilante costume, it's sort of fun. "I don't need a jetpack," Izuku interrupts, not quite sure how he should phrase his thoughts. "I can, fly." 2 sets of eyes turn to stare at him. Izuku shuffles awkwardly. "Of course." Mei's the first to respond, scope eyes wide. She's somehow able to wire a gadget so it lights up while keeping a conversation. "You can fly on your staff." "Oh, but grappling hooks are still valid." "Wonderful, wonderful. We can use that free weight to add so many goodies." Sasha turns to Izuku, mouth flat and eyes serious. "How do you feel about flash bombs?" The following conversation takes 2 hours and gets Izuku far more excited than he should be. There's something about hanging out with Sasha and Mei that's exciting to begin with, and their contagious enthusiasm fills the entire room. Izuku learns a worrying amount about the usage of flash bombs and knockout darts. As interesting and amazing as Mei and Sasha are, he hastily talks them out of making flamethrowers or freeze rays. Besides, he has magic cards. In the end, they decide on keeping Izuku as mobile and light as possible, given the fact that he's, a vigilante. While Mei drafts up rough designs for some sort of grappling hook gun, she casually asks, "So, why vigilantism?" Izuku inhales sharply. "With a quirk like yours, you would fit in perfectly at the top hero schools in the country." To emphasize her point, Mei waves a pencil in the air. "What's your quirk, anyway? Bringing art to life or something?" There are two options to choose between: lying and telling the truth. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku can see Sasha tilting her head ever so slightly in their direction while rummaging through fabrics. Izuku trusts Sasha, and he thinks he can trust Mei too. If Kaken taught him anything, it's that trust is a feeble thing. It's time to build some real trust. "I don't have a quirk," Izuku says firmly. He's made up his mind. Sasha quirks up an eyebrow and smiles, silent as she eavesdrops. Izuku's never spoken to her about his quirklessness, but he has a feeling that she's known all along. Mei leans in with renewed interest. "How interesting. Then how is it you can do the things you do, guinea pig?" Izuku takes a deep breath. It's now or never. Magic. Underneath her goggles, Mei's eyes narrow. Then, after a moment, she gives a wide smile. "Incredible. Fascinating. Oh, you're so interesting, guinea pig." Clapping her hands together, Mei leans forward. "Tell me more. Tell me everything." "Hang on," Sasha says, sharing a glance with Izuku. Her eyes are shining with curiosity, but she cracks a lopsided grin. "We can't keep Izuku here too long. After all, we have to do our own stuff, right?" Laughing, Mei slaps down her pencil. "Why, of course. A simple magical vigilante like you couldn't possibly comprehend the genius of my process." Before Izuku can react, Mei pulls out a phone with a comically large and fanciful case. "Before you leave, I demand your contact information." Izuku gives Mei his email and phone number. He's awful with social interaction, especially with people his age, but he considers this a victory. As he leaves, Mei makes Izuku promise to visit once she's finished with the wireless communication device. "Ground support," she explains, which sets off a whole choir of alarm bells in Izuku's head. Once Mei has returned to do whatever crazy and ingenious things she's planning to do, Sasha walks Izuku out the door. "Magic, huh?" The woman hums, amused. "I expected a lot of things, but I can't say that ever crossed my mind." Izuku flushes, wringing his hands. It's complicated. But I swear, I'm just trying to help. Nobody else can help, and I won't let people get hurt because I'm too scared to act." Sasha gives him the same look Sakura did. It's a strange mix of sadness and appreciation and pride mixed all into one, which makes it incredibly difficult to decipher. "I'm really happy you decided to trust us," Sasha says. "I hope you continue to put your trust in us, because we'll never let you down." Grinning, she adds, "We might not be heroes, but we're always supporting heroes like you from behind." Rubbing his eyes with one hand, Izuku stares at his shoes. I'm not a hero." Patting his back gently, Sasha's grin breaks into a wide smile. "You've always been a hero, Izuku. That means something." Izuku's known that his recent actions are very much vigilantism, no matter how he puts it. He knows that there are people who will see him as a threat, while others will call him a hero. There's no way the public would know of the hours and hours he's taken out of his own life to give to others, and he'd rather keep it that way. But he refuses to fall into the same misfortune Sakura did. He won't let his duties as a cardcaptor become his identity, and he won't ever forget that he exists as someone in the greater world outside of his bubble of magic, no matter how large it may be. And what Sasha said, she knows that Izuku's a vigilante, yet she's calling him a hero, not because of his magic nor the spectacles he puts on, but because she's watched as Izuku throws himself into trying to make the world a better place, bit by bit, by giving his time to others. Real heroes help anyone and everyone, whether or not they're in trouble. It's horribly embarrassing, bursting into tears in front of Sasha's game shop. It takes a solid 2 minutes for the tears to stop coming, and another 2 for Izuku's breathing to return to normal. Remember to keep in touch, Sasha calls as Izuku shuffles down the street. We'll make sure you're safe and well-dressed. Immediately after Izuku rounds the corner, Karo's head pops out of the zipper, his eyes blown wide. What just happened? He asks, baffled. Izuku doesn't blame him. I don't know what to say, kid, Karo admits. I mean, it's sort of worrying that people are starting to pick up on the whole secret identity thing, but you just told those two that you have magic. I trust them, Izuku answers, his mind still a little fuzzy from his recent breakdown. With a small sigh, Karo shrugs. It's your call. If you think what you're doing is right, I won't do anything to stop you. The trust and freedom that Karo's offering unto Izuku is both a blessing and a burden. For now, he's just happy that Karo isn't interrogating him about his life choices, his feeble emotions, etc. But Karo's never done that before, has he? A light chime startles Izuku out of his thoughts. Grabbing his phone, he sees a new message from an unfamiliar number. 1734? What the hell is up with your shadow thing? A pit of foreboding churns in Izuku's stomach as he replies. 1735 Izuku. Is this Plume? 1736 Plume? Yes. I'd like you to know that the shadow thing's probably pretty set off. 1736 Izuku. Is there a reason for that? 1737 Plume. You wanted us to find it. We did. Problem is, it bolted. There's someone on my team with a light-based quirk, so we tried to contain it. Didn't really do anything except make it real angry. 1739 Izuku. You could tell it was angry? 1740 Plume. It threw 2 of my people into a wall and tore up our base. So yeah, I'm pretty FNG sure it said. This day has not been very fun. 1740 Izuku. I'm sorry. 1742 Plume. Apologies aren't going to do anything. We're doing our job. All you need to do is keep up your side of the deal. 1743 Izuku. I will. How is everything? Are you guys okay? 1745 Plume. That's not pertinent to the mission. The shadow thing escaped, but we're keeping a visual on it. It's not doing anything right now. When do you need its location? If we can't find Shadow before sundown, then things will really start to go downhill, Karo says, peeking over Izuku's shoulder to read the messages. But we don't want to push at it too hard, otherwise Shadow might go on a rampage. I say we let Shadow roam for a while, let it calm down, and only intercept it when we need to. Now that Izuku thinks about it, all the particularly violent cards he's captured have been poked at by heroes beforehand. Maybe it's better to let the cards settle into their new environment before jumping into the fray. 1746 Izuku. As soon as it starts moving, or at sundown. Whichever one comes first. 1747 Plume. I'll contact you then. And if you're planning to take this thing on, you'd better be careful. After that, no new messages come. It's nice to know that Plume is keeping his word, but Izuku isn't sure how Plume managed to get his number. Maybe from someone in the neighborhood. Speaking of which, Yuto has some questions to answer. Izuku's a little more on edge than usual as he makes his way to stationary stop. Something about the air feels heavier than usual, like it's saturated with a sort of invisible fog. It might just be Izuku freaking out again, but he doesn't want to take any chances. There must be a strange expression on his face as he walks through the door, because Yuto quirks an eyebrow up. I guess Plume wasn't very kind, was he? A sting of betrayal makes Izuku flinch ever so slightly. So Yuto and Plume know each other. But Yuto's a good person, so why? I know Plume might come on as rude and mean, but he's a good guy, Yuto says, sighing. A strange kind of exasperation colors his features, not necessarily in a kind way. I've known him for some time now, and I can say with confidence that he'll keep his word. Now that catches Izuku's attention. Maybe Yuto isn't actually affiliated with Plume, maybe they're just childhood friends, and Yuto feels some sort of obligation toward Plume. Most of the time, Izuku isn't very good at picking up on social cues, but the contracting emotions that flicker of Yuto's face paints a story that Izuku knows all too well. It's so shockingly familiar that Izuku feels like throwing up. He texted me just now, Izuku replies, swallowing the nausea as best as he can. He's really fast at this tracking thing. Yuto nods, sighing. He's always like that. So, did you need anything? The conversation lulls from there. It's clear that Yuto's feeling a bit awkward, and Izuku is in a perpetual state of awkwardness, so he offers a hasty goodbye not 5 minutes later. He decides to make a quick trip home to drop off his bag. It's very likely that he'll have to seal Shadow tonight, and Izuku wants to try out his new utility belt. It's nice to have something to do to keep his mind off the impending showdown with Shadow. If anything, it keeps the anxiety at bay. As Izuku drops his bag on the floor and begins transferring objects to the belt, Kero tucks himself into one of the larger pockets. He pauses as he's halfway in, pulling out a small, marble-sized object. Kero and Izuku stare at each other. I think that's a miniaturized smoke bomb, Izuku says. Maybe you should check all the pockets first, Kero replies. It takes far longer than expected. Most of the objects are marble-sized ball, which is really quite concerning. Some of them are black, while others are white, and a few are blue. Izuku isn't sure what the colors correspond to, and he's worried that he'll find out accidentally. In the end, Izuku leaves with 2 large pockets of the marbles, a small first aid kit, fishing wire, a switchblade, his phone, and his baton. He probably looks very strange, leaving his apartment like he's going off to a tactical battle. Izuku's phone chimes the instant he's out the door. It seems like life isn't done screwing him over today. 1921 Plume. Shadow things on the move. Seems less violent than before, but much faster. At second ST right now, but it's headed west. Civilians are starting to notice. Some of them are on their phones. Most likely notifying authorities. 1923 Plume. We'll keep tracking it until you arrive. Don't expect any more help from us after that. It takes several deep breaths for Izuku to be able to formulate a proper response. 1923 Izuku. Got it. I'm moving out now. Be careful. You barely even know him, Kero mumbles as he scans over Izuku's most recent message. I'm not going to let people get hurt because of my own incompetence, Izuku grits out, ducking into the loneliest and darkest alley he can find. Thankfully, he's wearing plain and inconspicuous clothing, and he has a hood. Oh, thank God. Izuku bursts from the alleyway atop his staff, leaving a trail of silver dust behind him. Flies' beating wings lift him up above the city in a matter of seconds. Second Street's in the middle of downtown, Izuku mumbles, mostly to himself. Why do the most troublesome cards always choose the location with the most people to come out and mess around? Lots of lights and lots of shadows, Kero says, his mouth a grim line. We'd better take Shadow down quickly. As Izuku flies over 2nd Street, a bright glimmer from the rooftops below catches his eye. A person in a hoodie waves up at him, a bright light emitting from their hands. Down here, she shouts. Quickly, or the shadow thing's gonna bolt. In one smooth movement, Izuku directs Fly to the roof, hopping off and running toward the light waver. Double-checking to make sure his hood is up, Izuku eyes the figure cautiously. Are you with Plume? Obviously, she snorts. You better get moving. The rest of the team's down there, she gestures to the alleyway, keeping an eye on your monster. Izuku lets out a breath, gripping his staff tightly. He nods his thanks, then scales down the side of the building and into the alleyway. Yeah, that's definitely a card. An enormous mass of darkness is sprawled out all over the walls and ground of the alleyway, creating a nightmarish web of shadow. Every so often, it twitches, which is just awful. Plume hops over not a moment after Izuku hits the ground, an irritated look on his features. You'd better pay us back accordingly, he hisses, red eyes glowing in the darkness. Here, in the narrow alleys of the city, Plume stands tall with several hooded figures behind him. Izuku lifts his head and stares Plume down. He's not sure where the courage comes from, but this situation doesn't require Plume and his people anymore. This is a Cardcaptor's duty, and Izuku will never run away from responsibility. Surprisingly, Plume looks away first. As he turns, the people behind him follow without hesitation. In the span of a few seconds, they've disappeared above the rooftops, leaving only eerie silence behind. Karo climbs out of the pocket, his arms crossed and eyes narrowed. Still don't like them, he huffs. I think we have a bigger problem on hand. Izuku laughs nervously, clamping his jaw shut so he can't say anything demoralizing. And because life hates Izuku, Shadow chooses now to rise upward, tendrils snapping outward. With a panicked call of "Windy!" Izuku blasts himself upward in an explosion of green-hued wind, stumbling onto the roofs once more. Shadow's magic is unlike anything Izuku's ever heard. Whispering tones and low chants ebb and flow into Izuku's mind, with no discernible pitch or rhythm. The sound is just there, ever-present, a constant hum in the background of the universe before it. "Shadow, please," Izuku pleads, cautiously stepping toward the enormous mass of darkness. "Come peacefully and everyone wins." Apparently Shadow doesn't care, because it slithers out of the alley and into the lights of the street with incredible speed. The screams start immediately afterward. "Let's go!" Karo darts back into the pocket, and Izuku takes off, dread pooling in the base of his stomach. It's time to do his job. The thing about trying to seal Shadow is that it's incredibly difficult to do at night. Izuku quickly learns that all corporeal and non-magical attacks do jack shit against Shadow. This is proven by the brave citizens who try to defend themselves and others using their quirks, which pass straight through Shadow. "Get back!" Moving his arm out, Izuku commands Windy to defend the civilians from Shadow's tendrils. Green wind snaps outward, creating a faint green wall between Shadow and the civilians. Another thing Izuku learns is that even though projectiles fired toward the Shadows don't do anything, Shadow is perfectly capable of snatching cars off the road and hurling them at the horde of escaping civilians. Windy's deflected at least 4 vans and a truck. Izuku feels really bad. Karo floats by Izuku, hollering warnings to civilians that stray too close to the wind wall. "This isn't something you can handle. Get to safety, we'll handle this." It's nice to know that subtlety has been thrown out the window. Shadow may not be particularly powerful or violent, but it's still very much capable of causing widespread damage to the city and the citizens. If Izuku wants to seal Shadow, he needs a plan, and he needs it now. All he gets is a lone child, stumbling past the wind barrier and directly into the shadows. Here's what happens. The child freezes under Shadow's looming figure, tears in her eyes. Shadow's tendrils erupt outward eagerly. Karo cries out, "No!" And something that Izuku thought he'd lost years ago unfurls itself, screaming, "You need to be a hero." His body moves without any thought. Charging headfirst into Shadow's attack, Izuku tosses his baton into the air, throws Sword's card upward, and calls, "Sword, lend me your power." The baton's form shatters like glass, revealing Sword's immaculate blade underneath in a flurry of shining white feathers and silver dust. With the sealing staff in one hand and sword in the other, Izuku swings with all his might, cleaving through the assault of Shadow's tendrils with one clean, horizontal cut. The darkness explodes backward in a burst of pink and silver light. Silver ether trails behind the blade, leaving the glowing image of a crescent moon that chases away what remains of the shadows. Behind him, Windy trills, attacking with binding chains of wind. In one smooth movement, Izuku dispels Sword, slams his baton into his holster, and scoops up the child. Izuku takes a deep breath, tugging his hood further down. This is all too much. But it's not about him, it's about making sure nobody gets hurt. "Be careful, okay?" Putting on the best smile he can, Izuku sets the child down behind the wind barrier. "Leave this to us. We'll make sure nobody gets hurt." The sheer awe and respect that shines in the girl's eyes makes Izuku look away. That look isn't meant for him. Behind him, Shadow seems to analyze the situation. After a brief pause, it collects itself into an enormous bundle of darkness and takes off down the street, carving deep gouges into the pavement with its claw-like tendrils. Civilians scream as they scramble out of the way. "Go, go!" Karo snatches onto Izuku's hoodie just in time for Fly's powerful wings to launch them after Shadow. Windy dispels the wind wall and follows after them, singing soft yet firm notes of determination and perseverance. It's nice to know that he can summon 2 cards at the same time. It's secret that he had to find out while chasing a rampant, spectral mass of shadow around the city. Where's it going? Izuku demands, performing a rather impressive barrel roll to dodge incoming chunks of pavement that Shadow just loves to hurl. Even without looking, Izuku knows that Windy's catching the projectiles behind him, either destroying them or dropping them harmlessly to the ground. Over the wind, Karo struggles to raise his head. Shadow's not as aggressive or powerful as Watery, but it knows when it has to run, he answers, shouting so his voice can be heard. We need to pin it down or trap it. As long as it's night, we'll never find the stamina to keep up with it. But how? It's clear that Sword can cut through Shadow, but there's no way Izuku can defeat Shadow just by slashing around a blade. No, he needs something bigger, something stronger, something that Shadow's naturally weak against. 3 pro-heroes jump onto Shadow, and every rational thought in Izuku's head goes down the drain. Wait! There's no way that any of their attacks will affect Shadow. All they're doing is throwing themselves into the fray with no chance of victory whatsoever. But pro-heroes are called pro-heroes for a reason. 2 of the heroes are thrown off rather violently, but manage to catch themselves before hitting any buildings. The last hero recovers more gracefully than the other 2, using strings to catch her fall. Let's go! The string hero, oh, that's Puppeteer's successor, throws her arms out, and thin strings weave a net across the street. One of the other heroes fires a bolt of light at the strings, and the entire net sparks to life with brilliant sparks of energy. Izuku knows an opportunity when he sees one. With a flick of his hand, he commands, Windy, push Shadow back as hard as you can. Roaring wind blows past his ears as Windy rushes forth, slamming into Shadow's enormous form with the speed of a bullet. The force of the attack shatters windows on the nearby buildings, but manages to topple Shadow backward and into the net. Lowering himself to the ground, Izuku is quick to tug his hood back on and rush to Shadow's incapacitated form. He needs to do this now, before things get even messier. Hey! One of the heroes steps in front of him, arm raised. Stay away from the villain. We're going to need you to come with us. Aha, no way in hell is that happening. Izuku backs up slowly, one hand on his cards and the other grabbing a handful of marbles. The familiar pressure of anxiety builds in the base of his neck. No, there's no way he's getting caught here. He has to protect the cards. He has to protect everyone. Shadow bursts free from the energy net, releasing an awful screech that resonates through the night. The whispering and chanting have evolved into full-on screaming, and if that doesn't show that Shadow's seriously set off, Izuku doesn't know what will. It's no surprise that Shadow was able to break free of the net, given its magical nature and all. But now Izuku knows that what he needs to win this fight is light, and a whole lot of it. Luckily, he knows just the place to go. Shadow! Izuku waves the sealing staff above his head, jumping up and down to catch the card's attention. Hey, you stupid card! Shadow's definitely a little angry, because Izuku's treated to a tendril attempting to claw his face off immediately afterward. Stepping to the side to avoid having his body torn in half, he prepares to run for his life. You're a dishonorable and pathetic card, running away from me like that. If you want to beat me, you're going to have to catch me. The heroes don't appear to have expected Izuku's outburst, because their eyes are blown wide with shock. What are you doing, kid? The string hero steps forward, eyes flickering nervously between Izuku and Shadow. Stop taunting it. It's a little too late for that, because Shadow leaps forward with an angry screech, tendrils outstretched. Izuku's already running. Fly, Windy, get me out of here. As Fly pushes Izuku into the air, Windy propels him forward with an incredible blast of wind. Karo's clinging onto the hoodie for dear life, his face pale. Izuku doesn't risk looking back, but Karo's free to do so. I'm guessing that Shadow looks like some sort of horrible eldritch monstrosity that wants to cleave me in half, Izuku says, miraculously managing to keep a bubble of hysterical laughter in. You'd be right, Karo replies, sounding very worried and tired at the same time. The distance between Shadow and Izuku is most definitely closing, but the sports dome is already in sight. From here, it's a matter of crossing his fingers and hoping for the best. I'm going to take advantage of the high beam lights in the sports dome, Izuku informs Kero, remaining calm to the best of his ability. There's a master switch, a big blue button, in the control panel in the glass box that overlooks the stadium. Can you hit it while I keep Shadow distracted? Familiarity lights up in Kero's eyes, followed by faint amusement. The plush nods. Big blue button. Got it. Now let's go. Izuku dives headfirst into the sports dome, thanking whatever deities are watching that the roof is open. The normal lights are already on, but it's not enough to immobilize Shadow. Once the screeching mass of darkness that is Shadow has landed in the stadium, Izuku raises Lock into the air. Lock, under the name of your new master, Deku, seal all exits in this building. For a faint second, Izuku can feel the energy draining from him. He shouldn't be surprised. The sports dome is enormous, and the gaping hole in the ceiling is really an exit as well, as proven by the shimmering barrier of silver that blankets over the dome. When he looks back, Kero's already gone, halfway to the control panel. Now all Izuku needs to do is keep Shadow occupied. Watery, he commands, raising the card above his head, protect us from harm. It's a surreal experience, watching Shadow snatch at a magic water mermaid thing. Watery is clearly more proactive than Windy, lunging out with high-pressure jets and whips of water. Shadow isn't pulling any punches either, thrashing out in a terrifying combination of unholy screaming and convulsing. As powerful as Watery is, the night is Shadow's reign, and Izuku knows he doesn't have the energy to keep going much longer. Around the stadium, the high beam lights flicker on simultaneously, focusing downward onto the field. The lumbering mass of shadows dissipates instantly, leaving a simple figure in an inky black cloak. Go! Kero yells, his high-pitched voice echoing across the dome. Izuku bolts toward Shadow's true form and brings his staff down on the card's head. Shadow, I command you return to your form confined. It's almost over. Oh, thank God, it's almost over. Seal. In one final burst of darkness, Shadow's form condenses into a pink card, fluttering onto Izuku's palm. Alongside it, Watery and Lock's cards slip back into his pocket, and the silver blanket over the dome fades out of existence. Izuku really wants to go home. Kero darts down to float by his shoulder, and even he looks exhausted. It's been a long day, the plush says, patting Izuku's shoulder. Let's get out of here, grab some food and head on home. With a nod, Izuku prepares to call on what little energy he has left and fly to a safe location. And then the floodgates quite literally burst, with police streaming in through the entrances of the sports dome in droves. Okay, Izuku definitely isn't tired now. Police. Stay where you are and don't move. And, that's a gun, yes, that's definitely a gun, they all have guns, oh my God, he's going to get arrested and he'll disappoint so many people, oh my God, that's a gun. Kero's frozen as well, but manages to whisper into Izuku's ear. There's no way we're getting arrested tonight. How about trying out those marbles? Right. Being confronted by the authorities is a very obvious risk that Izuku takes every time he intercepts and seals a card. That's why Mei and Sasha are making an outfit to keep him safe, and why he has 2 pockets full of marbles that can aid his escape. As he slips his hand into his pocket, the officers approach him, their weapons raised. Hands where we can see them. I know, sir, Izuku manages to say, keeping his voice as monotone as possible. I'm just putting my cards away. Slowly. He needs to be very careful as to not tip any of them off. Hands behind your head. I know, Izuku repeats. His hand tightens around Fly's card and a handful of marbles. But let me get back to you on that one. In one quick movement, Izuku smashes the marbles downward. The result is an incredible chain explosion of smoke, light, and, yes, those are actual explosions, enveloping the entire field within the chaos that is Mei's inventions. There's no time to waste. Izuku has homework. He has school tomorrow. He has so many errands to run. He doesn't have time to get arrested. Fly, let's go. In the midst of the hellish fog, Izuku darts upward with Kero clinging onto his sleeve. He rises, and he rises, until the city is a jigsaw of lights beneath him. Oh God! He just ran away from the police. If people didn't think he was a vigilante before, they definitely do now. Oh, his life is in shambles. As if reading his mind, Kero pats Izuku's back sympathetically. Well, on the plus side, we know what the marbles do now. Izuku laughs feebly. What else can he do? With a very loud and very long inhalation, Izuku lowers his altitude and circles around the city carefully, eventually finding an alleyway that's far, far away from the action downtown. That was really cool, you know? Kero perks up brightly. You really cemented yourself as a force to be reckoned with. Izuku pushes down the urge to smack his head against the wall. That wasn't what I was trying to do. Pushing Izuku toward the street, Kero shrugs. Don't worry about it too much. Speaking of which, don't you have an essay due tomorrow? He freezes. Smacking his head against the wall doesn't seem like a horrible idea now. I do. Oh no. Kero sighs, shaking his head like it's a situation he's very used to. Hopefully Sakura had a habit of cramming work too, because it'll make Izuku feel much better about himself. I'll raid the kitchen for snacks. We should probably pick up some energy drinks on the way back, because you're gonna need them. Cramming in an entire essay in one night after chasing the magical embodiment of shadows around the city. If that doesn't describe Izuku's life in a nutshell, nothing will. Thankfully, Izuku is an excellent student who takes meticulous notes, so he finishes the essay around 2 in the morning. Kero's already sound asleep, having dozed off against a bag of jumbo marshmallows. Izuku can't blame him, it's been a very long day, and he's really not looking forward to waking up in 4 hours. As he's about to slip into his bed, his phone chimes. 2:03 May. Minion. This is a quick update to say that I've finished making the wireless communication devices. I've decided to call them Deku-coms in honor of your vigilante alias. Be proud, Minion. Also, the show you put on a few hours ago was pretty impressive. Anyone who can ditch the police like that is a badass in my book. By the way, that sword you used to save that girl? I must see it. Your equipment needs to suit the weapons you use. Mei's eccentric personality is a welcome change to the haze of sleep that's been plaguing Izuku for the past 4 hours. The faintest of smiles makes its way onto his face as he reads of Mei's texts. It's nice to know that someone has his back, even past the entire vigilantism thing. How does Mei know so much? A quick glance at his social media tells him that mainstream media has officially deemed the vigilante Deku as a topic of interest. A simple tag by the name of #Deku is trending, and Izuku wants to throw himself out the window. And there's a video, clearly taken from a phone camera, that shows him slashing Shadow's attack back with sword. It's a very surreal experience, watching himself pick up the lost child and drop her off behind Windy's makeshift wall. The audio quality isn't great, but it manages to pick up. We'll make sure nobody gets hurt. If Izuku didn't know any better, it would sort of look heroic. There's no lack of videos in the tag. There he is, chasing after Shadow atop his staff, and there he is again, commanding Windy to push Shadow back. There's even footage of Izuku's daring escape from the police, which is just as confusing as it is terrifying, because who was filming? Regardless, the situation isn't looking very good. Kero, Izuku wheezes, feeling faint. It's a good thing he's already in bed, because he's pretty sure he would have collapsed otherwise. Kero, wake up. Flopping over, the plush ems as he rubs his eyes blearily. What? Looking over to the clock, Kero sighs. It's 2 in the morning, what is it? Izuku scrolls to the worryingly long page of the #Deku tag and places it in front of Kero. The plush leans over, scrolling through the posts. After a while, a tired smile makes it onto Kero's face. You're famous, kid, Kero comments with a wide smile, which really doesn't help. Look at you, inspiring so many people. Have you seen these posts? Actually no. He's been too busy freaking out. Hesitantly, Izuku leans forward. Polypeptides at that other white guy. More of a hero than the actual heroes. Were you at pros? #Deku. Kari Fujiko at Fujiko. What a kind person. Don't know who he is, but no villain would jump in the line of fire to save others. #Deku. Cheap steak at Kendamunch. Not all heroes wear capes. Some wear hoodies and sweatpants. #Deku. Scattered in between are the suspicious and negative opinions that Izuku was expecting. But, strangely enough, most of the posts are actually supporting him. Intelligently, Izuku says, "What?" Karo's smile hasn't budged. His expression has shifted to something older and wiser than he normally acts, and it's only in times like these that Izuku remembers that Karo is the guardian of the cards. "You're a hero to these people, kid. Vigilante or not, you're saving people, and that's what matters." It's far too late for this. Izuku needs to go to sleep, get a good 4 hours of rest, and wake up early so he can help Ms. Kino with some gardening tasks before he heads off to school. Izuku isn't a hero. He's not. He's just a fledgling magician who also happens to be double as a vigilante. It's almost shameful to compare him to someone as amazing as All Might. "I think that I should go about my life pretending I never heard that in order to keep my mental health intact," Izuku says. Karo stares at him for a long while, then nods. "Do whatever you feel is right." The plush pulls a fluffy towel over the bag of marshmallows and sinks into his makeshift bed. "And get some rest. You've got a busy day ahead of you." Despite everything, Izuku complies. Some people think he's a hero, others think he's a menace. The media's debating about what Deku is, who he is, what his intentions are, and everything in between. But those are thoughts for another day. Right now, all Izuku knows is the peaceful embrace of sleep. Because Izuku can be very determined when he wants to be, he manages to go through the entire day without having to give his opinion or thoughts on the vigilante wonder, Deku. It's fairly easy to redirect a conversation as long as you know the person you're talking to, and frankly, Izuku knows just about everyone in his neighborhood. For the most part, the day turns out to be relatively normal. Ms. Kino's too old to really care about young vigilante upstarts, which is a wonderful start to the morning. At school, Kaken gives him a hard, cold stare that chills him to the core as he's walking down the hallway, can't confront him, can't talk to him, let him realize. Izuku wisely decides to pretend that never happened and continue with his day. That's right. He needs to visit May and see what hellish contraption she's come up with. "Guinea pig." May laughs cheerfully as Izuku enters tall tower, flipping her goggles upward. "You've come at an excellent time. Follow me." Izuku quickly discovers that May's workshop is a complete reflection of her personality. Tools, scraps, and wires are strewn around messily, though not without organization. Charts, diagrams, and schematics line the walls, with one large whiteboard on the back wall that has some sort of grappling gun draw onto it. A pile of gadgets stands in one corner of the room, slowly pooling outward. Everything looks like it could explode at any time, so Izuku tries not to touch anything. Here it is. With a triumphant flourish, May slams down what appears to be a metal ring box onto the table. "Your very own Deku-com, created by none other than myself." The so-called Deku-com is surprisingly elegant, given May's bold personality. It's a simple crescent moon, no larger than a button, colored a sleek silver. When Izuku lifts it up, he realizes that it's an earring. "There's no way you knew I had pierced ears," Izuku says, a bit shocked. "You underestimate me," May replies, which isn't terrifying at all. "Try it on. As you can see, I have another Deku-com on my own person." Brushing her hair back, the inventor displays the single moon earring on her right ear. "With this communicator, we'll be able to talk to one another as long as we're within 80 kilometers of each other." That's certainly handy. Izuku's not exactly sure how May managed to pull off something so ambitious, and frankly, he doesn't want to know. He has a sneaking suspicion that it might have been very illegal. Once the earring is safely secured on his right lobe, May grins. She taps her earring twice, and static crackles in Izuku's ear. "Wonderful, isn't it?" May beams as she speaks, her voice echoing almost perfectly in sync through the earring. "As I just demonstrated, to activate the Deku-com, all you need to do is simply tap the device twice. The same goes for turning it off." May then goes on to describe the progress she and Sasha have made with his costume, eagerly showing Izuku some prototypes. If she sees Izuku tear up a little, she doesn't comment on it. It's very likely that Sasha has warned May about Izuku's feeble emotions. When Izuku asks for the cost of the entire job, the inventor hums for a bit, then nods her head decisively. In return for making your costume, you'll be my errand boy. Okay, Izuku replies, only realizing a second later that he's agreed to an indefinite job as the minion to a mad scientist. At the very least, it's good to have someone he can count on to have his back if anything ever happens. The strangest thing about the Sakura cards is how diverse they are in terms of appearance, power, and personality. Izuku's learned that each card has its own unique traits that separates it from the others, like Watery's borderline sadistic nature, and Sweet's energetic and childish personality. Apparently some cards are just a bit dumb. Hey, Izuku. Yeah. Tell me if I'm just seeing things, but I'm pretty sure there's a pink rabbit thing jumping up and down outside the window. Izuku takes a deep breath. He turns around slowly, following Aki's startled gaze. There is indeed a strange, pink, rabbit-like animal bouncing outside their window. That's a cause for concern, given that they're on the 5th floor of the hospital. Putting his playing cards down, Izuku tries to stand up calmly. I'll be right back, he says to Aki, who blinks confusedly as she watches him bolt out the room. Kero lets out a long sigh, poking his head out of Izuku's bag. Let's cut to the chase. That was Jump. Annoying, pretty stupid, and mostly harmless. Am I allowed to smack it over the head and end this as quickly as possible? Izuku asks, speed walking down the pristine halls. Yes, Kero replies without a beat of hesitation. As it turns out, Izuku doesn't even need to smack anything. The instant Jump makes eye contact with Izuku, it gets so excited that it shoots toward him and slams directly into a truck that's conveniently just pulled into the parking lot. Izuku blinks vacantly as he taps his staff on Jump's unconscious form. It kind of looks like neon roadkill. Jump, I command you return to your form confined. Seal. There's nothing much Izuku can say, but wow, he's never felt a stronger emotional connection with a card. I'm sorry, he adds, because he feels that it's necessary. When he returns to Aki's room, Izuku lets out a world-weary sigh. Since Aki's very familiar with Izuku's dumpster fire of a life, she simply blinks and pushes Izuku's abandoned cards toward him. Let's wrap up this round, and then you can go and do whatever it is you need to do in order to avoid a mental breakdown. Izuku loves his friends. There's something truly wonderful about Sakura season that's difficult to put in words. The main reason why Izuku loves Sakura season is because everybody's happy. The world just seems a little more colorful, and that joy is reflected by everybody Izuku knows. Also, Sakura-flavored treats are always wonderful. Given the fact that about half the restaurants in the city are familiar with Izuku, there's always a stack of pink foods sitting in his fridge for all of April and most of May. Yes, Sakura season is great. Izuku's just confused as to why it's happening in October. The entire gym seems to be confused as well. Even Xing's peeking out a window, a startled expression on her features. Satoshi stares at the shower of pink petals that falls from the sky, hands pressed against the glass. A blank sort of confusion colors his features. Is this just a really weird villain attack, or has Mother Nature truly given up on us? Mother Nature gave up on us a long time ago, Izuku replies numbly, mostly out of reflex. He makes his way over to the window, thankful that his screaming is all internal. Outside, sakura petals rain down in thick sheets, fluttering in the wind. Faces are plastered against windows as people turn and watch the out-of-season bloom. The sheer volume of petals that fall from the sky is actually sort of worrying. There's also a familiar buzzing in Izuku's head that he's really not in the mood to confront. I'm going out for a second, Izuku says, excusing himself. Nobody stops him. Finding the source of the petals is a much easier task than expected. Kero grumbles something under his breath as Izuku makes his way through the streets, but stays silent for the most part. Using his magic-enhanced senses and common sense, Izuku finds himself on top of the tallest building in the city a few minutes later. Dispelling fly, Izuku watches as a lady in a fluffy pink dress twirls around atop the Mizudafu Business Center, corkscrew pigtails bobbing with her every movement. Flowers dangle from her ears and her wrists, and a pink symbol of some sort glows faintly on her forehead. Petals flow out from her in swirls, dancing with the wind and spreading to the rest of the city. With her porcelain white skin, she appears as an ethereal spirit of nature, dancing freely above the cityscape before her. "Excuse me," Izuku says, approaching slowly. "Excuse me, hello?" A gentle wave of wind chimes and ringing notes hums to life in Izuku's ears, soft and light, with all the innocence and happiness of his happiest memories. It's kind and so happy, and Izuku doesn't know what to think. The woman prances toward Izuku, laughing. She bows deeply from her waist, then proceeds to dance in little circles around him. There's something about the card's carefree yet fun-loving nature that brings a little joy into Izuku's life. It reminds him of an earlier time in his life, when he was able to run alongside childhood friends, when people accepted him for who he was, when quirks weren't what determined potential in life. They're good memories. Bittersweet, but they've shaped Izuku into who he is today. With a small smile on his face, Izuku raises his staff. "Flower, I command you return to your form confined." "Seal." Izuku feels lighter than he's felt in a very long time when Flower's card floats onto his palm. Kero nods his head, floating by Izuku's shoulder. Flower's always a peaceful card. Man, if only more cards were this cooperative. Out of all his captures, this one has to be the smoothest by far. As the last shower of petals rain from the sky, Izuku manages to slip away into an alley without being spotted. "It's good that the cards we've been encountering have been peaceful," Kero mumbles, keeping his voice low as they pass by some civilians. "It's a good break from all the action we've been seeing." For the rest of the day, Izuku wanders around town, completing a few tasks for people he knows. Mei orders him to visit a rather suspicious-looking mechanic in an old part of the city with a list of very obscure and potentially hazardous orders and materials, but other than that, everything else is fairly normal. Once everything's out of the way, Izuku makes his way to a nearby cafe to relax a little. It's been some time since he was able to have some time to himself. With Sakura cards popping up left and right, it's difficult to tell when something dangerous or life-threatening will occur. But his friends have told him that it's important to take care of himself and find some time to just relax. That's what Izuku's trying to do. The hot chocolate and banana loaf are great. The news on the television is less so. "An accident on 3rd Street, a reporter says, in front of what seems like a particularly serious traffic accident. An 18-wheeler is somehow rammed into the side of an office building, and a trail of accidents follows behind its path. Reports say that the truck came down the road at an incredible speed and only stopped after colliding with the building. There have been no reported casualties, but many have been injured. The police are arriving on the scene, with the heroes following closely behind. As of now, the driver of the truck has been taken to Mizudafu General Hospital for questioning." The barista sighs as he glances over to the screen. Thankfully, he doesn't try to make conversation and instead continues to busy himself behind the counter. Officials believe that this accident may be the most recent in a chain of narcoleptic attacks around the city, the reporter continues, and isn't that just wonderful? These attacks may be the result of a sole villain or a group of individuals. No further information has been disclosed. Izuku tunes out the reporter's words after a certain point. The banana loaf doesn't seem so appetizing now. Kero's eyes narrow, but he continues to pick off pieces of his own chocolate loaf, munching along as he speaks. "I'm gonna be blunt about this. I can't tell if it's a card or a villain." Izuku finds himself praying to God that it's the latter of the two options. That way, at least some competent heroes can take care of it. He just barely escaped from the police not 2 weeks ago, and he's really not looking forward to putting himself in the line of fire again. But if someone's in danger, there's no way he's going to stay back and watch people get hurt. He may not be a hero, but he's human. If it really is a card that's running around and causing these accidents, then Izuku can't just let them happen. I think, taking a deep breath, Izuku wraps his hands around his hot chocolate. The warmth soothes him just a little. I think we need to look into these accidents and determine whether or not it's a card that's doing this. Izuku desperately wishes he could take in everything with the same grace that Kero does. The plush simply nods, stuffing the last of his chocolate loaf into his cheeks. "So, where do we start?" Pulling his laptop out from his bag, Izuku heaves a tired sigh. Researching and making notes is one of his hobbies. It's enjoyable for the most part. This? Not so much. Interestingly enough, not many news networks are covering the narcolepsy incidents. It makes sense, everything considered. Why focus on small incidents when more dangerous villains are fighting prominent heroes? Even with the lack of information, it doesn't take long to find something that seems a bit strange. There's no correlation between any of the attacks. They're sporadic and don't seem to follow any sort of pattern at all. They all caused some sort of spectacle, but only some of them ended with injury. If the villain was truly aiming to do harm, why not choose more prominent figures, given that the narcolepsy has had such great effect on normal civilians? Izuku drops his head into his hands. It's starting to look more and more like the doings of a Sakura card. He sort of wants to cry. Kero frowns after being informed on the situation. A flash of irritation crosses his face, and he scrolls down the spreadsheet of victims that Izuku's created. This is really starting to look like something sleep would do, Kero says contemplatively. Making people randomly fall asleep is basically sleep's specialty. That's wonderful. Izuku loves when magical cards cause great danger to civilians, thereby generating a bubble of anxiety that he knows can only be somewhat deflated by throwing himself in front of the card and putting the danger to rest himself, which in turn blows up a new bubble of anxiety, because wow, sealing cards gets dangerous real quick. Maybe it's time to ask for some help. Taking a deep breath, Izuku taps twice on his new moon earring. After a slight buzz of static, Mei's energetic voice answers. "Oh, I see you're putting my marvelous creation to use immediately." A few more customers walk through the door of the cafe, and Izuku folds his laptop screen down. Perhaps it's better to continue the conversation somewhere else. Packing up his items and picking up his hot chocolate, Izuku gives the remainder of his banana load to Kero, who grabs at it hungrily. Waving a silent goodbye to the barista and receiving a slight nod in return, Izuku leaves the cafe with the ambient noises of Mei's workshop in the background. You know those narcoleptic attacks that've been going around? Mei hums in recognition. Something clinks, probably another one of Mei's inventions. Ah yes, those. Very strange incidents. What about them? I think I need to get involved soon, is all Izuku can offer without destroying his own precariously dangling sanity. The clinking stops. There's a small pause during which Izuku feels incredibly uncomfortable. Kero, who has shifted to hiding in his hood, crawls upward a bit more to eavesdrop. Excellent. There's a giddy type of joy in Mei's voice that's very worrying. Oh, how wonderful. Your magical shenanigans are always so interesting. Tell me what you need. Despite the horribleness of the situation, Izuku finds himself relaxing. Mei's confident, perky personality fills in the confidence and perkiness that Izuku doesn't have, making him feel a little better about finding sleep. I'm sending you a spreadsheet of the attacks, Izuku tells Mei. With a few key swipes, he fires off the email. If you could find a way to map it out and find some background information on the victims, that would be great. Izuku only processes his incredibly demanding request after it comes out of his mouth. But if you don't want to do it, then? Invasion of privacy. The gleeful tone in Mei's voice has turned sinister while somehow retaining the same happiness. My second favorite hobby, after inventing of course. The sound of shuffling and things falling echoes through the Deku, and Izuku winces. Following the clatter is a series of rapid-fire typing, and wow, Mei types quickly. So, I'll have what you need in a jiffy, the inventor replies. Izuku can hear the smile on her face. In exchange, you'll tell me everything you know about this magic of yours. Kero stiffens. Izuku inhales. There's no use keeping information from Mei. If anything, she'll just find out more by herself. At the very least, Izuku wants to control how much she knows. Nodding to no one in particular, Izuku lets out a surprisingly smooth exhale. That's okay. I'll tell you. Mei cackles a laugh supervillain's dream to achieve. Wonderful. I'll contact you later, guinea pig. With one last buzz of static, the line is lost, and Izuku taps the earring twice to turn it off. Mei's going to help. That's good, because he sort of feels like collapsing in the middle of the street and rocking himself back and forth in fetal position. Be careful, Karo warns, arms crossed. He doesn't say anything else, but he does fix Izuku with a stare that seems to pierce straight through him. Izuku gulps. I'll do my best, is all he can promise. Karo's gaze softens a little, and he slumps back, his small head hanging out from the hood. Then that's all you need, he says, leaving Izuku at a loss for words. Eventually, Izuku makes his way back to the apartment. It's only when he's plugging in his laptop for charging that he realizes he's thrown himself into a police investigation and is, once more, performing vigilantism. It takes a tremendous amount of effort not to smash his head against the nearest wall. He does, however, stand in the shower for half an hour mumbling to himself about how his life is comprised of chaos and accidental vigilantism and nothing else. Eventually, his mother calls on him, startling Izuku out of his thoughts. With hair dripping wet, Izuku trods into his room, feeling more exhausted than ever. Karo's sitting in front of his laptop, eyes scanning over the screen. You should come check out this map May made, the plush says, a hand on his chin. I think we might be able to find a pattern out of it. 'Tis not wrong. Including the most recent one, there have been 5 attacks so far. May has kindly labeled the attacks in order, adding on information about the victims. Izuku is very worried and very scared as to how she was able to get so much information so quickly. As Izuku traces the pattern of attacks with his eyes, he realizes that he's been tracing the path of a star. With a single burst of nervous laughter, Izuku drops his head to the desk with a resounding thump. When Karo asks what's wrong, Izuku very flatly and monotonously tells him, "The cards are out to kill me by slowly whittling away at my sanity." Yes, Karo replies simply, which is just wonderful. He then turns back to the screen and narrows his eyes for a good minute, eyes flickering over the map. His eyebrows shoot up. Oh! Izuku's no magic specialist, but he'd be blind not to realize that a Sakura card's tracing a giant star into the city not dissimilar to the giant star in the middle of the magical circle on the cards. Despite everything, Karo's surprise passes quickly. That's weird, he mumbles. Sleep's never been that methodical. Izuku is ready to embrace death. But it's a new world entirely, so maybe the cards have grown a little? The plush contemplates this for a moment, shrugs, then leans in to poke the center of the star. I think we should scout around this area. That way, we can seal Sleep before something else happens. That's a perfectly normal plan of action. The problem is that the area just so happens to be in a very large and very busy residential district of the city, and the thought of searching for one potential victim out of thousands gives Izuku nightmares. Maybe we should try talking to the victims, Izuku says, mostly to himself. If we find some sort of trend between them, we can narrow down our search. He then claps a hand over his mouth, because my God, he's really getting into this vigilantism thing. Well, the truck driver's out, Karo huffs, unperturbed. We're not getting past the police, and it'd be super suspicious if we walked into his hospital room and starting grilling him. That leaves only 4 others. 2 of the victims are still in the hospital, while another one's out of town due to a family emergency. How on earth did May find that out? Which means Izuku's going to have to somehow talk to the last victim, Shinso Hitoshi, and get some answers. He prays to whatever deities are watching him, and probably laughing as they plot how to screw over Izuku next, that this Shinso is nice, because he's not sure how much more he can take before he dissolves into a sad puddle of hysterical tears. The next day, Izuku leaves his apartment with a box of cookies in his bag. After Sweet's capture, the owner of Jugemu Sweets has been very generous, giving Izuku whatever's left over from the day. It really helps on days when he's feeling particularly sad or overwhelmed. So, almost every day. As usual, Karo slips into Izuku's bag. Izuku makes Karo promise not to eat any of the cookies, because then he'll lose his bargaining chip. The plan is to locate Shinso Hitoshi and hopefully get some intel to narrow down Sleep's potential targets. That, in and of itself, is nerve-wracking to think about, so Izuku decides to walk all the way to a cafe that May pointed out was one of Shinso's most frequented places outside of his own house. Showing up at someone's house is a little bit weird. Even Izuku knows that. Also, the fact that Mei was able to map out all the victim schedules is sort of terrifying. It's fairly early in the morning, but Izuku taps the Deku twice regardless. "You're up early," Mei says from the other side of the line, voice chipper. It sounds as if she's welding something. "I know I'm amazing and all, but you seem to be in dire need of my assistance." Izuku flushes, sputtering. Oh no, did he make things weird? How often are you supposed to talk to your associates when you're a vigilante? Is he asking for too many favors? Does he need to bring Mei out for dinner? Or is that only between people in relationships? This is why Izuku doesn't have many friends his age. What does he say now? Mei laughs boisterously, quelling Izuku's shaken nerves. Maybe it was just a joke. Well, let's hear it. What sort of top-secret vigilante activities do you have planned today? It's not vigilante stuff, Izuku tries to deny, and clearly fails, if Mei's short laugh is any indication. It's a bit vigilante-related. I'm going to talk to Shinso Hitoshi, the second victim of the narcoleptic attacks. He might be able to offer some helpful information. Mei hums in confirmation. He didn't look very friendly in his photo. That was taken when he was being questioned by the police, Izuku says, wincing a little. He really didn't look friendly, but to be fair, if Izuku was taken in for questioning by the police, he'd probably look like a nervous wreck, especially given his participation in recent events, so there's no room to judge. Nonsense. The clank of a hammer meeting metal echoes through the communicator. In the face of adversity, you always put on a smile. Holy shit, that's amazing advice. Izuku can't think of a reply that's as meaningful or powerful as Mei's incredibly deep comment, so he decides to bring the conversation back on track. Anyway, if you could give me updates as to where Shinso is, I'd appreciate it. Of course, Mei answers. It sounds like she's whacking something and typing incredibly quickly at the same time, and Izuku isn't even surprised by the fact that she's probably ambidextrous. Location settings are so easy to hack. The truly intelligent people are the ones who turn their location and Wi-Fi off when they don't need it. In one smooth motion, Izuku slips his phone out of his pocket and turns off both his location and Wi-Fi. Karo nods quietly but vigorously. After a moment of key tapping, something beeps. Your target is currently headed toward his favorite cafe, Triple Cup. It's actually his 5th time there this week. Cackling, Mei brings down her hammer down onto whatever she's working on hard. He must run on as much coffee as I do. Ah, the camaraderie we 4-hour sleepers share. Izuku rubs his temple. It's positively stunning, he mumbles, because isn't that a mood? The trip to Triple Cup takes about 45 minutes by walking. During that time, Mei's energetic voice keeps Izuku from slipping into the pit of anxiety he knows he's at risk of teetering headfirst into. It's incredibly meaningful to Izuku, even if Mei was just rambling. I'm here, Izuku informs Mei, breathing out a shaky breath. A cafe has never looked so imposing before. I'll update you if anything happens. Good luck. Mei chirps, and Izuku turns off the Deku. His hands are shaking a little. God, he hates seeking people out. His way of making friends is waiting for people to take interest in him, not the other way around. At the very least, it's comforting to know that Mei's 2 taps away, while Karo's right beside him. With a deep breath, Izuku pushes the cafe door open. He hopes Shinso Hitoshi likes cookies. What do you want? Shinso Hitoshi says, so bluntly and emotionlessly that it makes Izuku feel like being born was a mistake. By some miracle, Izuku's able to slip into Shinso's booth without fainting or crying. It's a major win. He like to talk to you, he manages to stutter out, wringing his hands underneath the table. Karo crawls out of the side pocket, seating himself so he can't be seen by anybody else but Izuku. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku can see Karo give him a small thumbs up. It's the best reassurance he's going to get at this point. Mei's comment about living off coffee seems like it applies greatly to Shinso, if those prominent eye bags are any indication. It's clear that Shinso doesn't care about what Izuku wants, because his flat gaze pierces directly into Izuku. And who exactly are you? I'm Midoriya Izuku, he answers, voice quivering only a little. Nice to meet you. A flash of surprise passes over the purple-haired boy's monotone features. He shifts forward ever so slightly, his body language suggesting that he recognizes the name? Midoriya, Shinso repeats, then pauses. Riku knows you. Izuku perks up at the familiar name. Oh, Riku. Yeah, we have game nights on Tuesday. He's a really cool guy, and he cares a lot about his grandmother. That's why he's at the hospital so often. He always finds loopholes and exploits them, which is annoying, but it really goes to show how creative he is. Immediately after speaking, Izuku wants to punch himself in the face. His friends are great, but God, why does he talk so much? Shinso stares, a strange expression on his face. It's not much better than the flat, almost annoyed look from before. You talk a lot, he states. I'm sorry, Izuku blurts out, then looks down at his hands. Why does he even try? After a brief moment, Shinso sighs. Riku talks about you, he tells Izuku, twirling the coffee spoon in rhythmic circles. Izuku wonders if there's any way a meteorite could land on his head and end him, right now. From what I've heard, you're incredibly awkward, selfless, and precious. Okay, Izuku says because his brain isn't working anymore. Shinso sighs again, and a little bit of hope revives itself when Izuku sees that Shinso's expression has shifted to something less guarded. Fine. Let's hear what you have to say. Sweet, sweet victory. Izuku fumbles for his pen and notepad. Karo passes his pen to him, and flips his notepad to a new page before handing it over. Karo's the best. I just have some questions about the narcolepsy attacks. I heard that you were, affected, and I'd like to know a little more about what happened. Shinso's eyes narrow, and Izuku feels like he's guilty of some heinous crime under that gaze. Where'd you hear that? Riku. Izuku lies and immediately feels guilty. Of course, Shinso mumbles as if it doesn't surprise him. With a sigh, he sure does that a lot. He leans back into the firm cushions of the seat, a tired frown on his features. Whatever. Ask your questions. The following conversation is curt, blunt, and to the point, which Izuku both appreciates and is terrified of. Shinso's short, simple answers make it easy for Izuku to scribble down points of interest, but throughout the entire conversation, Izuku can't tell if he's really bothering Shinso or if the expression of mild irritation is just Shinso's resting face. He does, however, pick up on an interesting pattern. Between sentences, Shinso will grumble, God, it's too early, even though it's well past 10. There are a lot of, I'm too tired for this, and I need a nap after this as well. Izuku latches onto it immediately once he's determined that Shinso's actually being serious and not just being dramatic, like some of his other friends. Are you tired often? The question leaves Shinso at a loss for a moment. Yeah, the purple-haired boy replies, rubbing his temples. Insomnia. That explains a lot. Thank you, Izuku says earnestly, because his answer was pretty intrusive for a stranger-to-stranger conversation, and Shinso gave an honest answer anyway. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you for taking your time to talk with me. Because he has no idea how to talk to strangers his age, Izuku stands, bows a little, and pushes the box of cookies toward Shinso. Shinso looks at the box, then looks at Izuku, and then looks back at the box. He lifts up the flap and blinks. You brought me cookies, he says in that eternally monotone voice of his. Yes, Izuku answers, trying to keep his fidgeting to a minimum. You don't even know me, Shinso points out. It's polite, Izuku says, and by God, he hopes that's true. And you took time to answer my questions, and I appreciate that. After a moment of silence, Shinso lets out a sigh. Izuku flinches. I'm going to give you my phone number, Shinso says. Izuku's brain has stopped working again, so he relies on muscle memory to create a new contact page. When he passes his phone over to Shinso, the latter's eyebrows raise, but he stays silent as he enters his number. People tend to be impressed when they see Izuku's vast number of contacts. He can't help it. Muzutafu is a busy place with a lot of people who do different things. Before he leaves Shinso to enjoy his coffee in peace, Izuku makes sure to thank him one more time. You don't need to be so serious, Shinso says, the edges of his lips quirking upward. Izuku has officially run out of things to say. Have a nice day, Izuku squeaks, trying not to sprint out the door. He can feel Shinsu's eyes follow him out the door. There's something strange about the boy that puts Izuku on edge, not necessarily in a bad way, but in an uncomfortable way. Maybe he's just overthinking things. As Izuku paces down the street, he breathes in and out deeply for a good 2 minutes before turning to Kero. The plush is watching intently from Izuku's hood, tail swishing eagerly. So, insomnia, Kero hums thoughtfully, and okay, they're diving straight into this miserable card hunt. Nodding numbly, Izuku taps his earring twice. Mei's voice answers almost immediately. Ah, guinea pig. What can I help you with? I think I've got a pattern. Can you see if any of the victims have insomnia? Mei makes a small sound of interest over the line, fingers racing over her keyboard. It doesn't take long for her to reply. Oh, your sleuthing skills must be pretty good. All 5 of the victims have insomnia. Bingo, Kero mouths, a wide grin on his features. Okay. Izuku closes his eyes, trying to focus on the situation at hand. He can think about his horrible social skills and the new contact in his phone some other time. You've probably noticed by now, but the locations of the accidents connect to make the shape of a star. Mei laughs. A very accurate one at that. Can you give me the number of insomniac people who live in the center pentagon? Izuku asks and immediately wants to kick himself. Mei might be very capable, but that's a very tall order, and Izuku has absolutely no idea what the correct way of showing his thanks is. Oh ho, the inventor chuckles darkly. A challenge. I always knew you were a rebel. Slapping her hand on some kind of metallic surface, Mei shuffles, and furious typing follows. Checking the backgrounds of every resident in the city's largest residential area? I accept. The line cuts off abruptly. Izuku knows he can trust Mei to return with valuable information. Kero blinks. Well, it's good that Mei's up to the challenge, right? Aha, Izuku replies numbly, because today has been far too much for him to handle. But the day is far from over. After running some errands, Izuku makes his way over to the residential area encircled on the map, scouting out places that sleep could potentially target. Izuku quickly realizes that the residential area is very much just a residential area, which really SCKS, because if Izuku has to break into someone's house to capture sleep, he's going to cry. Hang on, Kero interrupts as they're passing a local park. It's fairly small, with only a few play structures. Do you think there's a way we could draw sleep out to the park and capture it here? That's not a bad idea. It sure beats breaking and entering. It's ridiculous how much work goes into catching a Sakura card. Sleep doesn't sound like a dangerous or violent card. In fact, it seems like it's just been putting insomniac people to sleep. The star thing's a little stranger, but judging by face value, sleep is a very passive card. Then again, putting a truck driver to sleep as they're driving isn't the best thing to do, regardless of how tired they are. A few hours later, Mei's voice crackles to life from the communicator. Your hunch is spot on, guinea pig. Out of all the districts in Mizudafu, this residential district's got the most insomniacs. Makes sense, given the population density. That's interesting. Unnerving but interesting. Thanks, Mei, Izuku says, and he means it. Mei's been invaluable with her energetic support, both mental and physical. They met not long ago, and Izuku already feels confident in saying that Mei's in his inner circle of friends. I'll be sure to repay you. Well, of course. I can't wait to see how my inventions will fare against your magic. I see, Izuku replies. Then, what? A boisterous laugh echoes from the communicator. I look forward to your next escapade, Deku. The line is lost, and Izuku is left in shock at the fact that Mei actually addressed him by name. Well, maybe not his actual name, but it's probably the best he's going to get. There must be a way we can lure sleep out into the open, Kero ponders out loud, his hand on his chin. What could we use as a replacement for a medical condition? An idea pops into Izuku's head. It's a really, really bad one, and he's not surprised that his lack of self-preservation thought this one up. What about magical exhaustion? Izuku asks, knowing he's going to regret it. A metaphorical light bulb pops up above Karo's head. Hey, that's a great idea. As a Sakura card, sleep should be attracted to magic, so if we take normal exhaustion and switch it up a bit. The plush pauses and fixes Izuku with a severe look. And you want to drain all your energy? What about the capture itself? I didn't need magic to capture sword, Izuku rebuttals. He hopes that sleep isn't some sort of lumbering dragon or violent spirit, because that would really SCK. It's the best option we've got. We can control the most variables if I make myself a target. Conflicting emotions flicker over Karo's face, but the plush eventually sighs, dragging a hand down his face. Alright, let's go ahead with your self-sacrificing plan. Great. Now all Izuku needs to do is find some way to deplete his magic reserves, and wow, his life is really a spectacular dumpster fire. This is such a bad idea, Izuku declares flatly, staring at the cityscape below him. Karo sits on his shoulder, shaking his head. This was your idea, he reminds Izuku, an exasperated exhaustion written all over his face. And this is definitely the safest way to go about draining magic. Out of all the cards he has right now, the safest ones to use are probably rain and flower. A card that creates rain and another that makes flowers, how poorly could it go? Izuku decides to terminate that train of thought as quickly as possible. There are so many things that could go wrong, and Izuku doesn't really want to think about it. The entire situation is surreal. Here he is, standing on top of the tallest building in the city, magic cards in hand, about to dangle himself in front of a card that's been causing havoc around Mizudafu. Izuku takes a deep breath. It's time to capture sleep. Rain, flower, heed my call, Izuku commands, raising the two cards high in the air. Let's make it rain across the city. In a burst of light, the cards stream upward, carrying rain's childish giggles and flower's light laughter into the sky above. The two twirl around each other in the pattern of a double helix before colliding, releasing the calming aroma of flowers in full bloom and rain on a summer's day. All at once, rain begins pouring from the clear skies and sakura petals float downward with the wind, painting a truly surreal scene that only magical cards could create. Izuku narrowly avoids careening off the top of the building because he's exhausted and it hasn't even been a minute. I have remembered why I try to avoid this on most occasions, he tells Karo, who gives him a flat look rivaling that of Shinsu's. We can't turn back now, Karo says resolutely. Use whatever energy you have left to get to the park. Once we're there, we'll be able to seal sleep. That's right. All Izuku has to do is make his way over to the park, and he can end this miserable day. 10 minutes later, Izuku's leaning against the play structure, his staff hanging loosely from his hand. With the awful lightheadedness and nausea building in his head, it takes a great deal of effort not to fall asleep, the irony, or throw up. The dizzying shower of petals and the drizzle of rain doesn't help. Hey! Karo gestures to the sky, eyes wide. Target spotted. Oh, thank God sleep isn't big. A tiny, sprite-like thing hovers curiously over Izuku, pale white dust trailing behind its movements. With short, unruly hair, pointy slippers, and a wing as its left ear, it really does look like a fairy. As sleep flies around, its magic sings soothing, calming tones that blend together into one relaxing chorus of peaceful rest and dreams. Izuku finds himself dozing off before Karo kicks him in the cheek. You are not falling asleep, he declares, a hint of panic to his voice. You've got to seal sleep before it knocks you out. As sleep approaches, wand raised, Izuku lifts the sealing staff above his head and brings it down on sleep's head. It's been a long day. Karo and Izuku stare at the tiny, unconscious figure that lies feebly in the sand. Izuku can't bring himself to say that he feels bad. Sleep, I command you return to your form confined, Izuku says, stifling a large yawn. Seal. Karo watches with wary eyes as Izuku pockets his new card, hovering over Izuku's shoulder. You seem to have a habit of sealing pixie cards in very violent fashions, he points out. I am very tired and therefore vindictive, Izuku replies, thoroughly drained. Physically, he feels like he's been run over by a bulldozer immediately after running a marathon. Emotionally, he wants to crawl into a small hole and bury himself alive. The trip home feels like an eternity. With the puddles of water left from the earlier shower, the bright pink petals that are still out of season, and the exhaustion running rampant in Izuku's body, the experience is reminiscent of walking through a surrealist painting. Oh, Izuku! As Izuku opens the door to his apartment, his mother greets him excitedly. Did you see the sakura petals? Was it like that all over the city? It definitely feels like it was. Izuku wants to reply. It was, he says instead, because that's what normal people would say. Retreating to his room, Izuku tosses his bag on the floor and faceplants onto his bed. He's never been more exhausted in his life, and that's saying something. Karo floats his way over to Izuku's bedside table, planting himself down with a sigh. It's been a long day, huh? Karo murmurs, and yes, it certainly has been a long day. Izuku desperately hopes that this sealing 2 cards in one day thing doesn't form a pattern, because he's not sure how his will to live will be affected by it. A soft paw taps his head twice. Just go to sleep, the plush says, his voice gentle. You deserve it. In the orange-tinted light of the sunset streaming through his window, Karo's shadow seems to stretch out on the wall into the form of a glorious winged beast, watching over Izuku as he sleeps. But beast or not, it's comforting to know that he'll always have something to guide him through the chaos that is the world of magic. Kusakaba Mito at Mitosaka. If you think Deku had to do with the spontaneous Sakura season, raise your hand. A small boy at Junmichi. So does anyone think it's weird that the narcolepsy attacks stopped the same day the flowers decided to just rain from the sky? Ibiki at Hihiko. Not to be a conspiracy theorist, but I'm pretty sure Deku had something to do with both the flowers and the end of the narcolepsy attacks. Here's my analysis. 1:15. There's something. Despite his aching limbs and pounding headache, Izuku can easily tell that the air feels more saturated with magic than normal. The buzzing in his head is absent, so it isn't a Sakura card. So what is it? I feel it too, Karo mumbles after Izuku points it out. I don't know what it is either. Maybe there are other people in this world who can use magic, or maybe it's just the residual effect of a card. Either way, we should be careful. And so Izuku leaves his apartment with his utility belt secured safely around his waist, prepared for the worst, because if there's one thing he's learned, it's that the worst always happens. His morning is normal for the most part. After helping Sasha hack up some more metal at the seaside park, Izuku begins his typical round of errands. Mei's requests stick out like a sore thumb, bringing him to parts of the city he'd usually avoid on all other occasions. Izuku passes a stray glance at the abandoned warehouse at the edge of the city. He walks past it. Everything seems normal. The city is abuzz with early morning energy, and Izuku feels at peace for a short moment. And, hang on, was that building always there? On the side of the road, in one of the quieter districts of the city, a strange house sits between 2 large sakura trees. Dark green ceramic tiles line the Victorian-style building, contrasting with the dark wooden walls and the paper screen door. A golden crescent moon stands on top of the roof like a weather vane. The wooden fence that encloses the building is old and faded, like it's been neglected for years. The building is pristine and clean. Something's off. There's something weird about this building, Izuku tells Karo, a bubble of anxiety building in his stomach. A foreign ringing buzzes in his head. Karo's eyes narrow, and he looks back at Izuku, worried. What building? This one, Izuku says, almost hysterical, stepping forward past the old fence as he gestures firmly. I've never seen it before and it just feels weird. An incredible cacophony of bells resonates in his head, and for a moment, Izuku feels weightless. There he dangles, in the narrow boundary between there and not there, on the fine line that separates existence from nothingness. Time slows to a halt, and the city around him flickers out of existence. Everything is quiet except for the familiar yet foreign hum of magic that slowly envelopes him, as if he's passing through an unseen membrane. Izuku looks back. Karo isn't there anymore. Before Izuku can break down into hysterics, because what the hell, this is like meeting Sakura all over again, this is not okay. The door of the strange building slams open, and 2 young children run up to him. Welcome, they say, exactly in sync with each other, smiling eerily. As different as their appearances are, one has a short pink bob cut and the other two long blue pigtails, and one's dressed in white and the other black. Their facial features are identical, with the only difference being their eye colors. Izuku wonders if there's a way the ground can open up and swallow him this instant. Sorry, he stutters, taking slow steps back. He needs to leave. He needs to get out of here, get back to where he came from, get back to safety. I have the wrong house. I'll just leave. Izuku barely avoids passing out when the children grab onto his arms, somewhat mischievous expressions on their identical faces. A guest for the master, they sing-song, dragging Izuku into the building. No, wait, he protests, narrowly avoiding tripping over his own feet as grass changes to wooden floors. Something's wrong. Something's weird. The weight of the magic pressing down on Izuku is foreign in a mysterious, almost frightening manner, yet is familiar in that Izuku knows he's felt it before, been a conduit to its boundless potential. A customer? A smooth voice breaks through the haze of confusion and anxiety Izuku's pulled over himself. There's something familiar about it, not that Izuku can place a name or face to the voice, but the tone is most definitely one Izuku's heard before. Sliding open a paper screen door, a young man steps out and quirks an eyebrow up when he lays eyes on Izuku. His features are incredibly plain. Black hair, an average stature, glasses. And yet he exudes knowledge, old wisdom, and something incredibly archaic. He's heterochromic, one eye is golden brown, and the other is light blue. In a society full of quirks, it isn't anything special. And yet something about the eyes tips Izuku off. From the golden eye, the faint sound of blowing wind and screaming sands trickles past Izuku, and he swears he can feel the scorching heat of something on his skin. From the blue eye, a quiet and somber melody plays, as it's been playing for countless years, and the soothing current of water flows past him. Izuku's no veteran magician, but he knows something's off with those eyes. Izuku looks at the man's pristine, glossy clothing, and then down at his own disheveled school uniform. He wants to die, sort of. I'm so sorry for intruding, is what Izuku decides upon, because he really has no idea what else to say. He gestures helplessly at the two smiling girls, feeling a nervous heat rise to his cheeks. But these two sort of, I don't know, dragged me in, and I? It's all right, the man offers calmly, stepping toward the open sliding door behind him. He has a faint smile on his face, as if he's not worried or concerned as to why a teenage boy has been kidnapped into his house by two creepily grinning children. Why don't you come in for some tea? It's hideously unfair how everyone Izuku interacts with looks and sounds like they have their lives together. By some miracle, Izuku finds himself not dead in a ditch or hyperventilating at the table. His hands shake only marginally as he accepts the herbal-scented tea, which is a major win. The only things keeping him from a nervous breakdown are the pendant around his neck and the cars pressed against his leg, reminding him that if things do go horribly wrong, he at least has some way to protect himself. Izuku wonders where his life went so wrong. Probably when he picked up a magic book and managed to get all the very powerful and very troublesome magic cards blown to God knows where. It takes 2 tries for Izuku to form a coherent sentence. Swallowing the lump of anxiety lodged in his throat, he exhales and takes in a quiet breath to get his thoughts back in order. Where is this? The young man sitting across from him puts his own cup down, looking at Izuku with an all-knowing stare. It's unnerving to hell and back. This is the wish-granting shop, the man replies, as if that explains anything. You're here because you have a wish that you want granted. Intelligently, Izuku says, What? You're here because you have a wish, the man repeats, clearly and calmly. It appears he's rehearsed his words or at least become very familiar with the situation, because he speaks with a confidence that Izuku wishes he could have. There's no other reason for your being in my shop. Rebuttal, Izuku says because he's an idiot. I was dragged in here. I don't have any sort of wish I want granted. Pausing, he rethinks his words. At least, I don't have any wish I don't think I could grant myself. So, yeah. The man's gaze seems to look past Izuku at something deeper. Izuku looks away and takes a long swig of his tea, despite how hot it is. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku can see the two children stiffen. They no longer wear smiles. Instead, their expressions are solemn, as if they're simply dolls that stopped working. You must have something you want granted, the man presses, leaning forward slightly. His mismatched eyes burn with cold flame as he speaks. Izuku grips his teacup so tightly he's afraid that it'll break. I don't, he grits out, and it's the truth. Why won't this man believe him? I've never seen this shop before in my 13 years of living in this city, and I walked past the fence, and everything disappeared. Now that seems to catch the man's attention. His eyes narrow behind the round frames of his glasses and his fingers twitch ever so slightly. It's the first break from the tranquility displayed earlier, and Izuku doesn't like it. You broke through the barrier, he states. The serenity and calmness has shifted to something darker, forming a single flat, apathetic needle that pierces the enormous balloon of apprehension Izuku holds so delicately in his mind. Barrier? What barrier? What on earth? Kero hadn't been able to see the shop, had he? And the membrane-like thing that Izuku passed through. Gulping, Izuku reaches up and lays a hand over the pendant that lies beneath the fabric of his uniform. I think, he begins, carefully plotting out his words as to avoid setting the man off, that I may have accidentally walked past the barrier that surrounds this shop and wasted your time. The silence is stifling. Izuku wants to melt into a little puddle. Who are you? The man demands. Though his figure is rather small and unassuming, his presence drives nails of fear into Izuku's spine. What are you and what do you want? What am I? Are you kidding me? And there's the fountain of hysteria that flows eternally through his veins. I'm human, and I walked in here by accident. Pushing his chair back with a resounding screech, Izuku stands and begins to make his way toward the paper screen door. And I'll be leaving because I have better ways to spend my time. Izuku's had enough. This situation is beyond what he can handle, and he knows better than to push his anxiety to its limits. It's done, he's leaving, he's out. And then something ancient and deadly sweeps over Izuku. It's not just wave of anxiety or unease that Izuku's been so accustomed to, no, a wave of pulsating magic reeking of deadly intent sweeps over Izuku, jarring him so badly that he feels his limbs lock in place for what feels like an eternity and no time at all. It feels like fear. It feels like helplessness. It feels like when Izuku was younger and weaker, when he was lonelier and smaller, when he chased desperately after Kaken's fleeting image. It feels like stinging burns and old scars, like late nights spent patching up the last of the injuries he tried so hard to hide from his mother. It feels like regret and sadness and longing for what if. It feels like every emotion and memory that Izuku's spent so long suppressing. Izuku doesn't know if the hitch in his breath is audible or not, but that's not what matters. He can't do anything, he's going to die. But no, he needs to move, he needs to fight back. There are too many people who've placed their hopes and expectations in him, and there's no way that Izuku's going to betray their trust by just dying. Calm down, he bells demand, ringing to life in the hollows of Izuku's mind. You know what this is. You can overcome this. I don't, Izuku cries back, not quite sure if he's speaking his thoughts out loud or not, feeling the beginnings of a breakdown leaking from his eyes in the form of hysterical tears. I don't know how to fight back or break free. You do, the bells interrupt, so confident that Izuku can't help but listen. This power is yours to inherit, however you should choose to do so. You are the master of cards. Do what you think is right. And then the chiming bells blanket over his mind, a plane of tranquility overlapping one of anxiety, and Izuku can't help but feel that this situation seems awfully familiar. But, at the same time, it's not. He's no longer a spectator, watching his limbs being moved by some unseen force, or in a trance-like state, acting as a vessel for some unknown power. This is his body, his mind, and his magic. He can't be pushed along forever, blindly falling back on the hand that guides him. Izuku takes a deep breath, thankful for the peace that eases itself over his mind. It's time to make this magic his own. Purple butterflies dusted with silver burst from his skin, swirling around him in a helix of familiar yet unfamiliar magic. His staff is already in his hands, its true form glowing brightly. When did that happen? The Sakura cards hum with anticipation in his pocket, ready for whatever might happen. The archaic magic that floods forth from the deepest ravines of his mind is the same as the one he's being threatened by. Izuku isn't sure what to make of that, but he can try and find a meaning at a later time. Right now, he's facing what seems like a very competent and dangerous individual. There's no place for nervous breakdowns when his life is on the line. Despite everything, Izuku finds himself holding his ground. The strange man frowns, eyes narrowed, and steps forward. Gold magic ripples forward from his footstep, dragging a veil of gray as the gold travels through the floorboards and up the walls. It's nothing like the magic Izuku's witnessed before, and he doesn't like it. Don't, Izuku warns, raising his staff. To his surprise, the sealing staff's form flashes into Sword's elegant form without a single cue. It's unexpected, but certainly not unwelcome. The sealing staff. A single eyebrow quirks up, and the man's mismatched eyes widen. The glint of Sword's thin blade reflects off his glasses. You couldn't be. The instant Izuku feels the man's threatening magic pull back, he takes advantage of it. There's no way of guaranteeing if anything he feels is right will actually work, but the bells, Ms. Yuko, have never let him down, so he'll do what he thinks is right. Mimicking the man's movements, Izuku lifts his foot up and stomps downward. Cracks of silver zigzag on the muted surfaces of the room, and after a short pause, the cloak of gray shatters into pieces like glass. The silence is uncomfortable, but Izuku doesn't really care anymore. Oh wow, he contemplates out loud, because he's far too tired to keep his filter up. I can't believe that worked. The purple butterflies are beginning to fade from the silver dust that floats around him whenever he uses magic. It feels a little wistful, watching the power he so recently managed to call his dissipate into nothingness. This is just the beginning, the bells hum, amused. The rest will come with time. The tone is soothing and gentle in a way only a mother could replicate, and wow, that's a weird thought. Better store that somewhere where it'll never see the light of day. Okay, Izuku says to no one in particular. The ceiling looks like it's spinning, so he sits down on the wooden floor. This day has been very long, I am very tired, and I still have no idea what's going on. A bubble of nervous laughter escapes from his lips, and Izuku wonders if he's allowed to curl up into a small ball and take a nap on the floor. You're the newest Cardcaptor, the man says, eyes wide. The twins peek out from behind him. And you can use spatial magic. Sure, is Izuku's eloquent reply, because yes, he's a Cardcaptor, and it's nice to know what exactly his newfound magic is. After a moment of silence, the man sighs, pushes his glasses up, and offers Izuku a hand. Izuku takes it. I may have been a little overwhelming, the man says, a little abashed. That's probably the first good thing he's said all day. We really got off on the wrong foot. Then, after a brief moment of hesitation, the man says, my name is Watanuki. Like April 1st, Izuku mumbles mostly to himself, though the sharp look he gets from the mysterious heterochromic man indicates that it's not only himself that heard it. It's written that way in kanji, Izuku elaborates, because that was a very weird thing to say out of nowhere. You're right. The man, Watanuki, seats himself on his chair, and Izuku follows suit. And what are you called? It's a simple question with what should be a simple answer. But there's something that feels wrong, even potentially dangerous about giving away his name. So, because he's an idiot, Izuku says, I'm Deku. Surprisingly enough, Watanuki doesn't respond with surprise or shock. Instead, he lets out a gentle breath and waves the twins over. They refill the 2 teacups on the small table. Deku, then, Watanuki muses, picking up his cup. Let's talk, shall we? So this really is a wish-granting shop, Izuku breathes, trying to wrap his head around the whole business that grants wishes thing, because apparently that's a thing that exists. Watanuki nods, serene and peaceful as usual. This shop is on a separate plane of existence from all others. Only those with wishes they want granted can enter the shop, and when they do, they'll state their wish, and I'll help them for a price equivalent to the weight of their wish. Pausing, he looks up at Izuku with a strange expression. And, as I've learned today, people who have the same magic I do can apparently break in as well. Sorry, Izuku mumbles, though he doesn't feel nearly as much embarrassment as he usually would. Maybe he's just too tired to care. I'm curious. Tapping his finger on the table, Wanuki rests his chin on one hand. Where do you come from? What world do you call home? It's a good thing Izuku's tired, because under normal conditions, he'd be losing his mind. This conversation doesn't really file under the definition of a normal conversation. I'm just from Earth. From Japan. From Muzutafu, he tags on helpfully. Your world must rely heavily on magic then, Wanuki hums contemplatively. Izuku suppresses the urge to laugh. Oh, if only that were the case. And not exactly. People have quirks, which are basically unique powers and abilities, but magic. Trailing off, he grabs at the pendant that hangs around his neck. I think I might be the only magician in the entire world. In my entire world, he corrects. It's strange how Izuku's so willing to spill the details of his story to a stranger. But said stranger is clearly a magician, and a powerful one at that, and frankly, Izuku's tired of carrying the burden by himself. Wanuki leans back, folding his hands over each other. Your situation is beginning to make sense. No wonder your magic is so unrefined. Oh wow, that does wonders for Izuku's self-confidence. I'm trying my best, is what Izuku chooses to say, only slightly offended. The rest of him nods silently, agreeing with Watanuki's blunt statement of USEK. That's the only thing you can do. As the new Cardcaptor, you must be under a lot of pressure. A glazed look passes over Watanuki's mismatched eyes, as if he's seeing something from long ago. The previous Cardcaptor was a very kind person. I'd like to think that she chose you because she saw potential in you, and not because she was projecting her unfulfilled wishes onto you. Izuku's breath is strangled out of his throat by the clutches of flaring anxiety. No, Sakura would never do such a thing. Regardless of how she died, or how she lived, or what wishes she had that were left unfulfilled, nobody as kind as her would do something so cruel. You barely even know her, and you're already putting so much trust in her. Don't you remember everybody who's abused your trust in the past? Isn't this just like Kaken? No, that can't be it. Izuku has to trust in Sakura, has to trust in her choice, has to believe that the power that was handed down to him was the result of his being worthy of it, and not of selfish desires. With a shaky breath, Izuku clasps his hands together under the table, feeling his short fingernails bite into skin. I'd like to believe that too. This day just keeps getting worse, doesn't it? Watanuki's expression softens. You shouldn't be hung up on something that you can't control. Instead of talking out the legacy you belong to, let's talk about that spatial magic of yours. Izuku jumps eagerly at the change of topic. Oh, of course. This is actually news to me, you know, the whole spatial magic thing. Lifting his hand, he tries concentrating the magic that he can muster above his hand. A ball of silver dust pops into existence, swirling slowly. I thought I could just use the cards and moon magic. I'm not really sure where the spatial magic came from. For a moment, something akin to suspicion and hesitation flickers past Watanuki's features, but it passes so quickly that Izuku wonders if he's just psyching himself out. It's not a magic that anybody can just use. The only people who can use spatial magic are the most talented of magicians. Okay, Izuku replies because he's not sure what to think anymore. Your magic reminds me greatly of someone I used to know, Watanuki murmurs, eyes narrowing. The purple butterflies. It's almost uncanny. Oh wow, that's approaching territory that Izuku is incredibly uncomfortable with sharing. I can't say, Izuku says quickly, trying to keep his voice as natural as possible. To his relief, it hitches up only slightly. I've never met another magician in real life before. Before you, that is. The twin girls standing behind Watanuki stare into Izuku's eyes, unblinking. He isn't sure if they're creepier with or without the smiles. After a moment of uncomfortable silence, Watanuki shakes his head and sighs. Perhaps I'm just looking too closely into things. Running a hand through his hair, the mysterious magician pushes his chair back and stands. Regardless, spatial magic is dangerous. In the hands of an inexperienced individual, it can be uncooperative at best and lethal at worst. Izuku would love to be surprised, but with everything that's been going on recently, he can't muster up anything but exhaustion. He stands as well, trailing weakly after Watanuki. Oh. It's best if you find someone you can learn under, especially since you have such incredible magic potential, Watanuki suggests as they move toward the hallway. There's Kero, Izuku replies. I mean, Kerberos, the guardian of the cards. Watanuki dismisses the idea with a wave of his hand. He won't do. He's under sun magic, and I doubt he knows anything about spatial magic. The fact that Watanuki somehow knows Kero is a bit worrying, but Izuku presses on nonetheless. Sakura can talk to me in my dreams. Cross-dimensional dreamwalking is an unreliable and unstable method of communication, the man rebuttals. You need someone who can provide reliable, constant education. A faint smile makes it onto his face as he slides the door open. A magician with potential as brilliant as yours should be nurtured, not ignored. Izuku blushes all the way to his toes. Surely he isn't that amazing. All he does is try his best, and he tends to get very, very lucky. I'll try my best to find someone. Watanuki turns back, somewhat exasperated. Find someone? Why look for someone when you've already found them? No. This is progressing far too quickly. I'm the shopkeeper of the wish-granting shop, knowledgeable in things you can't even begin to fathom. There's no cockiness or pride in Watanuki's voice as he speaks. Instead, his words are flat and rather monotone, as if he's repeated the exact line many times before. A glint of something passes over his eyes, but it disappears just as quickly as it appeared. I'm willing to teach you. You're what? Is Izuku's intelligent reply. I'll teach you, but I'll have to ask for something in exchange, Watanuki says, as if Izuku isn't bug-eyed and this close to a panic attack. But as always, Izuku doesn't know how to refuse people. Maybe he should have learned, 3 years ago, when he first started getting into the bullshit he now gets into every day. Because Izuku has no self-preservation and a penchant for making his own life more stressful than it already is, he says, "What do you want in exchange?" "You'll work in my shop every so often," the man replies without a beat of hesitation. Izuku wonders if he's been in this situation before, because the look on Watanuki's face is a little too mischievous to be natural. "I'm a busy man, you know. Deliveries, in-house visits, trades, the occasional exorcism. It'll help me, and it'll be a learning experience for you. We both profit." But Watanuki's offer isn't an unreasonable one. As he is right now, Izuku has no control over this new spatial magic of his. The only time he's really used it was during his fight against Watari, and the magic output of Windy's attack had been absolutely devastating. If that sort of power goes unchecked as Izuku continues building his magical ability. With a shaky exhale, Izuku nods. "I'll do it." Watanuki breaks into a wide smile. The change is so jarring at Izuku wonders if he's been fooled this entire time. "Wonderful. Now, get out of my house." Izuku stares blankly. "What? You're my disciple now, aren't you?" The glee in Watanuki's voice is seriously unnerving. "I'll call you when I need you. For the time being, go and do whatever duties await you." This is all one big joke, right? There's no way Watanuki's actually that much of an a-hole, right? Did you just con me into free labor? Izuku screeches, hysteria peaking. The twins laugh at his predicament as they push him out the door. Ironically, Izuku finds himself digging his heels into the ground, staring incredulously at the magician standing at the doorway. Watanuki's stance is much more relaxed than his rigid and formal posture from before. He leans casually on the doorframe, a grin on his face. "It's not free," he argues, making a little tisk-tisk motion with his finger. "This is for your own growth and education, remember?" "Education my butt," Izuku yells back, fighting against the girl's surprisingly strength. He has zero patience to spare, because what the hell, is this actually happening? Has he just sold his soul to the devil? I can't believe. Of all things Watanuki could do, he chooses to laugh. It's not mean-spirited, and Izuku knows that Watanuki will keep his word. But it's been a very long day, and Izuku's pretty sure he's been made into a minion first and a disciple second. "My life is a mess and so am I," he says miserably. All three strange people before him laugh. Don't worry, Watanuki offers as Izuku feels himself pass through the membrane-like barrier once more. At the very least, you'll have my guidance. Then, with a simple wave of his hand, the man turns his back and walks into the shop, his grin still brilliantly wide. Godspeed, Deku. And then Izuku feels himself go weightless, hanging between there and not there. Time warps around him, passing instantly and not moving at all, before spitting him back out onto the sidewalk from whence he came. It's a good thing he's exhausted. Otherwise, he'd be hunched over on the ground, hyperventilating and crying. Karo floats down, a worried expression on his cartoonish features. Hey, what's wrong? Are you okay? Izuku sighs deeply, though it comes out more like a choked laugh. How long was I gone? Karo says, worry escalating. You weren't gonna. All you did was stare at the plot of empty field for a good 10 seconds and trip backward. Seriously, are you okay? When Izuku looks over, the wish-granting shop is no longer there, and it is, as Karo said, indeed just an empty plot with many sad weeds. That's great. Izuku silently prays to the gods above to end his suffering. Turning to Karo, Izuku fixes the plush with the flattest, most exhausted look he's probably ever given someone. Apparently I have spatial magic and broke into a wish-granting shop. Also, a weird magician man said he wants to train me and I think I may now be dead to hell. It's good that this neighborhood is quiet, because any civilian walking by would probably be very weirded out by the conversation Izuku's having with Karo. Oh my god, Karo breathes back, eyes blown wide. He's surprisingly receptive, which is relieving as much as it is worrying. You met with the shopkeeper. I can hear the capital S, Izuku replies, dropping his face into his hands. Karo looks around, eyes flickering to the empty plot. Let's talk at home. It's safer that way. Then, after a brief moment, the plush sighs deeply and crosses his arms. I can't leave you alone for even a minute. I'm so tired, is all Izuku says in return, praying that his legs can carry him all the way home. That's so essentially, you're now the shopkeeper's employee, Karo finishes with a shake of his head. Man, normal magicians would kill to be in your position, you know? That's great. Izuku speaks into the pillow he's currently resting his face in. I can't believe he conned me into free labor. The late afternoon sun colors the walls of the room with a warm orange tint. For some reason, Izuku finds his eyes drawn to the cracked glass diamond that lies on his table. As strange as his situation is, Izuku has grown used to lying on his bed after the sun is no longer directly above him, discussing his chaotic spiral of a life with Karo. With a sigh, Izuku pushes himself up. I have to go to gymnastics soon, he informs Karo, grabbing his bag off the floor. Zing's going to kill me if I'm... Izuku's mouth clamps shut as he watches the strange, small, winged girl tap his window. She's no bigger than his palm, but she pounds her tiny fists against the glass nonetheless, an irritated expression on her features. A fairy, he finishes, feeling that life is being incredibly unfair right now. There's no buzzing in his head, which means that the thing isn't a Sakura card, which means he has absolutely no idea how to deal with it. Karo's eyebrows shoot up. Are you sure you're okay? No, I mean, moving over to the window, Izuku slides it open, and the fairy thing jumps into his room. He gestures at the tiny girl. A fairy? Karo's jaw drops. That's not a good sign. Karo's supposed to know everything because if there's something he doesn't know, then that's a very bad sign. You're the shopkeeper's apprentice, the fairy huffs, crossing her arms. Her voice is all wind chimes and silver bells, high-pitched and melodic. She trots around Izuku's desk for a bit before sitting down on a pad of sticky notes. I have a request, magician. Wait, what? How do you know about that? Izuku asks, shocked. The fairy snorts, flicking a strand of her silky green hair out of her face. Anybody who's anyone knows about you, magician. You've been making a lot of noise around the city. No. Have you? Have you been watching me? You're the only magician in the entire city, the fairy responds, as if Izuku's an idiot. You attract magical beings toward you, dummy. Haven't you noticed the spirits that follow you wherever you go? A cold chill runs down Izuku's spine. The parade of what? The fairy looks both disappointed and sad. You're pretty dumb, aren't you? Whoa, hang on. Kero drops down onto the desk in front of the fairy. He looks just as surprised as Izuku is, which really doesn't help the situation. First of all, who are you? Stiffening, the fairy lifts her head and crosses her legs. They call me Sylvie, she answers, and an unseen force billows past Izuku's ears. Something smells like wildflowers and fresh rain and vast, open fields of countryside, and for some reason, the fairy's figure seems to glow a bit brighter. The power of a name, something deep in his mind provides. I'm Deku, and this is Kero, Izuku offers, because it's polite. He fixes Kero with a short, firm look, quietly saying, just go with it. Sylvie narrows her emerald eyes. Deku, she says, as if she's trying the word out on her tongue. Deku, the magician. I want your help with something I think you'll be interested in. It's so tempting to just break down, reject everything, and curl up in a small corner and cry. But Izuku vividly remembers Ms. Yuko's influence guiding him through the art of negotiation and Watanuki's serene, calm stature. Summoning all the energy he can muster, Izuku slams down a mask of calmness over his features. The familiar crooning of his moon magic ebbs around him, surrounding his body in a faint cloud of silver dust. You'll have to elaborate, he says, words flowing smoother than they ever have. His mind is clear, and he knows what to do. Is it a Sakura card? Sylvie seems taken aback by Izuku's sudden change in personality, but she presses on nonetheless. With a sharp nod, she says, it has to be. It has the same aura as the other card spirits, and nobody can get the stupid thing out of our forest. Her nose crinkles in irritation. Seal your annoying card spirit, and we'll all be happy. And the payment? Izuku presses. Kero gives him an incredulous look, but stays silent. After a brief silence, the fairy says, should you remove the card spirit from our forest, then we'll give you a pocketful of fairy dust. The words come out hesitant and unsure, as if she's expecting Izuku to what? Hurt her? Reject her? There's really nothing Izuku can do but accept the deal if he wants to seal whatever Sakura cards on the loose now. It doesn't seem that Sylvie recognizes that she has the upper hand in the negotiation, so Izuku accepts quickly before she can demand anything more despite the fact that he has no idea what he'd use fairy dust for. That sounds reasonable. Let's go see what's causing trouble. Kero turns to him, surprised. What now? Yes, now, Sylvie snaps back, floating upward. With a small flick of her wrist, she gestures for Izuku to follow. The sooner, the better. Come, Deku the magician. I'll lead the way. Stepping out of the apartment is a very interesting experience. This is because Izuku is now aware of the parade of strange creatures that trot behind him, following him as he walks down the street. Most are small and appear to be harmless, if not strange-looking. Some look like normal children, save for the horns and claws and lack or surplus of eyes. Others are literal household objects that move around. Izuku swears he sees a broom and an umbrella trailing behind him. And then there are the larger creatures. A worryingly large serpent with strange markings and feathers slithers after him, and a stag with rusted coins tied to its antlers trots casually beside him. A woman in a white kimono with dark black hair peeks out at him behind trees, leaving a sheen of ice behind her. Humanoid birds observe him from the rooftops, wielding spears. That's wonderful. Izuku wonders how his life can get even crazier, because this is the pinnacle of it all. You see them now, don't you? Sylvie huffs. They've been following you for 2 months, though it seems you just broke through whatever veil was covering your stupid human eyes. I can't believe it, Kero whispers, awestruck. He peeks his head out of Izuku's bag, taking in the freakish sight. I didn't know, were we really missing that much? The fairy rolls her eyes. We've always been here. We were here first, before your kind paved cement all over our earth and cut down our trees. Sylvie sneers, revealing a set of surprisingly jagged teeth. We're here, and we're always watching. It appears that some of the spirit creature things are beginning to realize that Izuku's talking to a fairy, because they surge forward eagerly, brushing at his ankles. Can he see us? Can he really see us? The first magician to see us in years. It's been so long, so many moons. Hey, magician? One of the smaller spirits tugs at his pants, looking up with eager eyes. She looks like a drowned child with her soaking wet kimono and gray skin, which is disturbing on so many levels. Can you really see us? Can you really see us? Izuku looks to Sylvie for help. The fairy stiffens. Do whatever you want, she says, turning her head. Once they know you can see them, they'll flock to you in droves. Sylvie fixes Izuku with a severe look, and for a moment, she appears so much older than her perceived form. When she speaks, her voice echoes with the four winds, chilling and ancient. Do as you wish, magician. Karo says nothing. For a moment, Izuku stands there, conflicted, wondering how his life has become so chaotic. What else is there to lose, really? And so he looks down at the small spirit, nods his head and says, I can see you. The spirit's eyes grow even wider and her jaw drops. Then, after a brief moment of shock, she releases her grip on Izuku's leg and trails back into the crowd of demons, whispering fervently to the others. Apparently the message travels along very quickly, because the entire crowd surges closer, mumbling excitedly amongst themselves. Congratulations, Sylvie says flatly. You've just made yourself into a pseudo-god. I did what? Is Izuku's intelligent reply. Master Magician, the stag creature says, its voice so ancient and low that Izuku can just barely understand it. You are the first in a very long time to speak with us. It takes an incredible amount of effort not to flinch as hands begin to grab at his clothing. When one clawed finger pokes at his pendant, Izuku feels his head go light with anxiety. Don't touch, get away. And something silver flares from his skin in a brilliant flash of light. Karo yelps as the parade of spirits hurries back, kept at bay by the faint silver glow that now surrounds Izuku's body. The stag, however, continues to trot at his side, undeterred. It turns its head back and sends the crowd a chilling glare before looking back at Izuku. My apologies, magician. The young ones get excited easily. Some of them have never seen a magician before. It bows its head ever so slightly, coins dangling gently from its antlers. Sylvie huffs. Your children are so loud. Gesturing at the growing number of spirits that trail behind Izuku, she brandishes her terrifying teeth. Look at how they crowd. They have no respect for the old rules. The stag stiffens, shifting its icy glare to the fairy. Izuku has a feeling he's missing out on a lot. The old rules are meaningless in this world. The tension in the air is absolutely stifling. A horrible sort of pressure pushes down on Izuku's shoulders, compressing his anxiety into a wonderful package of internal screaming. Hey now, Karo interjects, a deep frown on his face. We're getting carried away. Mr. Stag, we're going to have to ask you guys to give us some space. We have a favor to grant. Thank God for Karo and his easy acceptance of all things weird and horrible and magical. The stag nods its head, slowly its pace. The fact that it complies so easily is both a surprise and a blessing. I understand. We shall meet again, magician. Turning to the crowd of spirits, the stag speaks something ancient and unknown, and the crowd slowly dissipates into nothingness. Short minute, the creatures that had been following so closely after Izuku have disappeared entirely, leaving only faint, fading whispers. Izuku feels lightheaded. He hopes that he can find a nice pile of leaves to sleep on in whatever forest Sylvie's leading them to. What a waste of time, the fairy hisses. Come on, magician. The sooner we get rid of this barrier, the better. The walk is surprisingly short, a mere 15 minutes from Izuku's apartment. That's strange, because the only forests the size of the one Izuku's standing in front of are at least an hour away by car. Sylvie clearly sees Izuku's expression, because she sighs. We altered the barriers in which we were walking through. You're a spatial magician, right? You should know this. I'm very new, Izuku shakily replies, stepping nervously into the woods. A strange experience. The further they walk into the forest, the more the sounds of the city around them fade, until all that's left is silence. The trees seem to melt into molds of shadow behind them, as if their image isn't needed anymore. Occasionally, Izuku will hear a stray laugh or whisper floating by his ear, but when he turns to look, nothing's there. It's incredibly difficult to beat magic cards in terms of insanity, but the introduction of spirits and fairies has certainly upped the ante. Izuku has a sinking suspicion that this will be troublesome for his mental health. After a while, a set of stone stairs appears into view. They're old, with flowers and grass and moss growing on them. Sylvie floats up casually, and Karo tenses, keeping to the bag. Izuku is careful to avoid stepping on any flowers. For some unknown reason, it feels dangerous, and he's not about to test that feeling. Here we are, Sylvie finally says as they approach the top of the stairs. Now, do your duty, magician. What appears to be a small, stone shrine lies in front of them, engraved with strange symbols and patterns that glow in the darkness around them. There's really nothing special about it. It just looks like an old, abandoned shrine, and there are tons of those in Mizudafu. As Izuku steps to approach the shrine, something sparks, throwing him back. With a short yelp of surprise, he catches himself, and Karo floats out of the bag. Sylvie heaves a deep sigh. She does that a lot. Give us your analysis, magician. It's shield, Karo answers, knocking on the barely visible barrier that surrounds the small shrine. Pink energy ripples from Karo's fist, but nothing happens. Irritating but not hard to deal with. All it really does is protect precious things. One good jab from sword should be enough. Izuku is infinitely grateful that Karo's taking charge, because this is all too much. Numbly, he chants a few words under his breath, and the ceiling staff bursts to life in front of him. Sylvie's eyes widen ever so slightly, but she looks away soon after. It's incredibly straightforward, but Izuku still manages to feel anxious. With one sweep with sword's magical blade, shield's bubble splits in half, and the Sakura card floats gently onto Izuku's palm. There we go, Karo says, nodding his head. That wasn't so bad. Speak for yourself, Sylvie snaps. We've been stuck out of fairy for a week. Any longer, and we would have started hexing you to get your attention. Please don't do that, is Izuku's weak response. With a huff, Sylvie snaps her fingers, and a small pouch of something sparkly falls into Izuku's hands. At the same time, the shrine creaks, and after a short burst of light, the doors slam open, swirling within strange, foreign magic that Izuku finds himself backing away from. That's your payment. Now, we're going home. Turning to the door, Sylvie whistles, a piercing call through the silence of the knot forest. Little orbs of light blink into existence all around, laughing joyously. They spiral toward the door of the shrine, disappearing past it in small bursts of light. Sylvie lingers for a bit longer, then turns back, a distorted expression her features. Keep helping us, and maybe you'll be an ally of fairy, she says. Good day, Deku. Then she slips past the gate in one last burst of light, and the doors slam closed. The shadows of the forest seem to slip away around them, and when Izuku blinks, he finds himself standing outside his apartment door. Izuku wants to throw himself off the roof, because everything is bad and what the hell is going on. Okay. Karo's the first one to break the silence. So, that happened. I want to die, Izuku replies very flatly and very honestly. Let's recap on everything that just happened today, Karo suggests, and yes, that's probably a better idea. You accidentally broke into a wish-granting shop, became an apprentice to the shopkeeper, discovered that you have some sort of very obscure and very ancient magic, helped out a bunch of fairies, and captured Shield. Izuku drops his face into his hands. And the spirits, he adds on miserably. I can see spirits, who have apparently always been there, who are very interested in me, and I don't know what to do with my life anymore. Karo's silent for a moment. Then quietly, you missed gymnastics. This day has been very long and very stressful, and it's unfair how Izuku hasn't been struck by lightning yet. It's about 3 in the morning when Izuku's phone buzzes. Startled, he smacks his head against the wall, which wakes Karo up. Well, what's happening? The plush asks, voice slurred by sleep. Phone call, Izuku replies, squinting through the assault of bright light. From, he almost chokes, because there's no way he gave his phone number away to Watanuki. From the shopkeeper? Now that gets Karo's attention. Stumbling over, the plush sits down on Izuku's pillow, prepared to eavesdrop on whatever horrible conversation is bound to take place. "Hello, Deku." Watanuki's unique, calm yet amused voice echoes out from the phone. Izuku wonders how many people he would wake up if he started smashing his head against the wall. With a long-suffering sigh, he brings the phone close to his ear. "It's 3 in the morning. Is it? Well, in my shop, time has no meaning. I suppose I should have greeted you with good morning instead." The amusement in Watanuki's voice is infuriating, but Izuku's too tired to do anything about it. Instead, all he says is, "What do you want?" The shopkeeper's tone drops to something more serious, more businesslike. "I hear that you helped out a group of fairies return home. What did you receive in exchange?" "Pouch. Of fairy powder," Izuku replies, sitting up a little straighter. There's something about Watanuki's words that sets him on edge. "Why? You should be very careful with it." The cold tone almost seems foreign now that Izuku knows of Watanuki's playful nature. "As long as you hold on to it, you'll attract trouble. There are beings that prey on fairies, and that pouch is like a magnet for trouble." "Wait, what?" Kero and Izuku both turn to stare at Sylvie's payment. The shimmering pouch on his table seems much more menacing now. Then what do I do with it?" "What do you think you should do with it, Deku?" The question is phrased strangely, not in a condescending or curious manner, but more in that it sounds like Watanuki's a teacher, asking his student a question he expects to be answered. Returning a gift from spirits sounds like a horrible idea. Izuku can't even return gifts normally without being stabbed repeatedly by the daggers of guilt his helpful mind thinks up, so there's no way that's happening. He doesn't know how to use fairy powder either, and he's not sure he wants to know how. And there's no way he's letting a pouch of doom hang around for long. With a deep breath, Izuku says, "I think that I really don't want trouble, and I think that I should trade it in with you for something else." The answer appears to be the right one, because the shopkeeper gives a satisfied hum. The smart move. "I'll be expecting you then." Just like that, the call ends, leaving Izuku and Kero alone in the darkness of the room. As always, Kero speaks first. Was he calling just to warn you about the powder?" "I don't even care anymore," Izuku sighs, shuffling back into bed. All his problems can wait until the sun's come up, at the very least. This is the worst. There's absolutely nothing that can top this in terms of, oh god, the world is ending, put me out of my suffering more than this. "So, I'm pretty sure you're Deku," Satoshi comments, twirling his baton casually. Izuku thinks his face-planting into the mats is very justified. "You what?" "The world is ending. The apocalypse has come. With the level of insanity of recent events, it's no wonder that the Armageddon has taken the form of one of Izuku's closest friends discovering that he's a vigilante." Satoshi gives him a strange look, snatching his baton out of the air. "I'm pretty sure you're Deku," he repeats, and wow, he took that literally. It's good that nobody else happens to be in earshot at the moment, because the breath Izuku hitches on makes it sound like he just choked on a squeaky toy. "Why on earth would you think that?" "Well," Satoshi begins, raising 3 fingers. "Oh god, there are 3 reasons. There are 3 horrible, miserable, life-shattering reasons that Satoshi knows Izuku's, poorly kept, secret identity. That's 3 too many. First of all, you've been really weird recently. You're jumpier, and you seem even more stressed than usual. That's saying something, considering you apparently get caught up in everything. That's a very astute reason. It makes sense, and Izuku hates it." Satoshi puts down 1 finger before continuing. "Second, a few days ago, you ran off the second the sakura petals started pouring down. That's pretty suspicious. Did you check the news after that mess of a spectacle?" "No," Izuku admits. There's no reason to check the news and get even more stressed out than he already is, so he goes out of his way to avoid any articles about the mysterious vigilante Deku unless there's no way to avoid it. "Well, a ton of people think Deku had something to do with it," Satoshi continues, "and isn't that just wonderful? They're saying it might have been connected to the narcolepsy attack somehow, since they stopped on that day." That hits a little too close for Izuku to be comfortable with. In a valiant attempt to keep his breathing even, Izuku sits down on the mats, clamping his hands together to stop their shaking. That's a stretch. Isn't it more likely just to be a coincidence? At that, Satoshi PPS up an eyebrow. It's not like you to debunk something so easily. Izuku decidedly clamps his jaw shut. And third, Satoshi declares, dropping down to sit next to Izuku, only someone with a life as crazy and a sense of self-preservation as awful as yours could be Deku. That's a bullshit reason. And yet it makes perfect sense. With a weak noise of defeat, Izuku drops his face into his hands. What does he do in this situation? How have so many people managed to even uncover his identity when he hasn't even been active for 3 months? Is he that transparent? Satoshi quietly waits for an answer, spinning his baton atop one finger. Out of all the people Izuku can call his friends, Satoshi is one of his closest. Their friendship is a strange one. They bond over gymnastics and casual conversations and silence. Never once have they verbally professed their appreciation of the other's support and trust, and Izuku would rather keep it that way. It's immensely relieving to have a friend who's just as socially awkward as Izuku is. There's no use lying to someone who knows him so well. Please don't tell anyone, is all Izuku manages to whisper out. Satoshi's reaction is much quieter and reserved than Izuku expected. Then again, Satoshi has never been the sort to show much emotion at all. With a breathy laugh, Satoshi falls back onto the mat, staring up at the ceiling with amused eyes. One corner of his mouth is quirked up in a lopsided smile. What on earth have you gotten yourself into this time, Izuku? A bubble of nervous laughter escapes Izuku. That's a great question. For a minute, they sit there in silence. It's a very awkward minute. Sighing, Satoshi flips himself back up and kicks his baton off the ground and into his grasp. Well, whatever. Do what you need to do. For now, let's get back to work before Zing comes over and starts yelling. Izuku blinks. That can't be all. That's it? Satoshi glances back and shrugs. You're a good person, Izuku. Vigilante or not, if you're doing something this big, I trust that you're doing it for all of us. If Satoshi or any of the others in the gym hear Izuku's pathetic sniffles, they don't comment. It's nothing short of a miracle that Izuku is surrounded by so many kind-hearted individuals, and there's no way he's taking their trust and support for granted. Izuku isn't blind. He sees the stray glances the others send in his direction, and he sees them tilting their heads towards Satoshi's declarations. But they don't frown, sneer, or call him out. All they do is smile ever so slightly and continue on with their day. How many people know of Izuku's identity as Deku, but trust him enough to leave him be? With a laugh that would pass as short huff to anyone else, Satoshi nudges Izuku with his baton. Come on, problem child. A good vigilante needs to be fit and agile, right? Then, looking over at Zing, who just happens to be hefting an enormous stack of mats over her shoulder, Satoshi PPS an uneven grin. Plus, no villain, hero, or police officer is as scary as Zing is. That's a very reasonable statement. Izuku has seen Zing lift up a car with her bare hands. With a shaky breath, Izuku pushes himself to his feet. So maybe Satoshi knows, and maybe a lot more people than Izuku first suspected know. But it's okay. It's okay, because Izuku can trust these people. He's built up relationships with everyone he's met over the years, and he knows that they won't betray him. These people trust him, and so it's only fair that he trusts them in return. Okay, is Izuku's quiet reply. A bit of tension drains out of Satoshi's figure as he continues to spin his baton. He remains silent, but nods decisively, turning away with a soft smile on his features. Trust is a silent agreement, and to Izuku, Satoshi offers his silence freely. It's going to be all right,